Hello, guys. So, today the book that I'm reading is called World Order Reflections on the Character of a Nations and the Course of History. And this book is written by none other than Henry Kissinger. To give a brief description of who Henry Kissinger is, Henry Kissinger was an American diplomat, political scientist, and politician. He served as the 7th National Security Advisor from 1969 to 1975, followed by being the 56th United Secretary of State from 1973 to 1977. He served under President Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford. Uh, he recently passed away in 2023 at the age of 100, and he is best known for his foreign policy and foreign relationship. And he was the root. He played a very important role between the relation of China and United States under President Nixon. So I'll start reading World Order. And Nancy, the question of world order. In 1961, as a young academic, I called on President Harry S. Truman when I found myself in a Kansas City delivering a speech to the question of. Okay, so just to give you some context, this book was published in 2014. That means in 2014, India did not have that much of a relevance or important in the global world economy. So this book failed. I think this book might fail to give the importance to India, because India started developing was after 2015, 16, 17, demonetization, digital revolutions and all that thing. So this book was published in 2014, where Narendra Modi became the prime minister. So it doesn't have that much of a the understanding of the India. So India was not it doesn't have that much of a weight in international relationships. So this book might ignore um, those things. So in 1961, as a young academic, I called on President Harry S. Truman when I found myself in Kansas City delivering in a speech to the question of what in his presidency had made him so most proud. Truman replied that we totally defeated our enemies and then brought them back to the community of nations. I would like to think that only America would have done this. Conscious of America's vast power, Truman took pride above all in its human and democratic values. He wanted to be remembered not so much for America's victories as it for conciliations. All of Truman's successors have followed some version of his narratives and have taken pride in similar attributes of the American experiences. And for most of his period, the community of a nation that they aimed to uphold reflected an American consensus in an inexorably expanding cooperative orders of states, observing common rules and norms, embracing liberal economic system, forswearing order of a state, observing common rules and norms, embracing liberal economic system, for swearing and territorial conquest, respecting national sovereignty, and adopting participatory and democratic system of governance. American presidents of both parties have continued to urge to other governments, often with a great vehemence and eloquence, to embrace the preservation and enhancement of its human rights. In many instances, the defense of these values by the United States and its allies has ushered in important changes in the human conditions. Just to give you some little context of the up to date, currently United States is a lone wolf. It does not have its allies because of the President Trump. Yet today, this rule-based system faces challenges. The frequent, exhortations for countries to do their fair shares, play by 21st century rules, or be responsible stakeholders in a common system, reflect the fact that there's no shared definition of the system or understanding of what a fair contribution would be. Outside the Western world, regions that have played a minimal role in the rules' original formulation quest their validity in their present form and have made it clear that they would work to modify them. As well, the international community is invoked perhaps more insistently now than in any other era. It presents no clear or agreed set of goals to methods or limits. Our age is insistently, at times, almost desperately in pursuit of a concept of a world order. Chaos threatened side by side with unprecedented interdependency in the spread of weapons of the mass destruction, the disintegration of our states, the impact of an environment depredations, the persistent of genocidal practices and the spread of new technologies threatening to drive conflict beyond human control or comprehensions. New methods of accessing and communicating, informing, unite region as never been before, and project events globally, even in a manner that inhabits reflection, demanding of the leaders that they register instantaneous reaction in the form of an expressible in slogan. Are we facing a period in which forces beyond the restraints of any order and any order determine the future? Varieties of world order. No truly global world order has ever existed. What passes for order in our time was devised in Western Europe nearly 4 centuries ago at a peace conference in German region of the Westphalia. Okay, I want to know what is this Westphalia, right? Because I've seen this many times. Westphalia meaning. Westphalia is a historic region in the north and northwestern Germany, now part of the North Rhine-Westphalia, known for this 1648 Peace of Westphalia, treaties that ended the 30 Years' War and established a modern principle of state sovereignty. It acted as a geographical term and a foundational concept. Okay, it's in northeastern Germany. Okay, conducted without the involvement or even the awareness of almost other continent or civilization. A century of a sectarian conflict and political upheaval across Central Europe had culminated in the 30 Years' War of 1618 to 48, a conflagrations in which political and religious disputes commingled combatants resort to total war against populations, and thus nearly a quarter of the population in Central Europe died from the combat, disease or starvation. The exhausted participants met to define a set of arrangement that would stand the bloodletting. Religious unity had fractured with the survival and spread of Protestantism and political diversity as inherent in the number of the autonomous political units that have fought to trust. So it was that in Europe, the condition of the contemporary world were approximated to a multiplicity of political units, none powerful enough to defeat all others. And many adhering to the contradictory philosophies and internal practices in search of a neutral rules to regulate the conduct and mitigate conflict. The Westphalian peace reflected a practical accommodation to reality, not a unique moral insight. It relied on a system of independent states, refraining from interference in each other's domestic affairs and checking each other's ambition through a general equilibrium of power. No single claim to truth or universal rule had prevailed in Europe's contest. Instead, each state was assigned the attributes of sovereign power of its territory. Each would acknowledge the domestic structures and religious vocation of its fellow state as realities and refrain from challenging their existence. The balance of power now perceived as natural and desirable. The ambitions of the rulers would be set in a counterpoise against each other, at least in a theory, curtailing the scope of conflict. Division and multiplicity and accidents of Europe's history became the hallmark of a new system of international orders with its own distinct philosophical outlook. In this sense, the European effort to end, its conflagration shaped and prefigured the modern sensibility, the reserved judgment on the absolute in favor of the practical, ecumenical. It sought to distill order from multiplicity and restraints. The 17th century's negotiators who crafted the Peace of Westphalia did not think when they were laying the foundation for a globally applicable system. They made no attempt to include neighboring Russia, which was then reconsolidating its own order after the nightmarish times of trouble by the enshrining principles distinctly at odds with Westphalia balance, a single absolute ruler, a unified religious orthodoxy, and a program of territorial expansion in all directions. Nor did all the major power centers regard the Westphalian settlement. So to the extent they learned of it at all as relevant to their own region, the idea of the world order was applied to the West, to the geographic extent known to the statements of this time, a pattern repeated in other regions. This was largely because the then prevailing technology did not encourage or even permit the operations of a single global system, with no means of interacting with each other on a sustained basis, and no framework for measuring the power of one religion against another. Each region viewed it, its own order as a unique and defined the other as a barbarianist, governed in a manner incomprehensible to the established system and irrelevant to its design except as a thread. Each defined itself as a template for the legitimate or the organizations of all humanity, imagining that in governing what lay before it was ordering the world. At the opposite end of the Eurasian landmass from Europe, China was the center of its own hierarchical and theoretically universal concept of power. The system had operated for millennia It became a place in when the Roman Empire governed Europe as unity, basing itself not on sovereign equality of the states, but on the presumed boundlessness of the emperor reach. In this concept, sovereignty in the European sense did not exist because the emperor held sway over all under the heavens. He was the pinnacle of the political and cultural hierarchy, distinct and universal, radiating from the centers of the world in the Chinese capital downwards of all the rest of humankind. The latter were classified as a various degree of barbarian, depending on the depending in the part of the mastery of a Chinese to writing and cultural institution, a cosmography that endured well in the modern era. China, in its view, would order the world primarily by evading other societies with cultural magnificence and economic bounty, drawing them into relationship that could be managed to produce the aim of the harmony under heavens. In much of the region between Europe and China, Islam's different, so the different universal concept of the world order sway away, with its own vision of single divinely sanctioned governance uniting and pacifying the world. In the 7th century, Islam had launched itself across the continents in an unprecedented way of religious exaltations and imperial expansion. After unifying the Arab world, it taking over remnants of the Roman Empire and subsuming the Persian Empire, Islam came to govern the Middle East, North Africa, large swaths of Asia, and portion of Europe. Its version of universal order considered Islam destined to expand over the realm of war, as it called all regions populated by unbelief was, until the whole world was unitary system, brought into the harmony by the message of the Prophet Muhammad. As Europe builds its own, multi-state order, the Turkish-based Ottoman Empire revived this claim to single legitimate governance and spread its supremacy through the Arab heartland, the Mediterranean, to the Balkans and the Eastern Europe. It was aware of Europe's nascent interstate orders. It considered it not a model but a source of division to be exploited for westward Ottoman expansions. As Sultan Mehmed, I think I've seen his, the series, right, the Ottoman Empire series. As Sultan Mehmed the Conqueror, admonished the Italian city-states practicing an early version of multipolarity in the 15th century. You are 20 states, you are in disagreements among yourself. There must be only one empire, one faith, and one sovereignty in the world. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, the foundation of a distinct vision of the world order was being laid in the New World. As Europe 17th century political and sectarian conflict raged, Puritan settlers had set out to redeem God's plan with an errand in the wilderness that would free them from adherence to establish and, in their view, corrupted structure of authority. They would build, as Governor John Winthrop preached in 1630, abroad a ship bound for the Massachusetts settlements, a city upon a hill, inspiring the world through the justness of its principle and the power of its example. In the American view of the world orders, peace and balance would occur naturally, and ancient enmities would be set aside. Once another nations were given the task, the principles in their own governance that Americans had in theirs. The task of foreign policy was not so much the pursuit of specifically American interest as the cultivation of shared in principle. In time, the United States would become the indispensable defender of the world Europe design. Yet, even as the United States lent its strength to the efforts, an ambivalence endured. If the American vision rested not on an embrace of the European balance of power system, but on the achievements of the peace through the spread of the democratic principle. The contemporary now global Westphalian system, what call it colloquially, one colloquially is called colloquially is called the world community, has striven to its curtail the anarchical nature of the world with an extensive network of international legal and organization structure designed to foster open trades and a stable international financial system, establish accept their principles of resolving international disputes and set limits on the conduct of the wars that they do occur. The system of state now encompasses every culture and religion, its distinction, its instinct, its institution, and provided a neutral framework for the interaction of diverse societies to a large extent independent of their respective values. Yet Westphalian principles are being challenged on all sides. Sometimes in the name of the world order itself, Europe has set out to depart from the state system it designed and to transcend it through a concept of pooled sovereignty. And ironically, though Europe invented the balance of power concept, it has consciously and severely limited the elements of the power in its own new institutions. Having downgraded its military capacities, Europe has little scope to respond with the universal norms that are it. In the Middle East, jihadists on both sides of the Sunni and Shia divide tiers of societies and dismantle the state in quest of vision of global revolution based on the fundamental version of the religions. So most of the listeners who are not aware of in Islam, in the entire Islam is divided into two groups. First is equals to there is a Shia and then there's a Sunni. So most of the population in the world of the Muslims are Sunni, but but some part of the world are have a Shia Sunni. For example, Iran. Iran is a Shia majority country. Divide the taste society in this panel and state in the quest of the vision of global revolution based on the fundamentalist version of the religion, the state itself, as well as the regional system based on it is in jeopardy, assaulted by ideologies rejecting its constraints as illegitimate and terrorist militias that in several countries are stronger than the armed forces of the government. Asia, in some ways, the most strikingly successful in the region to adopt in concept of sovereignty, sovereign statehood, still recalls alternative concept of order with nostalgia and churns with rivalries and historical claims of the kind that the dashes European order a century ago. Nearly every country considered itself to be the rising, driving disagreements to the edge of the confrontations. The United States has alternated, between the defending the Westphalian system and castigating its premise of balance of power and non-interference in domestic affairs as immoral and outmoded, and sometimes both as at once. It continues to assert the universal relevance of its value in building of peaceful world orders and reserve the right to support them globally. Yet, after withdrawing from three wars in two generations, three wars in two generations, each began with the idealistic aspiration and widespread public support, but ending in a national promise. Americans struggle to define the relationship between its power, still vast, and its principle. All of the major centers of the world practices elements of Westphalian in order to some degree, but none consider itself the natural dependence of the system. All are undergoing significant internal shifts. Can regions with such a divergent culture, histories, and traditional theories of water and vindicate the legitimacy of any common system? Success in such an effort will require an approach that respects both the multi-fariousness of the human condition and the ingrained human quest of freedom. Order in this sense must be cultivated. It cannot become imposed. This is particularly so in an age of instantaneous communications and revolutionary political flux. Any system of world orders to be sustainable must be accepted as not only by leaders but also by citizens. It must reflect two truths. Order without freedom, and even if sustained by momentary exaltations, eventually create its own counterpoise. Yet freedom cannot be secured or sustained without a framework or order to keep the peace. Order and freedom, sometimes described as opposite poles on the spectrums of any experience, should instead be understood as interdependent. Can today's leaders rise above the urgency of day-to-day events to achieve this balanced legitimacy and power? An answer to this question must deal with the three levels of order. World order describes the concept held by a region or civilization about the nature of just arrangement and the distribution of power thought to be applicable to the entire world. And international order is the practical application of this concept to a substantial part of the globe, large enough to affect the global balance of powers. Regional orders involve the same principle applied to the defined geographic areas. Any one of the systems of order bases itself on two components, as set up commonly accepted rules that defines the limits of permissible actions and balance of power that enforces constraint, restraints for rule breakdowns, preventing one political unit from subjugating all of this. Consensus on the legitimacy of the existing arrangement does not, now or in the past, foreclose competitions with confrontations, but it helps ensure that they will occur as adjustments within the existing order rather than fundamental challenge. A balance of forces does not itself secure peace, but if thoughtfully assembled and invoked, it can limit the scope and frequency of fundamental challenges and curtail the chances of succeeding when they occur. No book can hope to address every historic approach to international orders or every country now active in shaping world affairs. Its volume attempts to deal with the regions whose concept of order have most shaped the evolution of modern eras. The balance between legitimacy and power is extremely complex. The smaller the geographic area to which it applies, and the more coherent the cultural convictions within, the easier it is to distill a workable consensus. But in modern world, the need for a global world order, an array of entities run related to each other by history or values, except at arm's length, and defining themselves essentially by the limits of their capabilities, is likely to generate conflict, not order. During my first visit to Beijing, undertaken in 1971 to re-establish contact with China after 2 decades of hostility, I mentioned that to the American delegations. So 1971 is the time when Bangladesh was liberated and there was a conflict, and the relationship between India and United States was not good. I mentioned that to an American delegation, China was a land of mystery. Premier Zhou Luana responded, "You will find it not mysterious. When you have become familiar with it, it will not seem so mysterious as before. There were 900 million Chinese, back then. So right now, it's like 1.3 billion people he observed, and it seemed perfectly normal to them. So in our time, the quest for world order will require relating the perceptions of societies whose relative have largely been self-contained. The mystery to be overcome is one all people share: how divergent historic experience and values can be shaped into a common order. So I think this is chapter number 1. Europe, the pluralistic international order, the uniqueness of the European order. Europe is a big continent, and Europe also. If you see the Western Europe, then there's a Eastern Europe, and most of the West, they are, I wouldn't say under, but the ideologies matches more with the United States, and Eastern Europe, their ideologies matches more with the Russia, back then Soviet Union. So you'll find most of the Western European nations are more liberal, um, and more like a left wing ideologies. And if you compare with the right side, or the Eastern Europe, countries like Romania, and what all there European, right? So yeah, so Estonia, uh, Belarus. So they are all little conservative in that sense. So, and also less developed. The uniqueness of European order. The history of most civilization is a tale of the rise and the fall of an empire. Okay, this seems like interesting because I like empires. I want to build my own empires. Yes, I want to build my own empire. The history of most civilization. Okay, the history of most civilization is a tale of the rise and fall of an empire. I've watched The Rise and Fall of an Empire, the series on Netflix. Order was established by the internal governance, not through an equilibrium among states. Strong when the central authority was cohesive, more haphazard under weaker rulers. In imperial system, war generally took place at the frontiers of the empire as a civil wars. Peace was identified with the reach of imperial power. In China and Islam, political contests were fought for control of an established framework of order. Dynasties change, but each new ruling group portrayed itself as restoring a legitimate system that had fallen into the disrepair. In Europe, no such revolution took hold. With the end of Roman rule, pluralism became the defining characteristics of the European order. The idea of Europe loomed as a geographic designation, as an expression of a Christianity or of a court society, or as the center of the enlightenment of a community or of the educated and modern East. Yet, although it was comprehensible as a single civilization, Europe never had a single governance or a united fixed identity. It changed the principle in the name of which various united govern themselves at the frequent intervals, experimenting with a new concept of political legitimacy or international orders. In other regions of the world, a period of competing rulers came by posterity to be regarded as a time of troubles, a civil war, or a warlord period, a lamented interludes of disunity that have been transcended. Europe thrived on fragmentations and embraced its own divisions. Distinct competing dynasties and nationalities were perceived as not as a form of a chaos to be expunged, but in the idealized view of the European statesman, sometimes conscious, sometimes not, as an intricate mechanisms tending towards a balance that preserved each people's interests, integrity, autonomy for more than 1,000 years. In the mainstream of modern European state of order has derived from equilibrium and identify from resistant to universal rule. It is not that the European monarchs were more immune to the glories of conquest than their counterparts in the other civilizations, or more committed to an ideal of a diversity in the abstract. Rather, they lacked the strength to impose their will on each other decisively. In times, pluralism took on the characters of a model of a world order. As Europe in our time transcended this pluralistic society, or to the internal struggle of the European Union format, for 500 years, the Romans' imperial rule has ensured a single set of laws or common defenses and an extraordinary level of civilizations. The fall of Rome, conventionally dated in 476, the empire disintegrated. in what historians have called the Dark Ages. Nostalgia for the lost universality flourished, the origin of harmony and the unity focused increasingly on the church. In that worldview, Christendom was a single society administered by two complementary authorities, civil governance and the successor of a Caesar, maintaining order in the temporal sphere, and the church, the successors of a Peter, tending to universal and absolute principle of salvation. Augustine of Hippo, writing in North Africa as Roman rule crumbled, theologically concluded that the temporal of political authority was legitimate to the extent that it furthered the pursuit of a God creating life and with its man salvation. The R2 system. Pope Gelasius, I wrote to the Byzantine Emperor as Anans in AD 494, under which this world is governed. The sacred human authority of the priest and the royal powers of this, the greater weight is with the priest sovereign insofar as they will answer to the laws. Even for kings in the last judgments, the real world order was in the sense not in this world. This all-encompassing concept of world order has to had to contend with the anomaly from the start. In the post-Roman Europe, dozens of political rulers exercise sovereignty with no clear hierarchy among them, all in field to clear Christ, but their link to the church and its authority was ambiguous. Fierce debates retained the delineation of a church authority, while kingdoms with separate military and independent policies maneuvered for advantage in a manner that the bore no apparent relation to the Augustan city of God. Aspirations to unity were briefly realized on Christian Day in 800s. When Christmas Day 800s, when Pope Leo III crowned Charlemagne, the Frankish king and the conqueror of much of present-day France and Germany, as Imperator Romanorum, Emperor of the Romans, and awarded him the theoretical title of the former eastern half of the erstwhile Roman Empire. At that point, the land of Byzantium, the emperor pledged to the Pope to defend all and outside the Holy Church of Christ from the pagan incursions and infidel devastations abroad, and within to add to strengthen the Catholic Church by our recognition of it. But Charlemagne Empire did not fulfill its aspirations. In fact, it began to crumble almost as soon as it was inaugurated. Charlemagne, besets by this task closer to the homes, so never attempt to rule lands or the erstwhile witness Roman Empire to the Pope had allotted him. In the West, he made little progress in capturing Spain from its Moorish conqueror. After Charlemagne's death, his successors sought to reinforce his position by appeal to traditions, by naming his position the Holy Roman Empire, by debilitated civil wars less than a century after its founding. Charlemagne's empire passed from the scene as a coherent political unity, though its name remained in use throughout a shifting series of traders until 1806. China had its emperor, Islam had its caliph, the recognized leaders of the lands of the Islam. Europe had the Holy Roman Empire, but the Holy Roman Emperor operated on a much weaker base than its confidence in the civilization. He had no imperial bureaucracy at his disposal. His authority depended on his strength in the regions. He governed his dynastic capacity, essentially his family holding. His position was not formally, hereditary and dependent on elections by franchise of the later nine princes. These elections were generally decided by mature political maneuvering, assessments of religious piety, and vast financial aims. The emperor theoretically owed his authority to his investiture by the popes, but the political and logistical consideration often excluded, leaving him to rule for years as emperor-elect. Religions and politics were never merged into a single construct, leading to Voltaire truthful jest that the Holy Roman Empire was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. Medieval Europe's concept of international order reflected the case-by-case accommodation between the Pope and the Emperor and a host of other feudal rulers. A universal order based on the possibility of a single reign and a single set of legitimizing principle was increasingly drained of any practicality. A full flowering of the medieval concept of the world was envisaged by only brief with the rise of the 16th century Habsburg Prince Charles. In his rule also ushered in irrevocable decay. The stern and the poised Flemish-born prince was born to rule, except for a widely noted taste was spice to 40 was generally perceived to be without vices and immune to distraction. He inherited the crowns of the Netherlands, the child and that of Spain, with its vast and expanding array of colonial initiates and Americas. At 16, shortly after 1519, he prevailed in the election for the post of the Holy Roman Emperor, making him Charlemagne's formal successor. The coincidence of this new title meant that the medieval vision seems to poised to fulfill. A single poised ruler now governed territories approximately equal to the Austria, Germany, North Italy, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Eastern France, Belgium, Netherlands, Spain, and much of the Americas. Massive, agglomerations of political power was accompanied almost entirely through the strategic marriage and gave the rise to the Habsburg ceiling. Bella Gerard Ali to Felix to leave the waging of wars to others. You happy Austria marry. Spanish explorers and conquistadors, Malays and Cortes sailed under Charles auspice, were in the process of destroying the ancient empire of the Americas and trying carrying the sacraments together with the European political power to cross the New World. Charles' armies and navies were engaged in the defense of Christendoms against a few waves of invasions by the Ottoman Turks and their surrogate in southeastern Europe and North Africa. Charles personally led a counterattack in Tunisia with a fleet funded by the gold from the New World. Caught up this heady developments, Charles was hailed by his contemporary as a great emperor since the division of the empire in 1984, 843. Destined to return the world to a single shepherd. In the tradition of Charlemagne, at his coronation, Charles vowed to be the protector and defender of the Holy Roman Church and proud paid him obeisance as a Caesar and Imperium. Pope Element from Charles as the temporal force for the seeing peace and other order established in Christendom. The Chinese or Turkish visitors to Europe at the time might well have received a seemingly familiar political system of continued presided over a single dynasty imbued by a sense of divine mandates. If Charles had been able to consolidate his authority and manage an orderly succession in the vastly Habsburg territorial conglomerates, Europe would have been shaped by a dominant central authority like a Chinese empire or the Islamic, Salafite. And it did not appear, it did not happen, nor did Charles try. In the end, it was satisfied to the base on equilibrium hegemony might be his inheritance, but not his objectives. And he proved when capturing his temporal political rival, the French King Francis II, in the Battle of Pavia in 1525. He released him, freeing France to resume a separate and adversarial foreign policy at the south of Europe. The French, king repudiated Charles' grand gestures by making a remarkable stop. So, at odds with the medieval concept of Christian statecraft of opposing military cooperations with the Ottoman Sultan Suleiman, who was then invading Eastern Europe and challenging Habsburg power from the east. The universality of the church, Charles sought to vindicate, is not to be had. He proved unable to prevent the new doctrine of Protestantism from spreading through the lands of the principal base of his power. Both religious and political unity were fracturing. The effort to fulfill his aspiration in uniting his office beyond the capabilities of a single individual. A haunting portrait of Titan from 1548 at the Munich Pinacocates reveals the torments of an eminence who cannot reach spiritual fulfillment or manipulate thee to him ultimately secondary levels of hegemonic rose. Charles resolved to abdicate his dynasty titles and divide his vast empire and did so in a manner reflecting the pluralism that had defeated his quest for unity. To his son Philip, he bequeathed the kingdom of Naples and Sicily. Naples, then the crown of Spain and its global empire in an emotional 1555 ceremony in Brussels. He reviewed the records of his resign and attested to the diligence with which he had fulfilled his duties and in process handed the States General of the General to Philip. As well, the same year, Charles concluded a landmark treaty, a piece of Augsburg, which recognized Protestantism within the Holy Roman Empire, abandoning the spiritual foundation of his empire. Charles' efforts, afforded princes the right to choose the confession or orientation of their territory. Shortly afterwards, he resigned his title as a Holy Roman Empire, passing responsibility for the empire, its upheavals, and its external challenges to his brother Ferdinand. Charles retired to the monastery in the rural region of Spain to a life of seclusion. He spent his last day in the company of his confessors and of an Italian clockmaker, whose work lined the walls and whose trade Charles attempted to learn. When Charles died in 1558, his will expressed a regret for the fracturing of what that had taken during his reign and charged his son to redouble the inquisitions. 3 events completed the disintegration of the old ideal of unity. By the time Charles V died, revolutionary changes had raised Europe's sides from region to a global empire, while fragmenting the medieval political and religious order, the beginning of the age of discovery, the invention of the printing, and the schism in the church. Okay, this one's okay. The church. Jesuit, okay. A map depicting the universe as comprehended by educated European in the medieval age would have shown northern and southern hemispheres stretching from India, in the east to the Iberia, or I don't know, Liberia, I don't know, and the islands of the British in the west and the Jerusalem in the center. In the medieval perception, this is not a map for travelers, but a stage divinely ordained from the drama of a human redemption. The world it was believed in on biblical authority was 6/7 land and 1/7 water, because the principle of salvation was fixed and could be cultivated through effort in the land known to Christendom. There were no reward for venturing past the fringes of civilization. In the Inferno, Dante described Ulysses sailing out through the Pillars of Hercules, the Rock of Gibraltar, and the adjacent heights of the North Africa at the western edge of the Mediterranean Sea in search of knowledge, and being punished for its transgressions against the God's plan by the whirlpool that dooms his ship and all is closed. The modern era announced itself with an enterprising society sought glory and wealth by exploring the ocean and whatever they beyond them. So in the 15th century, Europe and China ventured forth almost contemporaneously. Chinese ships did them the world's largest and technologically most advanced journey of the explorations reaching Southwest Asia, India, and the east coast of Africa. They exchanged presents with local dignitaries, enrolled princes in China, imperial of tribute system, and they brought home within cultural and zoological curiosities. Yet following the head navigator Zhen Xi's death in 1433, and the Chinese emperor put an end to overseas adventures and the fleet was abandoned, China continued to insist on the universal relevance of its principle of the world orders, but it would henceforth cultivate them at once with the people along its borders. It never again attempted a comparable naval efforts until perhaps of our own time. 60 years later, the European powers sailed from continents competing on sovereign authorities. Each monarch saw sponsored naval explorations, largely in the hope of achieving commercial or strategic edge over its rival. Portuguese, Dutch, English ships ventured in India. Spanish and English ships journeyed. Where was I? Okay, and strategic edge over its rival. Portuguese, Dutch, and English ships ventured to India. Spanish and English ships journeyed through the Western Hemisphere. Both began to displace existing trade monopolies and political structures. The age of the 3 centuries of the preponderance European influence in the world affairs had been launched. International relations, once the regional enterprises, would henceforth be geographically global, with the centers of gravity in Europe, in which the concept of world order was defined and its implication, determined. A revolution of thinking about the nature of the political universe follows. How was one to conceive of the inhabitants of regions no one had known existed? How did they fit into the medieval cosmology of empire and papacy? A council of theologians summoned by the King Charles V in 1550s and 51 in the Spanish cities of the Valladolid had concluded the plane. The people living in the Western Hemisphere were human beings with a soul, hence eligible for salvation. This theological conclusion was, of course, also a maxim justifying conquest and conversions. Europeans were enabled to increase their wealth and enslave their conscience simultaneously. The global computation would territorially control exchange the nature of the international orders. Europe's perspective expanded until successive colonial efforts by various European states covered most of the globe, and concept of the world order emerged with the European and the balance of the world. The second seminal event was the invention of the movable type printing in the middle of the 15th century, made it possible to share knowledge on the hitherto unimaginable scale. Medieval society had stored knowledge by memorizing or laboriously hand copying religious texts, or by understanding history through epic poetry. In the age of explorations, what was being discovered not needed to be understood, and printing permitted accounts to be disseminated. The exploration of a new world inspired as well as the quest to rediscover the ancient world and its varieties, with a special emphasis on century of individual, with the centrality of individual, the growing embrace of the season. Reason as an objective forces of illuminations and explication began to shake existing institutions, including the hitherto unassailably Catholic Church. The third revolutionary upheaval, that of the Protestant Reformation, was initiated when the Martin Luther posted in 95 this on the door of the Wittenberg Castle in Church 1517, insisting on the individual relationship with the gods. Hence, individual conscience, not established orthodoxy, was put forward as the key to salvation. So a number of the feudal rulers seized the opportunity to enhance their authority of it, and imposing on the population and enriching themselves by seizing church. Inside, each regarded the other as a heretical. And disagreements turned into life or death struggle as political sectarian disputes commingled. The barriers separating domestic and foreign disputes collapsed as sovereign-backed rival factions in the neighborhoods. Domestic, often bloody religious struggle. The Protestant Reformation destroyed the concept of the world order, sustained by the two swords of a papacy and an empire. Christianity was split and at war with itself. So this entire new world, right now, it's all going back to the ancient history of what was happening, because the one thing is constant: the human emotions, and the human emotions will not change. Other circumstances might have changed, but yeah, human emotions have not changed. 30 years war. What is legitimacy? A century of intermittent wars attended the rise and the spread of the Protestant, critique of church supremacy, and Habsburg Empire and the papacy both sought to stamp out the challenge to the authority, and Protestants resisted in defense of the new faith. The period labeled by the posterity as the 30 Years' War, 18 to 48, brought this turmoil to a climax, with an imperial succession looming and the Catholic Church of Bohemia, the Habsburg Ferdinands, emerging as the most plausible candidate. The Protestant Bohemian nobility attempted an act of regime change, offering their crowns and its decisive electoral vote to Protestants' German prince, an outcome in which the Holy Roman Empire would have ceased to be Catholic institutions. Imperial forces moved to church the Bohemians' rebellion and then crossed their advantage against Protestantism, generally triggering a war that devastated Central Europe. The Protestant princes were generally located in the north of Germany, including the then relatively insignificant Prussia. The Catholic heartland was the south of the Germany and Austria. In theory, the emperor, fellow Catholic sovereigns were obliged to unite in opposition, in the new heresies. Yet faced with the choice between spiritual unity and the strategic advantage, more than a few chose the latter. Amongst most them was France. In a period of general upheaval, a country that maintains a domestic authority is in a position to exploit chaos in neighboring states for larger international objectives. A cadre of sophisticated and ruthless French ministers saw the opportunity and moved decisively. The Kingdom of France began the process of giving itself a new governance in feudal system. I think in feudal system means controlled by the landlords, right? Feudal system means FEUD. Feudal system mean feudal system or feudalism was a hierarchical, social and political military structure in medieval Europe and Japan, where landowners granted land to tenants in exchange for loyalty services. Okay, yeah, feudalism. Okay, so yeah, understood. Okay, monarchism represents serfs. In feudal system, authority were personal. Governance reflected the ruler's will, but was also circumscribed by this tradition, limiting the resources available for country's national or international actions. France chief minister from 1624 to 1622, 24 to 42, Armand Jean Duplessis. Cardinal de Richelieu was the first statement to overcome this limitation. A man of the close, steep in court intrigue, Richelieu was well adapted to a period of religious upheaval and crumbling established structures. As the youngest of three sons from the minor noble family, he embarked on a military career, but then switched to theology after his brother's unexpected resignation from bishopric of Lucans, considered a family birthright. Lower holds the Richelieu completed his religious studies so swiftly that he was below the normal minimum age for a clerical appointment. He resolved this obstacle by traveling to Rome and personally lying to the Pope about his age. His credential obtained launches himself into the fractional politics at the French royal courts, becoming first a close aide to the Queen Mother, Mary de Medici, and the trusted advisor to her political rival, her minor son King, Louis 8. So when I was in my school in class 7 or 8, I guess, we had to do a chapter to study about the Louis 16. Both envisaged a strong distrust of I want to see what is Louis 16 has done. Okay, which French king is famous? I think Louis 14. Louis 14, known as the Sun King. Louis is the most famous French king, ruling from 1643 to 1715. He held the longest reign in European history, centralized absolute power, and built the opulent palace of Versailles. Okay, so he was the palace. Louis 14. I thought it was Louis 16. Okay, so Palace of Versailles. Notable figure includes Francis, patron of this one, and Henry IV. Louis 14, Sun King, famous for establishing an absolute monarchy, creating the Palace of Versailles and dominating European affairs for over 70 years. Louis 14 and Louis 16, yes. Louis 16 famous for being the last king of France before the fall of the monarchy during French revolutions. Okay, I think we've studied Louis 16 and French revolutions also, right? Okay, explain it. Summary of Louis 16. Okay, Louis Pasteur. Okay, Louis Pasteur also I think I've studied. What is it? Louis Pasteur was a pioneering French chemist and microbiologist, known as the father of microbiology, revolutionized medicines and industry by the germ theory. Okay, so Louis 16 and French Revolution. So I think he was a weak leader, I guess, because of that French Revolution happens. Louis XVI, the period 1774 to 1792 was the first. 1776. So around that time, the United States got independent. 1776 was the first, and I think the British came. Okay, just wait. Okay, British came to India. Okay, when did British came to India? I think if it's 250 years rule, that means 900. Okay, so entire 19. Okay, not entire 1900s. Okay, so entire 1817. Okay, around 1700 it came. The British India first arrived in this ones on 1600s. Landing at Surat, they established the initial former place and Mughal court soon after they protected with over 70 years before transition colonial wage starting. Started British colonial started 1850. And the summary of Louis XVI. Louis XVI was the last absolute king of France before the French Revolution. His reign was defined by his inability to solve a mounting financial crisis, which eventually led to the collapse of monarchy and his execution in 1793. Key factors leading to the revolution. Louis XVI inherited a country on the brink of a bankruptcy. This was worsened by the heavy spending at the Palace of Versailles and the massive cost of supporting the American revolutions. Political indecision, often described as shy and easily influenced, Louis XVI frequently changed ministers and failed to push through essential tax reforms. His wife, Marie Antoinette, also faced public hatred for her perceived extravagance and Austrian influence. Inequality, the French third commoners bore the entire tax burden, while the clergy and nobility enjoyed tax exemptions. The State General, in a desperate bid to raise funds, Louis convened the State General in this funds when the further storming of the Bastille, July 14, 1786, rumors that the king would suppress the assembly led Parisian to storm the Bastille prison, marking the start of the violent revolution, end of the feudalism. The assembly soon abolished feudalism and issued the Declaration of the Rights of the Man of the Citizen. The downfall of the king. Flight to Venice. Louis and his family tried to flee France to seek military help from abroad, but were captured at Venice. The act destroyed the public trust and painted the king as a traitor. Trial and execution. Following declaration of the French Revolution, first public in 1792, the former king was tried for his high treason as a citizen Louis Capet. Guitelin. Okay, it was executed by Guitelin. That's a Guitelin. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I know this, right? It's like G-U and then Guillotine. Okay, Guillotine. G-U-L-L-O. Guillotine. Guillotine. That's okay. Guillotine machine designed to execute. Yes, the guillotine. The guillotine. Okay, it's called guillotine, right? It's called guillotine pronunciation. Okay, pronunciation guillotine.
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 Guillotine. What?
Guillotine.
Okay, it's not gully. That's guillotine. Okay, guillotine.
Guillotine.
Guillotine. Right? So it's a guillotine. So in American
Guillotine.
Guillotine. Okay, it's not G-I. Okay, U is silent. Guillotine. That's okay. So yeah, this is what happens, and the king death ended over 1,000 years of continuous French monarchy, and the single they started the more radical phase of revolution, including the Reign of Terror. If you have the Reign of Terror expert, then idea of this one. No, thank you. Okay, so this one's okay. French Chief Minister. Okay, and where was I? I was came back on military career, but then switched to theology for his biggest. Okay. Okay, so I was here. His credential obtained, he launched himself into the factional politics of the French royal court, becoming first a close aide to the Queen Mother, Marie de Medici, and then trusted advisor to her chief political rival, her minor son King Louis VIII. Both evinced a strong distrust of Richelieu, but racked by internal conflict with the French Huguenot Protestants, they could not bring themselves to forego his political and administrative genius. The young cleric meditation between the contending royals spawned him a recommendation to Rome for a cardinal hat. When given in, he became the highest-ranking members of the king privy in a council, maintaining the role for nearly 2 decades. The Red Eminence, also called because of his flowing red cardinal robes, because France's chief minister, the power behind the thrones, and the charting genius of any concept of centralized statecraft and foreign policy based on the balance of power. When Richelieu conducted the policies of his country, Machiavelli, treatises on statesmanship circulated. It is not known whether Richelieu was familiar with this text on politics of power. He surely practiced this, practiced their essential principle. Richelieu developed a radical approach to international orders. He invented the idea that the state was an abstract and permanent entity existing in its own right. Its requirements were not determined by the ruler personality, family interest, or the universal demand of religions. Its Lord Star was the national interest of following calculable principles, which later became known as the Resin di Ta. Hence, it should be basic units of international relations. Ritually commanded the incipient state as an instrument of high policy. It centralized authority in Paris, created so-called intendants or professional stewards to project the government authority into every district of the kingdom, brought efficiency to the gathering of taxes, and decisively challenged traditional local authorities of the old nobility. Royal power could continue to be exercised by the king as a symbol of the sovereign states and an expression of the national interest. Ritually saw the turmoil in Central Europe not as a call to arm to defend the church, but as a means to check imperial Habsburg preeminence. Retaliations. Okay, though France's king had been styled as the Rex Catholicismus, or the most Catholic king, since the 14th century, France moved at first unobtrusively, then openly to support the Protestant coalition or Sweden, Prussia, and the North German princes on the basis of the cold national interest calculations. To outrage complaints that they act as a cardinal, he owed a duty to the universal and eternal Catholic Church, which would imply an alignment against the rebellion Protestant prince of Northern and Central Europe. Richelieu cited his treaties as a minister to temporarily with vulnerable political entities. Salvation might be his personal objectives, but as a statesman, he was responsible for a political entity that did not have an eternal soul to be redeemed. A man is immortal. His salvation is hereafter. He said, "The state has no immortality. His salvation is is now or never." The fragmentation of Central Europe was perceived by Richelieu as a political and military necessity. The basic threat to France was strategic, not metaphysical or religious. United Central Europe would be in a position to dominate the world and the rest of the continent. Hence, it was in France's national interest to prevent the consolidation of a central power. If the Protestant party is entirely ruined, the brunt of the power of the House of Austria will fall on France. France, by supporting a plethora of small states in Central Europe and weakening Austria, achieve its strategic objective. Richelieu design would endure through vast upheavals for 2.5 centuries, from the emergence of Richelieu in 1624 to Bismarck proclamation of the German Empire in 1871. The aim of keeping Central Europe more or less the territory of contemporary Germany, Austria, and Northern Italy divided remained the guiding principle of French foreign policy. For as long as this concept served as the sense of the European order, France was preeminent on the continents. When it collapsed, so did France's dominant role. Three conclusions emerge from Richelieu's career. First, the indispensable element of a successful foreign policy is a long-term strategic concept based on a careful analysis of all relevant factors. Second, the statesman must distill that vision by analyzing and shaping an array of ambiguous, often conflicting pressures into coherent and purposeful directions. He or she must know where this strategy is leading and why. And third, he must act at the outer edge of the possible, bridging the gap between his society experiences and aspirations, because repetition of the familiar leads to stagnation, no little daring required. The Peace of Westphalia. In our time, the Peace of Westphalia has acquired a special resonance as the path breaker of a new concept of international order that has spread around the world. The representative Westphalia. Just wait. Okay, I'll just go and do it again. Okay, Westphalia means which current day? Westphalia. Okay, the Peace of Westphalia was a series of treaties that ended the 30 years. Westphalia. The Peace of Westphalia was a series of treaties that ended the 30 years war in the Holy Roman Empire and 80 years war between Spain and the Dutch people. It established the modern concept of sovereign state, recognized territorial integrity, and provided legal recognition for Calvinism and religious tolerance. Okay. Birth of sovereignty. Okay, the treaties are considered the foundation of our modern international relations. Okay, I didn't know that. The Peace of Westphalia. The treaties are considered the foundation of modern international relations, establishing the principle that each state has exclusive sovereignty over its own territory and international affairs. End of religious wars. It reinterpreted the Peace of Augsburg, bringing stability to Central Europe by recognizing the equality of Protestant and Catholic denominations. Territorialship. The Dutch Republic and the Swiss Confederation gained independence. France and Sweden received territory, strengthening their positions. Imperial restructuring. The power of the Holy Roman Emperor was weakened, and the various princes within empire were granted more authority, including the right to engage in foreign policy, provided it was not against the empire. Modern diplomacy. It sets up precedents for using a peace conference and negotiating rather than just a military victory to settle conflict. History significant. The treaties of Münster and Osnabrück, collectively known as the Peace of Westphalia, fundamentally altered European power dynamic in moving towards a more secular state. Okay. Westphalia. Okay, so Westphalia is a region in northwestern Germany located between Rhine and Weser River. Modern status, it is currently part of a German state of North Rhine-Westphalia, although the modern scholars sometimes debate the extent to which this 1648 treaty instantly created the modern nation-state system. It remains a defining symbolic. Okay. In our times, the Peace of Westphalia has acquired a special resonance as the pathbreaker of a new concept of international order that has spread all around the world. This representative meeting to negotiate were more focused at the time on consideration of protocol status. By the time representative of the Holy Roman Empire and its two main adversaries, France and Sweden, agreed in principle to convene a peace conference, the conflict had ground on for 23 years. Another 2 years of battle transpired before the delegation actually met. In the meantime, each side maneuvered to strengthen its allies and internal constituencies. Unlike other landmark agreements such as the Congress of Vienna in 1814 to 15, or the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. Yes, Treaty of Versailles. I think this one is the treaty which led to the end of the First World War. The Peace of Westphalia did not emerge from a single conference, and the setting was not one generally associated with the gathering of a statesman pondering a transcendent question of a world order. Mirroring the variety of containers in a war that had ranged from Spain to Sweden, the peace emerged from a series of separate arrangements made in two different Westphalian towns, Catholic powers, including 178 separate participants from the different states, constituting the Holy Roman Empire, gathered in Catholic city of Munster. Protestant power gathered in the mixed Lutheran and Catholic city of Osnabrück, roughly 30 miles away. The 235 official envoy and their staff took up residence in whatever room they could find in a small two cities, neither of which had ever been considered suitable for large-scale events, let alone a congress of all European powers. The Swiss envoy lordship of a wool weaver shop in a room that stank of sausage and fish oil, while the Bavarian delegation secured. Bavarian, I think it's Germany, right? Okay, German. But delegation secured tight 18 beds for its 29 years members, with no official conference head or mediators or no plenary sessions. A representative met on an ad hoc basis and traveled in a neutral zone between these two cities to coordinate positions, sometimes meeting informally in towns to middle. Some of the major powers stationed representative in both cities compared continued in various parts of Europe throughout the war talks, and while with shifting military dynamics affecting the course of a negotiation. Most representative had come with the eminently practical instruction based on strategic interest, while they employed almost identical high-minded phrases about achieving a peace for Christendom. Too much blood had been spilled into conceived of reaching this lofty goal through a doctrinal or political unity. It was now taken for granted that the peace would be built, if at all, through balancing rivalries. The Peace of Westphalia had emerged from those convoluted discussion, and is probably the most frequently cited diplomatic document in European history. Though, in fact, no single treaty exists to embody its terms, nor did delegates ever meet in a single plenary session to elaborate. The peace is in reality the sum of the separate complementary agreements signed at different times in different cities. In the 1648 peace in Munster, Spain recognized the independence of the Dutch Republic, capping an 8 decades long Dutch revolt that had merged with the 30 Years' War. In October 1648, separate grouping of the powers signed the Treaty of Munster and the Treaty of the Osnabrück, with the term mirroring each other's and incorporating key provision by reference. Both of the main multilateral treaties proclaim that their intent as a Christian, universal, perpetual, true, and sincere peace and friendship for the glory of the God and security of the Christendom. The operative terms were not substantially different from other documents of the period, yet the mechanisms through which they were be reached were unprecedented. The war had shattered pretensions to universality or a confession solidarity, began as a struggle of a Catholic against Protestant, particularly after France entry against the Catholic Holy Roman Empire. It had turned into a free for all shifting and conflicting alliances, much like the Middle Eastern configurations of our own period. Sectarian alignments were invoked for solidarity, and the motivation in the battlefield were just as often discarded, trumped by clashes of geopolitical interest or simply the ambition of outsized personalities. Every party had been abandoned at some point during the war by its natural allies. None signed the documents under the illusion that it was doing anything but advancing its own interest and prestige. Paradoxically, this general exhaustion and cynicism allowed the participants to transform the practical means of ending in a particular war into general concept of world war. With dozens of battle-hardened parties meeting to secure hard-won against old forms of hierarchical differences were widely discarded. The inherent equality of sovereign states, regardless of their power or domestic system, was instituted. Newly arrived powers such as the Sweden and the Dutch Republic were granted protocol treatment equal to that of established great powers like France and Austria. All kings were referred to as Their Majesty, and all the ambassadors Excellency. Okay, so I think this is where it started. Majesty, Excellency, right? Okay, so this is exactly what I came to know, right? Okay, all the kings were referred to as Your Majesty, and all the ambassadors Excellency. This novel concept was carried so far that the delegation demanding absolute equality devised a process of entering the sites of negotiation through individual doors, requiring the constructions of many entrances and advancing to the seat at the equal speed so that the none would suffer the ignominy of waiting for the other to arrive at its convenience. The Peace of Westphalia became a turning point in history of nations because the element it sets in place were as uncomplicated as they were sweeping. The state, not the empire, dynasty, or the religious confession, was affirmed as the building block of European orders. The concept of state sovereignty was established. The right of each signatory to choose its own domestic structure and religious orientation, freed from intervention, was reaffirmed. Upon while noble clauses ensured that the minority sects could practice their faith in peace and be free from the prospect of forced convergence. Beyond the immediate demands of the moment, the principle of the system of international relations were taking shape, motivated by the common desire to avoid a recurrence of total war on the continents. Diplomatic exchange, including the stationing of a residence representative in the capital of a fellow states, a practice followed before generally only by the Venetians, were designed to regulate relations and promote the arts of peace. The parties envisioned future conference and consultations on the Westphalian model as a forum for settling dispute before they led to the conflict. International laws developed by traveling scholar advisors such as Hugo de Rust during the war was treated as an expendable body of the great doctrines and aimed at the cultivation of harmony with the Westphalia treaties themselves, as it said. The genius of the system and the reason for its spread across the world was that its provisions were procedural, not substantive. If a state would accept this basic requirement, it could be recognized as an international citizen able to maintain its own culture, politics, religion, and internal politics, shielded by the international system from outside intervention. The ideal of imperial or religious unity, the operating premise of Europe's and most other regions' historical orders had implied that in theory only one center of power could be fully legitimate. With the Westphalia concept of multiplicity as starting in point and to a variety of multiple societies, each accepted as a reality into a common search for orders. By the mid 20th century, this international system was in place on every continent. It remains the scaffolding of the international order such as it now exists. The Peace of Westphalia did not mandate a specific arrangement of alliances or a permanent European political structure. With the end of the Universal Church as the ultimate source of legitimacy and the weakening of the Holy Roman Empire, the ordering concept for Europe became the balance of power, which by definition involves ideological neutrality and adjustment to the evolving circumstances. The 19th century British statesman Lord Palmerston expressed its basic principles as follows: we have no eternal allies and we have no perpetual enemies. Our interests are eternal and perpetual. I think this is where the quote came, right? In geopolitics, there's no enemy, there's no friend. It's always a permanent interest of your country. We have no eternal allies and we have no perpetual enemies. Our interests are eternal and perpetual, and those interests is our duty to follow. As to define this interest more specifically in the form of an official foreign policy, they claim in steward of British power professed. When people ask me for what is called a policy, the only answer is that we mean to do what may seem to be best upon each occasion as it arises, making the interest of our country one guiding principle. Of course, this receptively simple concept worked for Britain in part because its ruling classes was trained in a common, almost intuitive sense of what the country's enduring interests were. There's a map. Okay, there's a map. So the map is not clear, but I can I could see that this is a map of the Europe. Portugal. This is Portugal. This is This is Portugal. This is Spain, and in Spain they have border with it. Okay, so this is Portugal, Spain, France. Okay, and France, and then middle this is the Switzerland, and then you have Italy and all that thing. You have Belgium here, and then you have Germany, entire the big one, Germany, Belgium, Germany. Okay, Liechtenstein and all that, and then there's a UK, Scotland. So this is Europe after the Peace of Westphalia. Today, this Westphalian concept are often maligned as a system of cynical power manipulations, indifferential to more moral claims. Yet the structure established in the Peace of Westphalia represented the first attempt to institutionalize an international order on the basis of the agreed rules and the limits as to base it on a multiplicity of a power rather than the dominance of a single country. The concept of raison d'etat and the national interest of raison d'etat. I've not heard of it, but raison d'etat. Okay, raison meaning French. Raison means reasons. Okay, reason. Raison d'etat is equals to
raison d'etat.
Raison d'etat, a purely political reason for actions on the part of a ruler or governments. Okay, meaning raison d'etat.
Raison d'etat.
Raison d'etat, a political reason for action on the part of a ruler or a government, especially where a departure from openness justice is equals to the meaning of raison d'etat equals to reason of a state. Reason of a state, justification for a nation foreign policy on the basis of the national interest. Okay, so reason. and in national interest made their first appearance, representing not an exaltation of a power but an attempt to rationalize and limit its use. Armies had marched across Europe for a generation under the banner of a universal and contradictory moral claims. Prophets and conquerors had unleashed total war in pursuit of a mixture of personal, dynasty, imperial, and religious ambitions. The theoretically logical and predictable, intermeshing of states' interests was intended to overcome the disorders unfolding in every corner of a continent. Limited wars or calculable issues would replace the era of contending universalisms with its forced expulsion and convergence and general war consuming civil populations. With all its ambiguities, the balancing of power was though an improvement over the exactions of religious wars. But how was the balance of power to be established? In theory, it was based on reality, since every participant in it should see alike, but each society perceptions are affected by its domestic structure, culture, and history, and by the overriding reality. The elements of the power over objectives are in constant flux. Hence, the balance of power needs to be recalibrated from time to time. So it produces the wars, whose extent it also limits. Okay. This looks a long one. Okay, the French Revolution and governments. Okay, so we'll talk about the French Revolutions also. The operation of the Westphalian system. With the Treaty of Westphalia, the papacy had been confined to ecclesiastical functions, and the doctrine of sovereignty equality reigned. What political theory would then explain the origin and justify the function of the secular political order? In his Leviathan, published in 1651, 3 years after the Peace of Westphalia, Thomas Hobbes provided such a theory. He imagined a state of nature in the past when the absence of authority produced a war of all against all. To escape such an intolerable insecurity, he theorized people delivered its right to sovereign power in return for the sovereign provisions of security for all within the state's border. The sovereign state monopoly on power was established as the only way to overcome the perpetual fear of violent death and war. The social contract in Hobbes' analysis did not apply beyond the borders of a state, for no supranational sovereignty existed to impose order. Therefore, just wait. Concerning the offices of one sovereign to another, which are comprehended in that law, which is commonly called the law of a nation. I need not say anything in this place, because the law of nations and the law of nature is the same thing, and every sovereign has the same rights in procuring the safety of its people that any particular man can have in procuring the safety of its. I think he's talking about the sovereignty of any nations. Every nation have its have their own right for the security and the sovereignty of a country. The international arena remained in the state of nature and was anarchical, because there was no world sovereign available to make it secure, and none could be practically constituted. Thus, each state would have to place its own national interest above all in a world where power was the paramount factor. Cardinal Richelieu would have empathetically agreed. Just made, I want to see which character. I think is related to some prime minister or a big person. President d'etat. Coup d'etat. Mr. Cardinal and former Secretary of the State of Affairs of the France. So he's a foreign minister of France. And coup d'etat, I think I've heard of coup d'etat. Coup d'etat, right? Coup d'etat means coup d'etat, a certain violent and unlawful seizure of a power from a government, a coup d'etat.
Coup d'etat.
A coup d'etat. The Peace of Westphalia is in its early practice implemented a Hobbesian world. How was this new balance of power to be recalibrated? A distinction must be made between the balance of power as a factor and the balance of power as a system. Any international order to be worthy of that name must sooner or later reach an equilibrium, or else it will be in a constant state of warfare, because the medieval world contained dozens of principalities, so practical balance of power frequently existed. In fact, after the Peace of Westphalia, the balance of power made its appearance as a system, that is to say, bringing it apart was accepted as one of the key purposes of foreign policy. Disturbing, it would evoke a coalition on behalf of equilibrium. The rise of Britain as a major naval power by early in the 18th century made it impossible to turn the facts of the balance of power into a system. So when you say early 18th century, right? 18th century means, so he's talking about the early 18th century, means 1700s to 1800s. Control of the sea enabled Britain to choose the timing and scale of its involvement on the continent to act as the arbiters of the balance of power. So what I've understood that right now mostly we're talking about the France, because in early 17th and 18th century, France was the dominant power in the world, and later it became United Kingdom, and then it became America. So, but now there's a multipolar polarity, right? So China, there's a Russia, there's a India, there's a Brazil, and all is coming. Okay, and yeah, control of the sea enabled Britain to choose the timing and scale of its involvement in the continent to act as the arbiters of the balance of power. Indeed, they guarantor that Europe would have balance of power at all. So so long as England assessed its strategic requirement correctly, it would be able to back the weaker side on the continent against the stronger, preventing any single country from achieving the hegemony in Europe and thereby mobilizing the resources of the continent to challenge Britain's control of the sea. Until the outbreak of the World War I, England acted as the balancer of equilibrium. It fought in European wars, but with shifting alliances, not in pursuit of a specific purely national cause, but by identifying the national interest with the preservation of the balance of power. Many of these principles apply to America's role in the contemporary world, as it will be discussed later. There were, in fact, two balances of power being conducted in Europe after the Westphalia settlement. The overall balance, of which England acted as a guardians, was the protector of the general stability. A central European balance, essentially manipulated by the France, aimed to prevent the emergence of the unified Germany in a position to become the most powerful country on the continent. For more than 200 years, this balances kept Europe from tearing itself into pieces as it had during 30 years to war. They did not prevent war, but they limited its impact because equilibrium, not total conquest, was the goal. The balance of power can be challenged in at least two ways. The first is if a major country augments its strength to a point where it threatens to achieve hegemony. The second occurs when a heretofore secondary state seeks to enter the rank of the major powers and set up a series of compensating adjustments for the powers until a new equilibrium established on a general configuration takes place. The Westphalian system met both tests in the 18th century, first by thwarting the thrust for hegemony by France Louis XIV, then by adjusting the system to the insistence that Prussia Frederick the Great for the equal status. Louis XIV took control of the French crown in 1661 and developed Richelieu's concept of governance to unprecedented level. The French king had in the past ruled through federal law with their own autonomous claim to authority based on hereditary. Louis governed through a royal bureaucracy dependent entirely on him. He downgraded a courtier of a noble blood and ennobled bureaucrats. What counted as a service to the king was not rank of birth. The brilliant finance minister Jean-Baptiste Colbert, son of a provincial trapper, was charged with unifying the tax administration, finance, and consular. The memoirs of Saint Simon, a duke by inheritance and a man of letters, bear a bitter witness to the social transformation. I want to see, each period of time in history with its leading place or country. Okay, so medieval and so ancient and classical antiquity equals to 3500 BCE equals to before Christ. Just wait, I will see the exact meaning of this. BCE full form before common era. Before common era. So before common era, early Bronze Age equals to 3500 equals to summer Mesopotamian, rise of the urban life and writing. So this is the brief history. So Mesopotamia means current day, I think it's Iran. Mesopotamian, rise of this one, and then came Old Middle Kingdom is equals to Egypt, unified state dominating the Nile and Mediterranean. Then came Iron Age Empire, superior military technology in Western Asia, classical Persia, and then came Persia. Persian Empire, Iran first grew in a pan-Eurasian empire stretching in from India to Greece. Then came classical Greece, Athens and Macedonia, philosophical, cultural, and military dominance under Alexander the Great. So that is before 480 before Common Era. Roman Han era, Rome and China. So Han Dynasty, dual superpower splitting Eurasia, this one's, and then came late antiquity equals to 200 and 250, 50 Common Era, Roman Empire, Western and Eastern, codified law and structure. Then came medieval, medieval and post-classical period. So that is equals to 600 equals to this one. Byzantine Empire, Eastern Roman, and Sui and Tangcha in China. And then came these caliphates equals to unmade and Abbasid Caliphate, scientific this ones, and then Mongol Empire, largest continuous land empire dominating Eurasia, 13th century, and then came 15th century, Ming China, Ottoman Empire, and then came early modern and colonial period equals to 16th century. So before first is equals to it was Spain, and then France, and then Britain. So first equals to Spain, dominance, Europe power, and global colonial empire. It was Spanish. So first equals to in early 16th century, right? That means 1500s equals to in 15th century, there was Spanish who ruled it. And then came Dutch Republic and France. Then Dutch means that is the Netherlands, and France came under the Louis XIV. Dutch economic dominance followed by the France under Louis XIV. Then 18th century and the Britain came. 19th century Britain came, and France also transitioned towards global naval supremacy in industrial beginning. And then 19th century goes to Victorian era. It was United Kingdom Industrial Revolution leaders in the workshop of the world. And then early 20th century, USA, Germany, UK, industrial capacity shift, USA, military conflict, this one. And then Cold Era beginning to USA and Soviet Union to superpower dominating the bipolars. And then post-Cold War, 21st century history, it is USA and China, economic and technological leadership between US and China rising influence. Okay, this is the brief history. Okay, and Louis was well aware that though he might crush a nobleman with the weight of his displeasure, he could not destroy him or her, his line, whereas a secretary of a state or the other such minister could be reduced together with his whole family to those depths of nothingness from which he had been elevated. No amount of other positions would avail him then. That was one reason why he liked to give his minister authority over highest in land and even over the princes of the blood. In 1680, Louis symbolizes the nature of his all-embracing rule by assuming the title the Great to go with his earlier self-granted appellation of the Sun King. Okay, so Louis XIV is known as the Sun King. 1682, France North American territories were named Louisiana. Okay, so that's why Louisiana, right? So because of his Louis. Okay, so this is how the history is connected. This is how the history is connected right now, because in 1776 when America got independence, that time America was a very small place. Only later it became a big, this because they started purchasing. They purchased Louisiana, they purchased Alaska, they purchased, I think, most of the the big territories of the United States current. It was being purchased from other countries, right? For example, they purchased Louisiana, right? So name Louisiana because of the Louis. Sun King France North American territories were named Louisiana. The same year, Louis court moved to Versailles, where the king oversaw in elaborate details that theater monarchy dedicated overall to all his performances on majesty. With the unified king spared the ravages of the internal power, possessing a skilled bureaucracy and a military surpassing that of any neighboring state. France was for a while in a position to seek dominance in Europe. Louis' reign resolved itself into a series of almost continuous war in the end, as was the case with all the latter aspirants to European hegemony. Each new conquest galvanized an opposing coalition of nations. At first, Louis' general won battles everywhere. Ultimately, they were defeated or checked everywhere, most significantly in the first decades of the 18th century by the John Churchill, later Duke of Marlborough and forebear of the great 20th century Prime Minister Winston Churchill. Louis' legions could not overcome the basic resilience of the Westphalian system. Decades after Richelieu's death, they demonstrated effectiveness of the consolidated states, centralized state pursuing a secular foreign policy and centralized administration inspired immediately unified to counterbalance French power. England, Holland, and Austria created the Grand Alliances, joined after later by Spain, Prussia, Denmark, and several German principalities. The opposition to Louis was not ideological or religious in nature. French remained the language of diplomacy and high culture through much of Europe, and the Catholic Protestant divide ran through the Allied camp. Rather, it was inherited in the Westphalia system and indispensable to preserve the pluralism. The European was inherited in the Westphalia system and indispensable to preserve the pluralism of the European order. Its character was defined in the name of contemporary observer gave it. The great moderation. Louis sought what amounted to hegemony in the name of the glory of the France. He was defeated by the Europe that sought its own order in diversity. The first half of the 18th century was dominated by the quest to contain France. The second was shaped by Prussia's effort to find a place for itself among the major powers, where Louis had fought wars to transit power into hegemony. Prussia, Frederick II went to war to transmute latent weakness into great power status. Situated in the harsh North German plain and extending from the Westphal Germany across Germany, Prussia cultivated disciplines and public service to substitute for a larger population, greater resources, a better end out countries. Split into two non-contagious pieces, it rooted precariously into the Austrian, Swedish, Russian, and the Polish sphere of the influence. It was relatively sparsely populated. Strength was the discipline with which it marshaled into its limited resources. Greater asset with a civic mindedness and efficient bureaucracy, a well-trained army. When Frederick II ascended the throne in 1740, he seemed an unlikely contender, but the greatness history has vouchsafed him. Finding the toward discipline of the position of the crown prince oppressive. He had attempted to flee to England, accompanied by the friend Hans Hermann Vo Kante. They were apprehended. The king ordered one Kate decapitated in front of a Federate, whom he submitted to a court martial headed by himself. He cross-examined his son with 178 questions, which Frederick answered so aptly that he was reinstated. Surviving this shearing experience was possible only by adopting his father's austere sense of duty and developing general misanthropic attitude towards his fellow men. Frederick saw his personal authority as an absolute, but his policies as limited rigidly by the principle of raison d'etat. Ritchie had put forward a century earlier. Rulers are the slaves of their resources. Rulers are the slaves of the resources. Its credo held. Interest of the state is their law, and this law may not be infringed. Courageous and cosmopolitan. Frederick spoke and wrote French and composed sentimental French poetry, even on military campaigns, subtitling one of his literary efforts, Pastro me pour les vallées du grande bataille. He embodied the new era of enlightenment government by benevolent despotism, which was legitimized by its effectiveness, not ideology. Frederick concluded that the great power status required territorial contiguity for Persia, hence expansion. There was no need for any other political or moral justification. The superiority of our troops, the promptitude with which we can set them in motions in a world, the clear advantage we have our neighbors, is all the justification Frederick required to seize wealthy and traditionally Austrian province of Silesia. In 1740, treating this issue as a geopolitical, not a legal or moral one, Frederick aligned himself with France, which saw in Persia is a counter to Austria, Persian Empire, and retained Silesia in the peace settlements of 1742. Just wait, okay. Ottoman Empire. Just wait, okay. Persian Empire. Persian Empire is equals to current headquarter. Persian equals to this one, okay. Founded by Darius, this one served as the capital. Persipol, current king of kings, okay. Babylon. Where was Persian Empire located? The Persian Empire, specifically the Achaemenid Empire, was centered in modern day and expanded to become the largest empire. It stretches from Balkan in Europe, okay, Bulgaria, okay, Romania, and across this one, and okay, includes civilization, okay. Just wait, okay. This is Persian Empire, and then what is Ottoman Empire? Ottoman Empire. Ottoman Empire, a powerful, okay, this one Turkey, Turkish led state that spanned across this one, okay. So yeah, Ottoman is best, okay, it's a Turkish. I get confused between these two, man. Ottoman Empire and a Persian Empire. And this is Persian Empire, right? Okay, Persia. P-R-U-S-S-I. Persia was historically dominated by German state originating this one, okay. Which country is not Persia? Persia no longer exists as this one, okay. It was officially equals to, okay. It is the former territories are now primarily part of the West Poland, Eastern is Persian Empire same as Persia? I don't know, man. No, the Persian Empire or the Kingdom of Persia and Persia are not the same. They're two entirely different historical entities in different parts of the world. Persia was a European military power in Germany and Poland, where the Persia is the historic name for modern day Iran. Yeah, man, that's why I got confused. Okay, Persia and a Prussian. How do you say it? Just wait, okay.
No, the Prussian Empire.
Yeah, it's the pronunciation is same, right? No, Prussian has its roots in the Western Balkan languages, since the empire itself was the Austro-Hungarian, right? Okay, yes, that is known as the Prussia. Austro-Hungarian. Austro-Hungarian. That means the currently Austria and Hungary. Okay, and treating the issues geopolitical. Okay, this one's trend. In the process, Frederick brought war back to the European system, which had been at peace since 1713, when the Treaty of Utrecht had put an end to the ambitions of Louis XIV. The challenge to the establishment balance of power caused the Westphalian system to begin to function. The price for being admitted as a new member to the European order turned out to be 7 years of a new disastrous battle. Now the alliances were reversed, as Frederick previous allies sought to squash his operations, and the rival tried to harness Prussia's disciplined fighting force for their own aims. Russia, remote and mysterious, for the first time entered a contest over the European balance of power. At the edge of the defeat, with the Russian armies at the gate of the Berlin, Frederick was saved by the sudden death of the Catherine. Okay, so I've seen the movies of Catherine the Great. The new Tsar, a longtime admirer of Frederick, withdrew from the war. Hitler besieged in encircled Berlin in April 1945, waited for an event comparable to the so-called miracle of the House of the Brandenburg, and was told by Joseph Goebbels that it had happened when President Franklin D. Roosevelt died. The Holy Roman Empire had become a fascist. No rival, European claimant to universally authority had arisen. Almost all rulers asserted that they ruled by divine rights, a claim not challenged by any major powers, but they accepted that God had similarly endowed many other monarchs. Wars were therefore fought for limited territorial objective, to not to overthrow existing governments and institutions, not to impose a new system of relation between the states. Tradition prevented rulers from conscripting their subjects and severely constrained their ability to raise taxes. The impact of the wars on civilian population was not in a way comparable to the horror of the 30 Years' War or what technology and ideology would produce 2 centuries later. In the 18th century, the balance of power operated as a theater in which lives in the valleys were put on display, and splendors, polish, gallantry, and shows of utter self-assurance. The exercise of the power was constrained by the recognition that the system would not tolerate the hegemonic aspirations. International orders that have been the most stable have had the advantage of uniform perception. The statesmen who operated in the 18th century European order was aristocrats who interpreted intangibles like honor and duty in the same way and agreed on fundamentals. They represented a single elite society that spoke the same language, French, frequented the same salons, pursued romantic relations in each of the capitals. National interest, of course, varied, but in a world where a foreign minister could serve as a monarch of another nationality, every Russian foreign minister until 1820 was recruited abroad, or when a territory could change its national affiliation as the result of a marriage pact or a fortuitous inheritance, a sense of overarching common purpose was inherited. Power calculation in the 18th century took place against the ameliorating backgrounds of a shared sense of legitimacy and unspoken rules of international conduct. This consensus was not only a matter of decorum, it reflected the moral conviction of a common European outlook. Europe was never more united or more spontaneous than during what came to be perceived as the Age of Enlightenment. New triumphs in the science and philosophy began to displace the facturing European certainties of traditions and faiths. The swift advance of the mind on multiple fronts, physics, chemistry, astronomy, history, archaeology, cartography, rationality, bolstered a new spirit of secular illumination, arguing that the revelation of all nature's hidden mechanisms is only a question of time. The true system of the world had been recognized, developed, and perfected, wrote the brilliant French polymath, Jean Léon Albert in 1713, embodying the spirit of the age. In short, from the Earth to Saturn, from the Earth to Saturn, from the history of the heavens to that of an insect, natural philosophy has been revolutionized, and nearly all other fields of knowledge have assumed new forms. The discovery and application of a new method of philosophizing, the kind of an enthusiasm which accompanies discovers a certain exaltations of an ideas which the spectacles of the universe produces in us. All these causes have brought about a lively fermentations of mind spreading through nature in all direction like a river which has burst its dam. The fermentation has swept with a sort of a violence everything along with it which stood in its way. This fermentation based itself on a new spirit of analysis and rigorous testing of all premises, the exploration and systemization of all knowledge and endeavor symbolized by the 28-volume encyclopedia that D. Almert co-edited between 1750 and 1772, proclaimed a knowable, demystified universe with a man as its central actor and explicator. Prodigious learning would be combined. D. Alembert colleague Dennis Diderot wrote with a zeal for the best interest of the human race. Reasons would confront falsehoods with a solid principle to serve as the foundation for diametrically opposed truths, whereby we shall be able to throw down the whole edifice of mud and scatter the idle heap of dust, and instead put man on the right path. Inevitably, this new way of thinking and analysis was applied to concept of governance, political legitimacy, and international orders. The political philosopher Charles Louis II, Baron of the Montes, applied the principles of the balance of power to domestic policy by describing a concept of check and balances later institutionalized in the American constitutions. He went on from there into philosophy of history and of the mechanisms of a societal change. Surveying the histories of various societies, Montesquieu concluded that events were never caused by accidents. They were always an underlying cause that reasons could discover and then shape to the common good. It is not fortune which rules the world. I can clearly see that Henry Kissinger is a very, very, very well-read person. It is not fortune which rules the world. There are general intellectual as well as the physical causes active in every monarchy which brings about its rise, preservation, and fall. All seeming accidents are subject to these causes, and whenever an accident battle That is a particular cause he has destroyed his state. A general cause also existed which led to the fall of his state as a result of a single battle. In short, it is the general pace of things which draws all the particular events all along with it. The German philosopher Immanuel Kant. I know him. The German philosopher Immanuel Kant, probably the greatest philosopher of Enlightenment period, took Montesquieu a step further by developing a concept for permanent peaceful world order, pondering the world from a former Prussian capital of Königsberg, casting his gaze on the period of 7 Years' War, the American Revolutionary War, and the French Revolution. Kant dared to see in general upheaval the faint beginning of a new, more peaceful international order. Humanity, Kant reasons, was characterized by a distinctive unsocial sociability, the tendency to come together in a society, coupled, however, with a continual resistance which constantly threatens to break up the society. The problem of order, particularly international order, was the most difficult and the last to be solved by the human race. Men formed states to constrain their passions, but like individuals in the state of nature, each state sought to preserve its absolute freedoms, even at the cost of a lawless state of savagery. But the devastations, upheavals, and even complete inner exhaustion of their power and rising interstate clashes would, in time, oblige men to contemplate an alternative. Humanity faced either the peace of vast graveyard of a human race or a peace by a reasoned design. That's true, man. Humanity faced either the peace of the vast graveyard of the human race or the peace by the reasoned design. Answer Kant held was a voluntary federation of republics pledged to non-hostility and transparent domestic and international conduct. The citizen would cultivate peace because, unlike despotic rulers, when considering hostilities, they would be deliberating about calling down on themselves all the miseries of war. Over time, the attraction of this compact would become apparent, opening the way forward towards its gradual expansion into a peaceful world order. It was nature's purpose that humanity eventually reasoned its way towards a system of united power, hence a cosmopolitan system of general polity, security, and a perfect civil uniform of union of mankind. The confidence verging on rashness in the power of reasons reflect the part in a species of what the Greek call the hubris. Hubris means, I think, it's overconfidence, isn't it? A kind of a spiritual pride that bore the seeds of its own destruction within itself. Yes, the Enlightenment philosophers ignored a key issue. Can government orders be invented from scratch by intelligent thinkers, or is the range of choices limited by underlying organic and cultural realities? The Birkin view. Is there a single concept and a mechanism logically uniting all things in a way that can be discovered and explicated? As D'Alembert and Montesquieu argued, or is the world too complicated and humanity too diverse to approach these questions through logical lens, requiring a kind of an intuition and almost esoteric elements of a statecraft? The Enlightenment philosophers on the contingents generally topped off for the rationalist rather than an organic view of the political evolution. In the process, they contributed unintentionally, indeed contrary to their intention, to an upheaval that rent Europe for decades and whose after effects reaches to its day. Next is the French Revolution and its aftermath. French Revolution. So I'll tell you, okay, that time, the French Revolution, the Louis XIV was the greatest, the French king who also developed the Palace of Versailles, and then later, gradually, the Louis XVI was the last, king, which who couldn't perform his duties properly, which resulted in the French revolutions, and he was the last monarch of the French lineage. The French Revolution and its aftermath. Revolutions are most unsettling when least expected. So it was with the French Revolution, which proclaimed domestic and world order as a different from the Westphalian system as it was possible to be, abandoning the separation between domestic and foreign policy. It resurrected and perhaps exceeded the passion of 30 Years' War, substituting a secular crusade for the religious impulse of the 17th century. It demonstrated how internal changes within societies are able to shake the international equilibrium more profoundly than aggression from abroad, a lesson that would be driven home by the upheavals of the 20th century, many of which drew explicitly on the concept of first advanced by the French revolutions. Revolutions erupt when a variety of often different resentments merge to assault an unsuspecting regime. The broader the revolutionary coalition, the greater his ability to destroy existing patterns of authority. But the more sweeping the change, the more violence is needed to reconstruct authority, without which society will disintegrate. Reigns of terror are not an accident; they are inherent in this work of revolutions. The French Revolution occurred in the richest country of Europe. Even though its government was temporarily bankrupt, its original impetus is traceable to leaders, mostly aristocrats and upper bourgeois. who sought to bring the governments of their country into a conformity with the principles of enlightenment. It gained a momentum not foreseen by those who made the revolutions and inconceivable to prevailing ruling elite. At its heart was a reordering on the scale that has been seen that had not been seen in Europe since the end of the religious war. For the revolutionaries, human order was the reflection of neither the divine plan of the medieval world nor the intermeshing of grand dynasties interest of the 18th century. Like their progeny in the totalitarian movements of the 20th century, the philosophers of the French Revolution equated the mechanisms of a history with the unadulterated operations of the popular will, which by definition could accept no inherent or constitutional limitations, and which they reserved to themselves the monopoly to identify. The popular will, as conceived by the in that matters, was altogether distinct from the concept of majority rule prevalent in England or of a checks and balances embedded in a written constitution as in the United States. The claims of the French Revolutions far exceeded ritualist concept of authority of the states by vesting sovereignty in an abstractions, not individuals but entire people as indivisible entities requiring uniformity of thoughts and actions, and then designating themselves the people's spoken and indeed embodiments. The revolution's intellectual godfather, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, formulated this universal claim in the series of his writing, whose eruditions and the charm obscured their sweeping implications. Walking readers step by step through a rational dissections of human society, Rousseau condemned all the existing institutions, property, religion, social class, government authority, civil society as illusionary and fraudulent. Their replacement was to be a new rule of administration and social order. The populace was to submit totally to it, with an obedience that no ruler by divine rights had ever imagined, except that the Russian Tsar, whose entire populace outside the nobility and the communities on the harsh frontiers beyond the Urals had the statue of reserve. This theories prefigured the modern totalitarian regimes in which the popular will ratify his decision that have already been announced by the means of a stage mass demonstrations. In pursuit of this ideology, all monarchies were by definition treated as enemies because they would not give up power without resisting. The revolution to prevail had to turn itself into a crusading international movement to achieve the world peace by imposing its principle. In order to propel the new dispensation across Europe, France's entire adult male population was made subject to the conscriptions. The revolution based itself on a proposition similar to that made by Islam a millennium before communism in the 20th century. It's the impossibility of a permanent coexistence between countries of different religions or a political conception of adults, and the transformations of international affairs in a global contest of ideologies to be fought by any available means and by mobilizing all elements of society. In doing so, the revolution again merged domestic and foreign policy. I think, for example, if you're talking about in a democracy, then any foreign policy that the ruling government is conducting, that entire foreign policy will be, the issue will be raised by the opposition party who's not in a power as a domestic policy, right? So in that sense, yeah, I agree, right? For example, what is happening in India also, right? Example similar. Right now, the ruling party is BJP led, the coalitions, and whatever the foreign policy which is adopted by the BJP, which I like it. It's not like I'm a BJP supporter, but objectively speaking, I think the policy makes sense of a multi-alignments. But the opposition party, they make they make this entire foreign policy a domestic issue, and then tell that, okay, so we don't have any friends, and just go on and try to pursue the public. And I think, is it wrong? Morally, it is wrong, because if it's a foreign policy and doesn't matter, right? You have to stand with your if just imagine, okay, the ruling and the opposition, okay, the ruling government and the opposition party, opposition government, right? It is only in internal India. If there's any internal discussion, then they have to raise the point. But when India as a country is speaking to some other country, then you have to stand united. And that doesn't mean that the opposition has to always agree with them, but there's a time when you have to raise your voice. For example, when in a parliament sessions, not when your country is in the middle of a war, and then the opposition people coming out and then criticizing your own government. Okay, and the concept of international order with the prescribed limits of a state action was overthrown in the favor of permanent revolution that knew only the total victory or defeats. In November 79, okay. In November 1792, the French National Assembly threw down the Gondlin to Europe with a pair of extraordinary decrees. The first expressed an open-ended ended commitment to extend French military support to popular revolution anywhere. France, it announced, having liberated itself, will accord fraternities and assistance to all the people who shall wish to recover their liberty. The National Assembly gave added weight to this decree and obliged itself to give itself force in the provision that the document be translated and printed in all language. The National Assembly made the break with the 18th century order irrevocably by guillotining France's dispossessed king. Several weeks later, it also declared war on Austria and invaded the Netherlands. In December 1792, an even more radical decree was issued with an even more universal applications. Any revolutionary movement that thought the decree applied to it was ready to fill in the blank of a document reading the French people to Dutch people, which applauded in the advance the next fraternal revolutions and pledged support to the suppression of all the civil and military authorities which have governed you up to this day. So it's 31. This process, whose scope was implicitly limitless, was also irreversible. The French nation declares that it will treat as enemies the people who, refusing liberty and equality or renouncing them, may wish to preserve, recall, or treat with the prince and the privileges of privileged caste. Rosie had written, that whoever refuses to obey the general will shall be forced to do so by the whole body. He will be forced to free. He will be forced to be free. The revolution undertook to expand this definition of legitimacy to all humanities. To achieve such a vast and universal object, the leaders of the French Revolution strove to cleanse their country of all possibility of domestic oppositions. The terror killed thousands of former ruling classes and all suspected domestic opponents, even those who supported the revolution goals while questioning some of its methods. 2 centuries later, comparable motivation underlay the Russian purge of the 1930s and the Chinese Cultural Revolution in 1960s and 70s. That I have read, right? So 1970s Cultural Revolution led by the Mao Zedong. Eventually, order was restored, as it must be if a state is not to disintegrate. The model once again came from the Rozier, great legislator. Louis XIV had appropriated the state in the service of the royal power. The revolution commanded the people to underwrite its design. Napoleon, who proclaimed itself first consul for life, later emperor, represented a new type of the great man swaying the world by the force of his will, legitimized by the charismatic magnetisms and personal success in military command. The sense of the great man was his refusal to acknowledge traditional limits and his insistence on reordering the world by its own authority. At the climatic moments of his coronation as emperor in 1804, Napoleon, unlike Charlemagne, refusing to be legitimized with a power other than his own, took the imperial crown from the Pope's hands and crowned himself the emperor. The revolution no longer made the leaders. The leader defined the revolutions as So revolution no longer made the leader. The leader defined the revolution as he tamed the revolutions. Napoleon also made himself its guarantor, but he also saw himself, and not without a reason, as the capstone of the Enlightenment. He rationalized France's system of government, establishing the system of prefectures, through which, even at his writing, French system of administration operates. So he created the Napoleonic codes, on which laws that still prevail in France and other European countries are based. He was tolerant of religious diversity and encouraged rationalisms and governments with the end of the improving a lot of French people. It was as the simultaneous incarnation of the revolutions and expression of the enlightenments that Napoleon set apart to achieve the dominations and unification of Europe. By 1809, under his brilliant military leadership, his armies crushed all opposition in Western and Central Europe, and enabling him to redraw the map of the continent as a geopolitical design. He annexed key territories to the France and established a satellite republic in others, many of them governed with relatives on the French marshals. A uniform legal code was established throughout Europe. The thousands of instructions on matters economic and social were issued. Napoleon became the unifier of the continent, divided since the fall of the Rome. 2 obstacles remained: England and Russia. England in a command of the sea after Nelson's crushing victory at so the problem with the England, if you want to fight, is that England or the largely the United Kingdom, right? It's an entire floating island. It's a big, and if you want to go and invade England, then you have to basically go to the other side, right? You have to cross the river and cross the entire ocean, which is a very difficult. 2 obstacles remain: England and Russia. England in command of the seas after Nelson's crushing victory at the Trafalgar in 1805 was for the moment invulnerable, but not strong enough to launch a significant invasion across the English Channel, as it would a century and a half later. So English stood alone in Western Europe, aware that the peace would, with the conqueror would make it possible for a single power to organize the resources of the entire continent and sooner or later overcome its rule of oceans. England waited behind the Channel for Napoleon, and a century and a half later for Hitler to make a mistake that would enable it to reappear on the continental military as defender of the balance of power. In the World War II, Britain was also waiting for the United States to enter the list. Napoleon had grown up under the 18th century dynastic system, and it's and in a strange way accepted its legitimacy in it as a core Corsican of the minor standing urban in his own. He was illegitimate by definition, which meant that at least in his own mind, the legitimacy of his rule depended on the permanence and indeed the extent of his conquest. Whenever there remained a ruler independent of his will, Napoleon felt obliged to pursue him, incapable of restrained by concepts, temperaments, or experiences. He launched his forces into the Spain and Russia, in neither of them essential to a geopolitical design. Napoleon could not live in an international order. His ambitions required an empire over at least the length and breadth of Europe, and for that his power fell just barely too short. Just imagine, okay, if I would have been an emperor with the current knowledge of mine, just 22, I think I could rule the entire world. And I'm not kidding. Because right now you can't do that. You have a lot of rules, regulations, and all that thing. Back then, there's no rules and regulation as such. If you're good, if you're tactical, if you are smart, and if you know how the human behaves, and if you're smart, then obviously you can get to the ranks of the king, go and climb the ladder, and then become the king, and then just advise him, and then later just become a king and then do a lot of good things. Not necessarily that if you're a leader, you're bad. With the revolutionary and the Napoleonic wars, the age of the total war, the mobilization of a nation's entire resources that arrived, the scale of the bloodshed and devastation hacked back to the 30 Years' Wars. Napoleon's Grande Army had now manned through the conscriptions, including even in the annexed territories, and supplied and maintained itself on the assets of the conquered enemy and the populations, including a gigantic financial tribute. The results were an enormous increase in the size of the enemy and the subjection of entire regions. Not until Napoleon succumbed to the temptations to enter the territories where local resources were insufficient for the support of a huge army, Spain and Russia would he face defeat. First by overarching himself above all in Russia, 1812, and then as the rest of the Europe enacted against him in the pleaded vindications of the Westphalian principle as the Battle of the Nations in Leipzig. In 1813, the joint armies of the surviving European states inflicted Napoleon's first major and ultimately decisive defeat in the battle. The defeat in Russia was by attrition. After the Battle of Nations, Napoleon refused settlements that would have enabled him to keep some of his conquests. He feared that any formal acceptance of a limit would destroy his only claim to legitimacy. In this way, he was overthrown as much by his own insecurity as by Westphalia principle. Europe's strongest conqueror since Charlie Mangnet was defeated not only by an international orders that rose up against him, but by himself. The Napoleonic, I know that all the emperor, right? Okay, so what has happened is that they will start growing from a small, and then they become big, and then they fight, they win a lot of battles, they win the wars, and then by the sheer hubris of winning, right, they become like overconfident, and nothing is impossible for me, and then in that sense they don't analyze properly, and then they just go on a different war thinking that doesn't matter for me, I'll just win, right? And then they make a mistake, and then this is how they fall. This is exactly what happens with the Hitler. This is exactly what happened with the Napoleon. This is exactly what happened with the most of the people. Not just this. The Napoleon period marked the apotheosis of the Enlightenment. In spite of the example of Greece and Rome, its thinker had equated Enlightenment with the power of reasons, which implied a diffusion of authority from the church to secular elites. Now, these aspirations had been distilled further and concentrated on one leader as the expression of global power, and illustrations of the Napoleon impact occur on 13 October 1806, one day before the Battle of Vergina, where the Prussian army was decisively defeated. As he left to requite the battle with his general staff, George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, then a university lecturer, he would later write The Philosophy of History, which inspired Marx's doctrine, described the scene in penny grill terms as he heard the clatter of horses' hoof on the cobblestones. I saw the emperor, this world soul, riding out of the city on reconnaissance. It is indeed a wonderful sensation to see such an individual who concentrated here at a single point, astride a horse, reach out over the world and masters it. But in the end, this world spirit had drawn into Europe an immense new power of Europe, and yet 3/4 of its vast territory in Asia, Imperial Russia, whose armies pursued Napoleon's decimated force back across the continent and were occupying Paris at a war's end. Its strength raised fundamental issues with the balance of power in Europe, and its aspirations threatened to make it impossible to run pre-revolutionary equilibrium. Now the chapter number 1 is done. Now the chapter number 2, it's the European balance of power system at its end. So I think back in history, right? So Europe was the central plot. That means everything was happening in Europe mostly. The European balance of power system at its end. So first is the Russian enigma. I think enigma means a kind of a. I think I've seen it's mathematical equation or solving of E and IG. Enigma. A person or thing situated that is difficult to understand. Okay, yeah, understood. Enigma.
Enigma.
It's enigma.
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 Okay, so enigma means a person or thing or situation that is difficult to understand. The Russian enigma. Okay, what happened? When so Tsar or something, okay, when the era of the French Revolution and Napoleon ended, Russians troops were occupying Paris in a stunning display of history reversal. A half century earlier, Russia had for the first time entered the balance of power in West Europe by participating in the 7 Years' War and demonstrated the arbitrary nature of the Tsarist rule when it suddenly declared its neutralities and withdraw from the war because of the newly crowned Tsar admirations for Frederick the Great and the end of the Napoleon period. Another Tsar, Alexander, proceeded to prescribe Europe's future, the liberties of the Europe and its concomitant system of order required the participants of an empire for larger than the rest of Europe together stand not to a practical degree without precedence to Europe's history. Since then, Russia has played a unique role in international affairs, part of the balance of power in both Europe and Asia, but contributing to the equilibrium of the international orders by only fitfully. It has standard more wars than any other contemporary major powers, but it has also thwarted the dominance of Europe by a single power, holding fast against Charles VII, of Sweden, Napoleon's, and Hitler's when key continental elements of the balance had been overrun. Its policy had pursued a special rhythm of its own over the century, expanding over a landmass spanning nearly every climate and civilization, interrupted occasionally for a time by the need to adjust its domestic structure to the vastness of the enterprise, only to return again like a tide crossing a beach from Peter the Great to Vladimir Putin. Circumstances have changed, but the rhythm has remained extraordinarily consistent. Western Europeans, emerging from the Napoleon upheaval, viewed with the awe and apprehensions a country whose territory and military forces dwarfed those of the rest of the continent combined, and whose elite, polished manners seems barely able to conceal a perimeter forces behind, from before and before. Beyond Western civilization, Russia, the French travelers, the Marquis de Custine, claimed in 1843, from the perspective of the French restraint and Europe shaped by the Russian power, as a hybrid bringing the vitality of the steppe to the heart of the Europe. Most of the people don't assume, imagine, right? Russia is it's a huge country. Right now is also huge. Just imagine, what kind of a scale it would have been when it was in when it was in the peak of Soviet Union. They had entire Russia, current Russia. Um, they had Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. They had the entire Estonia, the Balkan region, Estonia, Lithuania. They had the Ukraine, the largest country in Europe current day. So yeah, everything about Russia, it's a monstrous compound of the petty refinements by Byzantine teams and the fact ferocity of the East Desert, or a struggle between the ethics of the lower and the savages of Asia have produced the almighty state which Europe now beholds, and the influence of which she probably feel hereafter without being able to understand its operations. Everything about Russia, its absolutism, its size, its globe, spanning ambitions and insecurities, stood as an implicit challenge to the traditional European concept of international orders built on the equilibrium of restraints. Russia's position in and towards Europe had been a long ambiguous, as Charlie Manganese Empire had fractured in the 19th century into what would become the modern nations of France and Germany. Slavic tribes more than 1,000 miles to the east had coal seats in a federation based around the city of the Kiev, now the capital and geographic center of the Ukraine. Though perceived almost universally by Russian as a simultaneously inextricable part of their own patrimony. Okay, so what is patrimony? Patriarchal society, I don't know. Patrimony. Matrimony, right? It's called matrimony. Patrimony, right? Okay. Patrimony refers to property, estate, or valuable assets inherited from one's father or ancestors. It commonly denotes a shared inherited heritage or cultural legacy, such as national treasures or tradition passed through the down generations. Okay, patrimony. Patrimony. Property, heritage, inheritance, patrimony. And so yeah, I told you this book was written in 2014, around 2014, right? So that time, a lot of things were not, has not happened. India's rise was not there, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, not there. This lands of Rus stood at the fraught intersection of civilizations and trade routes, with Vikings to its north, expanding Arab Empire to its south, raiding Turkic tribe to its east. Russia was permanently in the grip of a conflating temptations and fears too far to the east to have experienced the Roman Empire. Though Tsars claim they Caesars as their political and etymological forebears, Christians but looking to the Orthodox Church in the Constantinople. Constantinople. It's in current day. I think it's in. I actually forgot, man. It's in, where is it? Constantinople. I think it's in Turkey. Is it in Turkey? I think Constantinople. Right. So Constantinople. Constantinople. Right. Okay. Ottoman Empire. Okay, Constantinople, right? So Constantinople is just to Constantinople, modern day Istanbul. Okay, yes, it was the city Istanbul. It's in Istanbul, right? Yeah, it's in Turkey. Okay, present name, right? Present name equals to Istanbul, located in Turkey. The city officially wrote the name in Istanbul. But I thought the capital of Turkey, capital is Istanbul. No, it's not Istanbul. It's Ankara, right? Okay, capital of Turkey. It's been the capital since October 19, replacing Constantinople, modern day Istanbul, shortly after the Turkish War of Independence. Okay. Okay, Christian, but looking to the Orthodox Church in Constantinople rather than Rome for spiritual authority. Russia was, and then how did Constantinople, right? It was a Christian country, but how did Turkey become a Muslim majority country? The experience would leave Russia a uniquely Eurasian power, sprawling across two continents, but never entirely at home neither. The most profound disjunction had come with the Mongol invasion of the 13th century, which subdued a politically divided Russia and raised Kiev. 2.5 centuries of Mongol, suzerainty, and the subsequent struggle to restore a coherent state based around the Duchy of the Moscow imposed on Russia and esports orientation, just as the West Europe was charting the new technological and intellectual vistas that would create the modern era. During Europe's era of seaborne discovery, Russia was laboring to reconstitute itself as an independent nation and shore up its borders against threats and war directions. As the Protestant Reformation impelled, political and religious diversity in Europe, so Russian translated the fall of its own religion, Lutherans, Constantinople and the Eastern Roman Empire to the Muslim invaders. Okay, so that's how it came. 1453 into an almost mystical conviction that Russia's Tsar was now, as the monk Philophe wrote to Ivan III around 1500, the sole emperor of all the Christian in the world, whole universe, to get the messianic calling to regain the fallen Byzantine capital for the Christendoms. Europe was coming to embrace its multipolarity as a mechanism standing towards balance, but Russia was learning its sense of geopolitics from the hard school of this stepway, with an array of nomadic horses candidated for resources on an open terrain with a few fixed borders. The raids for plunder and the insolvency of the foreign civilians were a regular occurrence for some day, for some way of life. Independence was coterminous with the territory a people could physically defend. Russia affirmed its ties to Western culture, but even as it grew exponentially in size, it came to see itself as a beleaguered outpost of civilization for which security could be found only through exerting its absolute will over its neighbor. In the Westphalia concept of order, European statesmen came to identify security with the balance of power and with the restraint of existence. In Russia's experience of history, restraints on power spelled catastrophe. Russia's failure to dominate its surrounding within this has exposed it to the Mongol invasion and plunged it into the nightmarish times of trouble. A 15 years dynastic interregnum before the founding of the Romanov dynasty in 1613, in which invasion, civil wars, and famine claimed a third of the Russia's population. The peace of Westphalia saw international orders as intricate balancing mechanisms. Russian view cast it as a perpetual contest with the Russian extending its dominance at the place to the absolute limits of its material. This was thus when asked to define Russia's foreign policy. The mid-17th century Tsar Alexia Minister Nashkovkin offered a straightforward description, expanding the state in every direction, and this is the business of the Department of Foreign Affairs. This process developed into a national outlook and propelled the one-time Duchy of Moscow across the Eurasian landmasses to become the world's territorially largest empire in a slow, seemingly irresistible expansion research that would remain unabated until 1917. Systematic man of the letters, Henry Adams recorded the outlook of Russia's ambassador to the Washington in 1903, by which point Russia had reached Korea. His political philosophy, like that of all Russians, seemed fixed on the single idea that Russia must by her irresistible inertia crush whatever stood in her way. When Russia ruled over a neighboring people, she absorbed their energies in their own movement of a custom and then race which neither Tsar nor peasants could convert or wish to convert into any Western equivalent. With no natural borders save the Arctic and Pacific Oceans, Russia was in position to gratify its impulse for several countries, marching alternatively into Central Asia, then the Caucasus, then the Balkans, the Eastern Europe, Scandinavia, the Baltic Sea, to the Pacific Oceans, and the Chinese and the Japanese frontiers, and for a time during the 18th and 19th century across the Pacific and into the Alaskans and California settlements. It expanded each year by an amount larger than the entire territory of many European states, on an average 100,000 square kilometers annually from 1952 to 1917. When it was strong, Russia conducted itself with the domineering certainty of a superior power and insisted on formal shows of deference to its leaders. When it was weak, it masked its vulnerability through brooding invocations of a vast inner reserve of strength. In either cases, it was a special challenge for Western capital, used to dealing with somewhat more general style. At the same time, Russia's awesome feats of expansion took place from a demographic and economic base that, by Western standards, was not advanced, with many regions thinly populated and seemingly untouched by modern culture and technology. Thus, the world-conquering imperialism remained paired with a paradoxical sense of vulnerability, as if marching halfway across the world had generated more potential force than international security. From that perspective, the Tsar's empire can be said to have been expanded because it proved easier to keep going than to start. In this context, a distinctive Russian concept of political legitimacy took hold, while Renaissance Europe rediscovered its classical humanist past and defined new concept of individualism and freedom. Russia sought its resurgence in its undiluted faith and the coherence of single, divinely sanctioned authority overpowering all the divisions. The Tsar as the living icon of God, whose commands were irresistible and inherently unjust. A common Christian faith and a shared elite language understood a commonalities of perspective with the West. Yet, early European visitors to Tsarist Russia found themselves in a land of almost surreal extremes and thought they saw beneath the veneer of a modern Western monarchy a despotism model in Mongol and Tartak particle practices, European discipline supporting the tyranny of Asia in the uncharitable phases of the Marquis de Christine. Russia had joined the modern Europe states under system under the Tsar Peter the Great in manner unlike any other society. On both sides, it was proved very impressive. I've heard of Peter the Great. Russia's the greatest leader, Peter the Great. Determining the best Russian empire is subjective. Ranking as difference between historical impact, economic modernization, and popularity. Joseph Stalin frequently tops polls for transforming the USSR into a global superpower and winning World War II. Despite his brutal oppressions, other top commanders include Peter the Great for modernization as Vladimir Lenin for founding the Soviet Union. Okay, Joseph Stalin, 29 to 53. Peter the Great, 60 to 82. This one's okay. Vladimir Lenin, 17 to 24. Lillian, okay, so understood. Russia had joined the modern European state and system under Tsar Peter the Great in manner unlike any other society. On both sides, it proved a very embrace. Peter had been born in 1672 into a still essentially medieval Russia. By then, Western Europe had evolved through the age of discovery. The Renaissance and the Reformation, it stood at the threshold of a scientific revolution and the Enlightenments. A gigantic at 6 feet 8 inches, intensely energetic figures, the young Tsar set out to transform his empire in a reign that expresses the extremes of Russia's many traits and aspirations. Determined to explore the fruits of modernity, Anna measures Russia's achievement against them. So Peter was a frequent visitor in the shops and factories of the Moscow emigre German quarters. As a young ruler, he toured Western capital where he tested modern techniques and professional disciplines. Personally, having found Russia backward compared to the West, Peter announced his aim to sever the people from their former Asiatic customs and instruct them how all Christian people in Europe comport themselves. A series of ukases, issues for Russia would adopt a Western manners and hairstyle, seek out foreign technological expertise, but build a modern army and navy around its roots, borders with a war nearly against every neighboring states, break through the Baltic Sea and construct a new capital city of St. Petersburg. It's a beautiful city. The last Russia's own windows to the west was built by hand by casualty-wrecked conscripted labor force on a marshy wilderness chosen at Peter's personal command. When he puts his sword into the ground and announces, "Here shall be accounts," when traditionalists were able to crush them, and at least according to the accounts, reached the west, took personal charge of the tortures and decapitations of the uprising leaders. To Peter steward the forces transformed Russia's society and evolved his empire into the first rank of Western great powers. Yet the suddenness of the transformation left Russia with the eastern securities of the Parnuvinu. In no other empire would the absolute ruler have felt it necessary to remind her subject in writing. As Peter's success, Catherine the Great did half a century later. Okay, I've seen a series of the Catherine the Great. Later, Russia is a European state. This is clearly demonstrated by the following observations. Russia's reforms were invariably carried out by the ruthless autocrats on a population docile in its desire to overcome its past rather than energized by confidence in its future. Nevertheless, like his successor reformers and revolutionaries, when his reign was over, his subject and other descendants credited him for having driven them, however mercilessly, to achievements they they had shown little evidence of seeking. According to recent polls, Stalin too has acquired some of his recognition in contemporary Russian thinking. Catherine the Great, Russia's autocratic reformist ruler from 1762 to 1796, and overseers of the historic period of cultural achievement and territorial expansion, including Russia's conquest of the Khanate of the Crimea and laying out Zaporizhia and Host, a one-time autonomous Cossackdom, what is today called Central Ukraine, justified Russia's extreme autocracy as the only system of government that could hold together as such a gigantic territory. The extent of the dominion requires an absolute power to be vested in that person who rules over it. It is an expedient so to be that quick dispatch of affairs sent from distant spots might make ample amends for the delay occasioned by the great distance of the palaces. Every other forms of government whatsoever would not have been prejudicial to the Russia, but would even have of its entire ruin. Thus, what in the West was regarded as arbitrary authoritarianism was presented in Russia as an elementary necessity, the precondition for the functioning governance. The Tsar, like the Chinese emperor, was an absolute ruler endowed by the traditions with the mystical powers and overseeing a territory of a continental expanse. Yet the position of a Tsar differed from that of his Chinese counterparts in one important respect. In Chinese view, the emperor ruled wherever possible through the serenity of his conduct. In Russian view, the leadership of the Tsar prevailed through his ability to impose his will by unchallengeable assertion of authority and to impress all other onlookers from the Russian state as overwhelming vast majority power. The Chinese emperor was conceived as an embodiment of the superiority of a Chinese civilization, inspiring other people to come and be transformed. Tsar was seen as the embodiment of the defense of the Russians against enemies surrounding its own sides. Thus, while the emperor were lauded for the impartial aloof benevolence, the 19th century historian Nikolai Karamzin saw in a Tsar's harshness a sign that he was fulfilling his true calling. In Russia, the sovereign is the living law. He favors the good and he punishes the bad. Soft heart in a monarch is counted as a virtue only when it is tempered with a sense of duty to use sensible severity. Not unlike, so I know that there has been a lot of killings in the ancient times, but it's very important that time that if you want to control, if you want a power, right? If you want to do good thing or a bad thing, doesn't matter. If you want that, you need people to cooperate, and people will not cooperate easily. So you have to either do that by showing a love, which is very rare because people will take advantage of it, or you can do that by showing just a fear among the people by killing. Not unlike the United States in its own drive westwards, Russia had imbued its conquest with the moral justification that it was spreading our orders and enlightenment, and with the heathen lands with the lucrative trade in furs and minerals and incidental benefits. Here, with the American vision inspired boundless optimism, the Russian experience ultimately based itself on a stoic endurance, stranded at the interface of two vast and irreconcilable worlds. Russia saw itself as endowed with a special mission to reach them, but exposed on all sides to threatening forces that failed to comprehend its calling. The great Russian novelist and passionate nationalist Fyodor Dostoevsky. I think I've read some of his stories, cited this ceaseless longing which has always been inherent in Russian people for a great universal church on earth. The exaltations of Russia's world-spanning civilization evoked a corresponding despair of Russia's status as in the worlds of an influential 19th century Kurdi, an orphan cut from the human family. For people to notice us, we have to stretch from Bering Strait to the Oder. So Bering Strait. So the BERNG, Bering Strait, is, most of the people don't know that. Most of the people think that Russia and United States is very far because there's a big European countries in the middle. That is not true. That is true, but most of the people don't forget that world is the entire the Earth is sphere shaped, and the Russia and the United States they have a border from the other side, and I think that the kilometer is very small. I think if I don't remember correctly, if my memory serves correctly, then I think it's 5 to 6 kilometers, and there's water in between. So that street is known as a Bering Street. So they have like 5 kilometers. Okay, from Alaska to the Russian. Okay, Alaska was a part of Russia, but they really sold it to the United States. So Russia and the United States, they have the border, and then it's only during winter times that the entire ocean it's frozen. So that means literally you can travel, or you can walk bypassed and cross the border. I mean, obviously there will be some security forces, but I'm just telling you normally that they have a kilometers of 5, and then the entire that kilometers that the strait of which ocean that divides is known as the Bering Strait. A conviction lingered in the expansion of brooding Russian violence. A Russian thinker would come to call it that somebody told that someday all of Russia's vast exertion and contradictions would come to fruition. Its journey would be vindicated. Its achievement would be lauded, and the disdain of the West would transform into awe and admirations. Russia would combine the power and vastness of the East with the refinements of the West and the moral forces of the true religion of the Moscow, the third Rome, inheriting fallen Byzantium's mantle. It is the successor of the Caesar, of the Eastern Romans, of the organizers of the Church and its council, who established the very creed of the Christian faith, who played the decisive role in ushering in a new era of global justice and fraternities. It was this Russia in Europe, not quite of it, that has tempted Napoleon with its expansive mystic. It was his reunion just as it was Hitler's century and a half later, when Russia's people, steeled to great feats of endurance, proved capable of weathering deeper privations than Napoleon's Grand Army or Hitler's legions. When Russia has burned down fifth of Moscow to deny Napoleon the conquest and his troops to sustain it, Napoleon, his epic strategy thus doomed, is said to be a X-Men. What a people! They are Scythians. What a resoluteness! Barbarians. Now with the Cossack horsemen drinking champagne in Paris, this massive autocratic entity loomed over a Europe that struggled to comprehend its ambitions and its method of operations. By the time the Congress of Vienna took place, Russia was arguably the most powerful country on the continent. Okay, so that time it was Russia. After France, its Tsar Alexander, representing Russia personally at the Vienna Peace Conference, was unquestionably its most absolute duelist, a man of a deep, if changing convictions. He had all recently renewed its religion's faith with a course of intensive Bible reading and spiritual consultations. He was convinced, as he wrote to the Confidants in 1812, that a triumph over Napoleon would usher in a new and harmonious world based on religion principle, and he pledged, "It is to the cause of hastening the true reign of Jesus Christ that I devote all my earthly glory," conceiving of himself as an instrument of a divine will. The Tsar arrived in Vienna in 1814 with a design for a new world order, in some ways even more radical than Napoleon's universalities, a holy alliance of princes, supplementing their national interest in a common search for peace and justice, persuading the balance of power for Christian principles of brotherhood. As Alexander told Chateaubriand, the French loyalist intellectual diplomats, that there no longer exists an English policy, a French, Russian, Prussian, or Australian policy. There is now only one common policy, which is for the welfare of all, ought to be adopted in common by all the states and all the people. It was a forerunner of the Wilsonian conception of the nature of the war artist, albeit on behalf of the principle dramatically the opposite of the Wilsonian vision. Needless to say, such a design advanced by a victorious military power, whose divisions now bestrode the continent, posed a challenge to Europe concept of Westphalian equilibrium of sovereign state. For on half of its new vision of legitimacy, Russia brought a surfeit of power. Tsar Alexander ended the Napoleonic Wars by marching to Paris at the head of its armies, and in celebration of the victory, he oversaw an unprecedented review of 160,000 Russian troops from the plains outside the French capital, a demonstration that could not fail to disquiet even allied nations. After consultation with his spiritual advisor, Alexander proposed a draft joint declaration in which, by the victorious sovereigns, to proclaim their agreements that the course formerly adopted by the powers in their mutual relation had to be fundamentally changed, and that it was so urgent to replace it with the order of things based on the exalted truths of the eternal religion of our Savior. The task of negotiators at the Vienna would be transformed to Alexander's messianic vision into something compatible with the continued independent existence of the states, to welcome Russia into the international orders without being crushed by its embrace. Now we have talked about the Congress of Vienna. I don't know. Vienna is in Austria. So what happened? Just let's see the summary. Congress of Vienna. The Congress of Vienna, September 1814-15, was a diplomatic conference that recognizes Europe after Napoleon defeat, establishing a lasting albeit conservative balance of power. Led by Austria's Clemens von Metternich, it stored legitimate monarchies, created buffer states, and prevented major European wars for nearly a century. This video. Key participants, the Big Four plus France, Austria, led by Clemens over this one, and United Kingdoms, represented by Viscount. Okay, it's not called Viscount. What is it called? Viscount. Pronunciation.
Viscount.
Oh, it's not Viscount. It's Viscount, right? I think it was in. Okay, it was while I was watching Bridgerton that I got to know about this Viscount. Okay, Earl. Okay, represented by Viscount Castle this one, and Russia represented by Tsar Alexander I, Prussia represented by Karl August on this one, and France represented by Talleyrand, who was capable of joint negotiations. Main objective of principle: balance of power, legitimacy, compensation, security. French borders. France was reduced to its 1917-92 borders. Germany to the Holy Roman Empire was not restored. Much of the duchy, territorial against Switzerland neutrality was guaranteed. Okay, so I think from that time, the Switzerland got the neutrality. If I'm not wrong. The Congress of Vienna. The statesmen who assembled in Vienna to discuss how to design a peaceful order has been through a whirlwind of upheavals, overturning nearly every established structure of authority. In the space of 25 years, they had seen the rationalities of enlightenment replaced by the passions of the reign of terror, the missionary spirits of the French Revolution transformed by the disciplines of the conquering Bonapartist empire. Napoleon Bonaparte's French power had waxed and waned. It had spilled across France's ancient frontiers to conquer almost all of the European continent, not only to be nearly extinguished in the vastness of Russia. The French envoy at the Congress of Vienna represented in his person a metaphor of the era's seemingly boundless upheavals. Charles Maurice the Talleyrand, or Talleyrand as he was known, was ubiquitous. He started his career as a bishop of Autun, left the church to support the revolution, abandoned the revolution to serve as Napoleon's foreign minister. Napoleon abandoned Napoleon to negotiate the restoration of the French monarchy and appeared in Vienna as a Louis XVIII's Napoleon. Louis XVIII's foreign minister. Many called Talleyrand an opportunist. Talleyrand would have argued that his goal was stability within France and peace in Europe, and that he has taken whatever opportunities were available to achieve those goals. He had surely strived for a position to study the various elements of power and legitimacy at a close hands without being unduly or constrained by any of them. Only a formidable personality could have projected himself into the centers of so many great and conflicting events. At Vienna, Talleyrand's contribution was to achieve for France a peace that preserved the ancient frontiers which existed when it had started its foreign adventures, and within less than 3 years, in 1818, he managed France's entire entry into the quadruple alliances. The vanquished enemy would become an ally in the preservation of European orders, an alliance originally designed to contain it. A precedent followed at the end of the World War II, then when Germany was admitted to the Atlantic alliances. The order established at the Congress of Vienna was the closest that Europe has come to universal governance since the collapse of the Charlemagne's empire. It reproduced a consensus that peaceful evolution within the existing order, preferably to alternatives, with the preservation of the system was more important than any single dispute that might arise within it. The differences should be settled by consultation rather than by war. After World War I ended these visions, it became fashionable to attack Congress of Vienna order as being excessively based on the balance of power, which by its inherent dynamic of cynical maneuver drove the world into war. The British delegation asked the diplomatic historian C.B. Webster, who had written on the Congress of Vienna, to produce a treatise on how to avoid its mistakes. That was true, if at all. Only in the decade prior to World War I, the period between 1815 and turn of the century, was modern Europe's most peaceful, and the decades immediately following the Congress of Vienna were characterized by an extraordinary balance between legitimacy and the power. The statesmen who assembled in Vienna in 1814 were right after 100 years. 1914, First World War started. In a radically different situation from their predecessor who drafted the Peace of Westphalia. A century and a half earlier, a series of settlements of the various wars had made up the 30 Years' War was conjoined with a set of a principle for the general conduct of the foreign policy. The European order that emerged took as its point of departure the political entities that existed, now separated from the religious impetus. The application of Westphalian principle was then expected to produce a balance of power to prevent or at least mitigate a conflict over the course of the next nearly century and a half. The system had managed to constrain challenges to the equilibrium through the more or less spontaneous alignment of the countervailing coalitions. The negotiators at the Congress of Vienna faced the wreckage of this order. The balance of power had not been able to arrest the military momentums of the revolutions of Napoleon. The dynasty legitimacy of the government had been overwhelmed by Napoleon revolutionary skill and generalship. A new balance of power had to be constructed from the wreckage of the state system and of the Holy Roman Empire, whose remnant Napoleon had discovered in 1806, bringing to a close 1,000 years of institutional continuity and amidst new current of nationalism unleashed by the occupation of the most of the continent by French armies. That balance had to be capable of preventing a recurrence of the French expansionism that had produced nearly hegemony of France in Europe, and even at the advent of Russia had brought a similar danger from the East. Hence, the Central European balance also had to be reconstructed. The Habsburg, once the continental Roman dynasty, were now ruling only in the ancestral territory from Vienna. The Slovak and polyglots, roughly present-day Austria, Hungary, Croatia, Slovenia, and southern Poland, were now of this uncertain political cohesion. Several of the smaller German states opportunism had provided a certain elasticity to diplomacy of the West value system in the 18th century had been obliterated by the Napoleonic conquest. The territory had to be redistributed in a manner compatible with the refound equilibrium. The conduct of the diplomacy of the Congress at Vienna was fundamentally different from 21st century practice, contemporary diplomats. Okay, so yesterday I was watching an animated series named Kurukshetra, and yeah, it's a small part of the large Bhagavad, not Bhagavad, Mahabharata, and the Bhagavad Gita, which most of the Hindu people consider it as a sacred, was derived from there itself. The Kurukshetra, the war between the two cousins, the Pandavas and the Kauravas, and there they had a 18-day war, and at the ultimate day, this one at the end of the 18 days, it was won by the Pandavas with the help of with the help and with the guidance of Shri Krishna, Lord Krishna. And in the Krishna, right, he said at the end that everything, right, there should not be any war. First of all, if there's any conflict, if there's any argument or any of that thing, it should be resolved through diplomacy. And then he very well tells that this is the failure of diplomacy that led to the war, and then the Kurukshetra war, it's also known as, had happened. It was the failure of a diplomacy. So first you have to do a diplomacy. You have to find a solution, resolution, all of that thing from the diplomacy and not through the wars. So I remember this. So yeah, the conduct of diplomacy of the Congress of Vienna was fundamentally different from the 21st century practices. Contemporary diplomats are now in immediate real-time contact with the capitals. They receive minutely detailed instruction down to the text of their presentations. Their advice is sought on local conditions, much less frequently on matters of grand strategy. Diplomats at Vienna were weeks away from the capitals. It took 4 days for a message from Vienna to reach Berlin, so at least 8 days to receive a reply to any request for guidance. 3 weeks for a message to reach Paris. London took a little longer. Instruction thereof had to be drafted in language general enough to cover changes in the situation, so the diplomats were instructed primarily on the general concept and long-term interest. With respect to day-to-day tactics, they were largely on their own. Tsar Alexander I was 2 months from his capital, but he needed no instruction. His whims were Russia's commands, and he kept the Congress of Vienna occupied within the fertility of his imaginations. The Australian Foreign Minister Clemens von Mitrovic, perhaps the Shredis. Shred, right? Okay, it's not pronounced as Shrew. Shred. Okay, shred means
Shrewd.
shrewd. Okay, it's not shred.
Shrewd.
Able to make good decision because you understand a situation well. A shrewd thinker or decision.
A shrewd thinker, decision.
What is a shrewd person? Okay, shrewd person. A shrewd person is a person who makes good decisions. Adjectives: a shrewd person is a shrewd person is able to understand and judge a situation quickly and to use his understanding of their own advantage. She's a shrewd businesswoman.
A shrewd thinker,
A shrewd.
Shrewd.
SH. Okay, it's weird, man. SHREWD. 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 Okay, shrewd. Okay, the British pronunciation shrewd.
Shrewd.
That's okay, shrewd. Okay. He was too weak for true ambition, but too strong for pure vanity. Okay, just wait. The Austrian Foreign Minister Clement won this one, perhaps the shrewdest and the most experienced statesman of Vienna. Okay, shrewd. Okay, I've learned this new word. I thought it's a shred. No, it's a shrewd. That's a shrewdest. Shrewd. Okay, SHREWD. Shrewd. Okay, shrewd. The Austrian Foreign Minister on the Monikas, perhaps the shrewdest and the most experienced statesman at Vienna. So shrewd meaning able to make decisions based on the situations. Okay, said of the Alexander that he was too weak for true ambitions, but too strong for pure vanity. Napoleon said of Alexander that he had great abilities, but that something was always missing in whatever he did, and because one could never foresee which particular pieces would be missing in any given circumstances, he was totally unpredictable. Just like Donald Trump. Talleyrand was more blunt. He was not for nothing the sons of the Tsar Paul. The other participants at the Congress of Vienna agreed on the general principles of international orders and on the imperative of bringing Europe back into some form of equilibrium, but they did not have concrete perceptions of what this would mean in practice. Their task was to achieve some reconciliations of the perspective shaped by the substantially different historical experiences. Britain, saved from invasion behind the English Channel, was with a unique and domestic institution, essentially impervious. Impervious. That's just where impervious. IMPER. Impervious. That's impervious. Not affected or influenced by something. She was impervious to criticism.
She was impervious to criticism.
She was impervious. Right? Impervious means not affected or influenced by something. Okay, impervious. Okay, so Britain saved from invasion behind the English Channel and with a unique domestic installation, essentially impervious to developments on the continents, defined order in terms of threats of the hegemony of the continents. But the continental countries had a low threshold for threats, so their security could be impaired by territorial adjustment sort of a continental hegemony. Above all, unlike Britain, they fell vulnerable to domestic transformation in neighboring countries. Right? The Congress of Vienna found it relatively easy to agree on a definitions of the oral balances. Power. Okay, and the Congress of Vienna found it relatively easy to agree on a definition of the oral balances. Already during the war in 1804, then Prime Minister William Pitt had put forward a plan to rectify what he considered the weakness of the Westphalian settlements. The Westphalian treaties had kept Central Europe divided as a way to enhance French influences. To foreclose temptations, Pitt reasons greater masses had to be created in Central Europe to consolidate the region by merging some of its smaller states. Consolidation was a relative term, but as it still left 37 states in the area covered by today's Germany. The obvious candidate to observe this abolished principalities were Prussia, which originally preferred to annex contiguous Saxony, but yielded to the entreaties of Austria and Britain to accept the Rhinelands instead. These enlargements of the Prussia placed a significant power on the border of France, creating a geostrategic reality that not existed since the Peace of Westphalia. Okay, I want to see the Rhine River. What's equals to impervious? Okay, impervious and shrewd.
Impervious.
Rhine River. Okay. Rhine River. Okay, so this is the longest river, is it? So it comes from Netherlands, I think. Oh, does it come from Netherlands origin? Where's the origin? Not exactly sure, man. Okay, so it's flowing from Netherlands, Amsterdam. Okay, all it goes this one's okay. Amsterdam, street churches, touches Germany, Cologne, this one's okay, and then it goes all this one. Okay, and then it goes to the Switzerland. Okay. Netherlands, okay, Germany, Frankfurt, okay, all those Switzerland, Basel, Strasbourg. Just wait, okay. Biggest river in Europe. Okay. Danube. The Volga is the largest and longest river in Europe, flowing 38 kilometers through the central Russia to the Caspian Sea. It is ranked first in Europe by length. It is approximately, okay. Volga River, it's okay. Volga River. Let's see where does it go. It goes from Russia, Petersburg, okay, all the Moscow, okay, Kazan, okay, the sites, okay, all that thing, and then it goes to the Caspian Sea. But that Russia is technically not Europe. Locations, okay, significance and basin, because okay, it is the largest to drainage, okay, just forget. Delta, okay, river delta. What is river delta? I know this, but river delta, meaning distributaries and all, right? Okay, a river delta is a low-lying triangular or fan-shaped landform created at the mouth of a river as it empties into a larger body of a river. Water such as an ocean, sea, or lake, they form when river deposits large amount of sediments, sand, silt, clay, because it flows, creating a nutrient. Okay, so this is the river delta. Understood. River delta, right? Okay, the biggest river delta. I think it's in the Bay of Bengal, right? So river delta in the world. The Ganga and Brahmaputra delta. Okay, the Ganges, right? So most of the people English call it Ganges.
The Ganges, Brahmaputra.
The Ganges or Ganges. Okay, the Ganga Brahmaputra delta, also known as the Bengal delta or a Sundarban delta. Okay, yeah, Sundarban. I remember in geography we've studied. It's the largest river delta in the world, covering roughly this one's located in the South Asia. It stretches across Bangladesh and the Indian state of West Bengal, emptying into the Bay of Bengal. It formed by the confluence of the Ganges, Brahmaputra, and Meg. Okay, this is the Sundarban. Okay, this is the Sundarban. Widest river. Yeah, what is the widest river? Wider rivers goes to okay. The Amazon River is generally considered the widest river in the world, stretching over this one. Okay, and Danube, right? Okay, Danube River. Where does it go? Flow. Danube, flow river is goes to. The Danube is Europe's second largest river. Okay, first it goes to this one. And the Danube is Europe's second largest river, flowing approximately this one from Germany, Black Forest to the Black Sea. It acts as a vital navigable tool. It goes to Germany, Austria, Slovakia, Hungary, Croatia. Okay, it doesn't touch. Okay, big rivers of Switzerland. Biggest river is Switzerland. Okay, I think it should be the Rhine. Okay, Rhine is the longest river flowing through the Switzerland with 60 kilometers. Okay, the Rhine River.
The Rhine is
the Rhine River. Okay. The remaining 37 German states were regrouped in an entity called the German Confederations, which would provide an answer to Europe's perennial German dilemma. When Germany was weak, it tempted foreign, mostly French, interventions. When unified, it became strong enough to defeat its neighbors single-handedly, tempting them to combine against the danger. In that sense, Germany has, for much of history, been either too weak or too strong for the peace of the Europe. The German Confederation was divided to take offensive actions, yet cohesive enough to resist foreign invasion into its territory. This arrangement provided an obstacle to the invasion of the Central Europe without constituting a threat to the two major powers on the shrine, Russia to the east and France to the west. To protect the new overall territorial settlements, the quadruple alliances of the Britain, Prussia, Austria, and Russia was formed. A territorial guarantee, which was what the quadruple alliances amounted to, did not have the same significance for each of these signatories. The level of urgency with which threat was perceived varied significantly. Britain, protected by its command of the seas, felt confident in holding a definite commitment to continuity and preferred waiting until a major threat came in Europe to a specific shape. The continental countries had a narrower margin of the safety, assessing that their survival might be at stake from action far less dramatic than those causing Britain to take alarm. This was particularly the case of in the phase of the revolution. That is, when the threat involved the issue of legitimacy, the conservative states sought to build bulwarks against a new wave of revolution. They aimed to include mechanisms for the preservation of legitimate order, by which they meant monarchical rule. The Tsar proposed holy alliances provided a mechanism for protecting the domestic status quo through the Europe. His partners saw in holy alliances subtly redesigned as a way to curb Russian exuberance. The right of the intervention was limited because, as the eventual term stipulated, it could be exercised only in concert. In this manner, Austria, Prussia, and retained a veto over the more exalted scheme of the Tsar. 3 tiers of institution buttressed in the Vienna system, the quadruple alliances to defeat challenge of the territorial, the holy alliances to overcome the threat to domestic institutions, and a concert of power institutionalized through the periodic diplomatic conference of the head of the government of the alliances to define the... Okay, so I think this entire led to the First World War, right? This concert mechanism functioned like a precursor of the United Nations Security Council. Its conferences acted as a series of crises attempting to distill a common forces. The revolution in Naples in 1802, I think it's in Italy, right? Napoli and Naples, and in Spain in 1820, 1823, called by the Holy Alliances and France respectively, and the Greek Revolution in the War of Independence of 1822 and 32, ultimately supported by the British, France, and Russia. The concert of power did not guarantee a unanimity. Okay, unanimity of outlook, yet in each case a potentially explosive crisis was resolved with a major power paused. A good example of the efficacy of the Vienna system was its reaction to the Belgian Revolution of 1820, which sought to separate today's Belgium for the United Kingdom of the Netherlands. For most of its 18th century, armies had marched across then province of the Netherlands to enforce of the dominance of Europe. And for Britain, whose global strategy was based on the control of the ocean, the rivers, estuary at the mouth of which lays the port of the Antwerp across the Channel from England, needed to be in the hands of the friendly countries under no circumstances of a major European states. In the event, the London Conference of the European Power developed a new approach, recognizing Belgian independence while declaring the new nation neutrals. Heretofore unknown concept in relation to the major powers, except as a unilateral declaration of intent. This new state agreed not to join military alliances or permit the stationing of a foreign troops in its territory. This pledged in war was guaranteed by the major powers, which undertook the obligation to resist violation of the Belgian neutralities. The internationally guaranteed status lasted for nearly a century. It was the trigger point that brought India. Yeah, it was a trigger that brought England into World War One when German troops forced a passage to the front through the Belgian territory. The vitality of an international order is reflected in the balance of strike between legitimacy and power and the relative emphasis given to each. Neither aspect is intended to arrest or change. Rather, in combination, they seek to ensure that it occurs as a matter of a revolution, not a raw contestable. If the balance between power and legitimacy is properly managed, an action will acquire a degree of spontaneity. Demonstration of her power will be peripheral and largely symbolic because the configuration of her forces will be generally understood. No side will feel the need to call for its full reserve. When the balance is destroyed, restraint disappears, and the field is open to the most expansive claims and the most implacable actors. Chaos follows until a new system of order is established. The balance was the signal achievement of a Congress of Vienna. The quadruple alliances deterred challenges to the territorial balance, and the memory of the Napoleon kept France suffering from the revolutionary exhaustion. Quiescent at the same time, a judicious attitude towards the peace led to France's swift reincorporation of the concept of power originally formed to thwart its ambitions. And Austria, Prussia, Russia, which on the principle of the balance of power should have been rivals, were in fact pursuing common policies. Austria and Russia, in effect postpones their looming geopolitical conflict in the name of their shared fears of domestic upheaval. Just imagine, okay, Austria currently we consider it as a very small country. Back then, it has a huge influence, man, because it was Austro-Hungarian, right? Okay, it was only after the elements of legitimacy in these international orders was shaken by the failed revolutions of 1848 that balance was interpreted less than as equilibrium, subject to common adjustment, and increasing as a condition in which preeminence. As the emphasis began to shift more and more to the power elements of the equations, Britain's role as a balancer became increasingly important. The hallmark of Britain's balancing role were its freedom of actions and its proven determinations to act. Britain's foreign minister, later Prime Minister Lord Palmerston, offered a classic illustration when in 1841 he learned of a message from Tsar seeking a definitive British commitments to resist the contingency of an attack by France. The contingency of attack by France on the liberties of Europe. Britain, Palmerston replied, regarded as an attempt of one nation to seize and to appropriate itself territory which belongs to another nation as its right, because such an attempt leads to dearrangements of the existing balance of power, and by altering the relative strength of the states may tend to create danger to the other powers. However, Palmerston cabinet could enter no formal alliances against France because it is not usual for England to enter into engagement with reference to a case which had not actually arisen, so which are not immediately in prospect. In other words, neither Russia nor France could count on British support as a certainty against the other. Neither could write off the possibility of the British armed opposition if it carried matters to the point of threatening the European equilibrium. Just wait, okay. What led to World War One? I think first is equals to World War One was triggered on June 28, 1914, by the assassination of Archduke Franz Federation of the Austrian-Hungarian in Slovakia. The local conflict, global war due to four main underlying causes, known by the acronym MAIN, including militarism, alliances, and imperialism and nationalism, which important. The main cause of World War One, militarism. So first, what is the main cause of World War One? It's MAIN, M-A-I, and M stands for militarism. European nations, particularly Germany and Great Britain, engaged in a massive arms race, increasing military spending and developing stronger armies and navies. Alliances. M is equals to military and A is equals to alliances. A complex web of agreement meant to protect nations. I think it was the UK, United Kingdom, Russia, and I think it was Spain were together. A complex web of agreement to meant to protect nations and naturally grew them conflicts. The major alliances were the triple alliances. Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy. So this is in the middle, and the triple, Antoine equals to France, Russia, and Britain. Okay, France, Russia, and Britain. So if someone asks what has led to World War One, the main reason equals to MAIN, M-A-I, and MAIN equals to militarism because of the rapid militarizations of the country. That is Russia. That is United Kingdom, Britain, and talking about the France. Okay, so France. And Germany, and second is equals to, because of the M is equals to militarism, and second equals to M, A is equals to alliances. So that time Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy were having a good friends, and then they were making alliances, and then later to counter that, Britain, Russia, and was it France? Britain, Russia, and France. Okay, they joined together to counter them. So this is known as a first equals to triple alliances, and second equals to triple ententes. Okay, what do I say? How do I pronounce it, man? E-N-T-E-T-E. I think it's a French name, is it? N2.
Entity is a French.
Entity, okay, is a French adjective meaning stubborn, obstinate, headstrong, or a pig-headed. Entity, okay, it's entity. It's not nationalism intense. Okay, so I is equals to imperialism, competing European power for the control of virtual colonial resources and trade is equals to. So for the main equals to M is equals to talks about the militarism, and MA is equals to talks about the alliances, and
I is equals to imperialism, and N is equals to nationalism. Intense patriotism and desire for self-governance, particularly in the Balkans, known as the powder of key of Europe, created conflict and most notably desire of a Serbian nationalist to break free from the Austro-Hungarian rule. Assassination of just wait, okay. Austro-Hungary, HUNG, Austro-Hungarian includes which current day countries? Okay, I know it includes Austria. It includes I think first goes to Austria, Hungary, and I think Slovenia, and all those countries, right? Oh, it includes a lot of countries, man. Austro-Hungarian Empire encompasses all part of 13 modern day in the European nation, primarily Austria, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and the parts of Poland, Romania, Italy. Okay, a lot, man. Ukraine, Serbia, Montenegro. The empire was dissolved after World War, leading to the creation of the expansion of those countries. Okay, so then let's see. Okay, World War One countries. There's alliances, Allied powers and Central powers. The World War II was fought between two main coalitions, the Allied powers. Okay, so Allied powers were led by triple entities. So triple entities. Okay, so it was British, and the Central powers equals to the Central powers. The Allies is equals to led by. Okay, it was led by France, the British Empire, Russia until 1917. Were later joined by the Italy, 15th, and the US. Okay, and the Central powers were cut by Germany, Austro-Hungary, and the Ottoman. Okay, this is the World War One, right? Okay, I don't get it. Okay, just wait. Triple alliances and triple entity, right? Okay, so triple alliances equals to Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. But in triple alliances, Italy was with the triple alliances, but how did they go to Germany and Italy were together, right? But later they joined Germany and Italy. Okay, Germany, Ottoman Empire. Then how did later join? Okay, did Italy was part of which alliances in World War One? In regards to as this one is with Germany. Okay, triple alliances with Germany and Austria, Hungary. Okay, so that's why they switched the sides. Italy began World War One as a part of a triple alliances and with Germany and Austria, Hungary. However, Italy remained neutral in 1914, arguing the triple alliances was defensive. In 1915, switched sides, joining the right triple ended to fight against the Hungary Austrian. Okay, so that's why I was like a bit confused little. Okay, so World War One, right? Okay, so this one goes to led by British Empire, France, Russia, later joined by Italy, and the USA in 1917. The Central Power and cut with Germany. Okay, understood. Ottoman Empire also. Ottoman Empire also came. So Ottoman Empire means equals to current day, I think. Ottoman is equals to Ottoman Empire, current day. It's a current day. Turkey, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, Hungary, Iraq, Syria, Egypt, Saudi Arabia. It's a lot, man. Okay, so this is I think it's actually very weird, right? About how countries and people they switch sides based on what is the scenarios of the war, because nobody wants to be on the losing side. That shows the human psychology, not able to stand up. The premises of the international order. The premises of the international order. The subtle equilibrium of Congress of Vienna system began to fray in the middle of the 19th century under the impact of the three events: the rise of nationalisms, the evolution of 1848, the revolution of 1848, and the Crimean War. So Crimea, it's a place in Ukraine, the capital city of Ukraine. No, not capital city. Capital is Kiev, right? Okay. Under the impact of Napoleon conquest, multiple nationalities that have lived together for centuries began to treat their rulers as a foreign. The German philosopher Johann Gottfried von Herder became an apostle of these trends and argued that each people, defined by language, motherland, and folk culture, has an original genius, and was therefore entitled to self-government. The historian Jacques Berzin had described it another way. Underlying the theory was fact. The revolutionary
and Napoleonic armies had redrawn the mental map of Europe. In place of 18th century's horizontal world of dynasties and cosmopolite upper classes, the West now consisted of vertical unities, nations not wholly separate but unlike. Linguistic nationalisms made traditional empire, especially the Austro-Hungarian Empire, vulnerable to internal pressure as well as to resentments of a neighbor claiming national links with the subject of the empire. The emergence of the nationalism also subtly affected the relationship between Prussia and Austria after the creation of the Great Masses of the Congress of Vienna. The competition of the two great German political powers in Central Europe for the allegiance of some 35 smaller states of the German Confederation was originally held in check by the need to defend Central Europe. Also, tradition generated a certain deterrence to the country whose ruler had been Holy Roman Emperor for half a millennium. The Assembly of the German Confederation, the combined ambassador to the Confederation of its 37 members, met in the Austrian embassy in Frankfurt, and the Australian ambassador acted as German. At the same time, Prussia was developing its own claim to eminence, setting out to overcome the handicap inherent in its sparse populations and extended frontiers. Prussia emerged as a major European state because of its leaders' ability to operate on the margin of their state's capability for more than a century. What Otto von Bismarck, the Prussian leader, who brought this process to its culminations, called a series of powerful, decisive, and wise regents who carefully husbanded the military and financial resources of the states and kept them together in their own hands in order to throw them with a ruthless courage into the scale of European politics as soon as a favorable opportunity presented itself. The Vienna settlement had reinforced Prussia's strong and social and political structure with a geographic opportunity stretched from the Vistula to the Rhine. Prussia became the repository of the Germans' hope for the unity of the country. For the first time in history, with the passage of decades, the relative subordination of the Prussian to Australian policy became too chaffing, and Prussia began to pursue a more confrontational courses. The revolution of 1848 were a Europe-wide configurations affecting every major city. As a rising middle class sought to force a recalcitrate government to accept liberal reforms, the old aristocratic order felt the power of accelerating nationalism. At first, the uprising swept all before them, stretching from Poland in the east as far as Colombia and Brazil, an empire that had recently won its independence from Portugal after serving as the seat of its exiled government during the Napoleon Wars. In France, history seems to repeat itself when Napoleon Nephew achieved power as Napoleon III, first as a president on the basis of the plebiscite and then as an emperor. Okay, plebiscite. I know the feeling of plebiscite. Plebiscite. That's okay. A vote by people of a country or religions on a question that is very important to hold a plebiscite the country's future government. Okay.
Plebiscite.
Okay. Plebiscite. It's like a referendum. Plebiscite. Okay. The holy alliances had been designed to deal precisely with upheaval such as this, but the position of the ruler in Berlin and Vienna had grown too precarious, and the upheavals had been too broad and their implication too varied to make a joint enterprise possible. Russia, in its national capacity, intervened against the revolution in Hungary, salvaging Austria's ruler there. For the rest, the older order proved just strong enough to overcome the revolutionary challenges, but it never regained the self-confidence of the previous period. So there's a map. Europe after the Congress of Vienna. Okay, so map is not clear, but okay, there's a United Kingdom of the Sweden. Okay, United Kingdom of the Sweden and Norway. United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Okay, there's a France, Kingdom of France, Kingdom of Spain, Kingdom of this is Switzerland, German, confederations, Austrian Empire, Hungary is there. There's a Bosnia, there's a Bulgaria, there's a Black Sea, there's Russian Empire. Okay, Baltic Sea, there's a Baltic Sea. This is the Baltic Sea. This is the Baltic region, and then this is the Balkan, right? Okay, and okay, all those things, and okay. Finally, the Crimean War of 1853 to 56 broke up the unity of the conservative states Austria, Prussia, and Russia, which had been one of the two key pillars of the Vienna International Order. This combination had defended the existing institution in revolution. It had isolated France, the previous disturbers of the peace. Now another Napoleon was probing for opportunities to assert himself in multiple directions. In the Crimean War, Napoleon saw the device to end his isolation by allying himself with Britain's historic effort to prevent the Russian reach for the Constantinople and access to the Mediterranean. So the alignment needed inject the Russian advance, but at the cost of increasingly brittle diplomacy. The conflict had
began not over the Crimea, which Russia had conquered from an Ottoman vassal in the 18th century, but over competing French and Russian claim to advance the rights of the favored Christian communities in Jerusalem. Then within the Ottoman jurisdiction, during a dispute over which denominations, Catholic or Orthodox, would have principal access to holy sites, Tsar Nicholas I demanded recognition of this right to act as a protector of all the Orthodox subject of Ottoman Empire, a significant population stretching across strategic territories. The demand, which amounted to a right of intervention in the affairs of a foreign state, which was couched in the terms of a universal moral principle, but cut to the heart of Ottoman sovereignty. Ottoman refusal prompted a Russian military advance into the Balkans and naval hostilities in the Black Sea. After 6 months, Britain and France, fearing the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and within the European balances, and entered the war on the Ottoman side. The alliance system of the Congress of Vienna was shattered as a consequence. The war received its name because a Franco-British force landed in the Crimea to seize the city of Sevastopol, home of Russia's Black Sea Fleet. Russian forces held out against a siege of 11 months before sinking their ship. Prussia stayed neutral. Austria foolishly decided to take advantage of Russia's isolation to improve its position in the Balkans, mobilizing Austrian troops there. We will astonish the world by the magnitude of our ingratitude, commented Austrian's Minister President and Foreign Minister Prince Schwarzenberg when presented with the Russian Australian Austria diplomacy supported the British and the French war for diplomatically with measures approaching the characters of an ultimatum. The effort to isolate Russia concluded by isolating Austria. Within 2 years, Napoleon invaded the Austrian position in Italy in support of Italian unification, while Russia stood by within Germany. Prussia gained freedom of maneuver. Within a decade of Ottoman Bismarck started Germany on the road to unifications, excluding Austria from what has been its historic role as the standard bearer and German statehoods. Again, with Russia's acquiescence, Austria learned too late that in international affairs and reputations. A reputation for reliability is more important as than demonstration of a practical cleverness. Yes, man, because the trust is very important. Just wait, okay, unification of Germany. When was it? Unification of Germany happened? Unification of Germany was the process of building the first nation state for German with the federal features based on the concept of Lesser Germany. Okay, who studied the unification Germans? Ottoman Bismarck, the Prussian chancellor known as the Iron Chancellor, is the primary founder of German unification through his strategy of realpolitik and blood and iron stores. Okay, Ottoman Bismarck. I thought is he a German? Okay. Ottoman Bismarck, he's a German, right? Okay, he's born in Germany. Okay, he's German. Okay. Ottoman Bismarck, he's a Germany. I thought he's a Prussian. Okay, just wait. Okay, Prussian country is equals to what the Persian currently country is equals to. Okay, so Germany. Okay, so Persian Empire, right? Okay, Germany was, but Prussia no longer exists as a sovereign state, having been abolished in 1947. Its former territories are currently located within the borders equals to Germany, Poland, Russia, Kaliningrad Oblast, Lithuania, Belgium, Denmark, and Czech Republic. Now Metternich. Okay, just wait. Metternich and Bismarck, two statesmen, served as the fulcrum. I think when I was in class 8, we had this chapter called Unifications of Germany by Ottoman Bismarck. Two statesmen serve as the fulcrum of the vast shift in Germany and in Europe. The Austrian Foreign Minister Clemens von Metternich and Prussian Minister-President, later German Chancellor Ottoman Bismarck. The contrast between legacies of this centuries, two principal Central European statesmen illustrate the shift in the emphasis of the European international order from legitimacy to power in the second half of the 19th century. Both have been viewed as archetypal conservatives, but both have recorded as a master manipulators of the balance of power, which they were. But the fundamental concept of international order were nearly opposites, and they manipulated the balance of power to vastly different ends, and with a significant contrasting implication for the peace of Europe and the world. Metternich's very appointment had testified to the cosmopolitan nature of the 18th century society. He was born in the Rhineland near the border of France, educated in the Strasbourg and Mainz. Metternich did not see Austria until his 13th year and did not live there until his 17th. He was appointed foreign minister in 1809 and chancellor in 1821, serving until 1848. Fate has placed him in the top civilian position in an ancient empire at the beginning of its decline. Once considered among the strongest and best governed countries in Europe, Austria was now vulnerable because its central location meant that every European tremor made the earth move there. Its polyglot nature made it vulnerable to the emerging wave of nationalism, a force practically unknown as a generation earlier. For Metternich, steadiness and reliability became the lodestar of his policy. Where everything is tottering, it is above all necessary that something, no matter what, remains steadfast, so that the lost can find a connection and the strayed a refuge. A product of the Enlightenment, Metternich was shaped more by philosophers of the power by the reason that by the and then by the proponents of the power of arms. Metternich rejected the restless search for presumed remedies to the immediate. He considered the search for truth the most important task of his treatments. In his view, the belief that whatever was imaginable was also achievable was an illusion. So truth had to be reflected in the underlying reality of human nature and of the structure of society. Anything more sweeping, in fact, did violence to the details it claimed to fulfill. In this sense, invention is the enemy of history, which knows only discoveries, and only that which exists can be discovered. For Metternich, the national interest of Austria was a metaphor for the overall interest of Europe, how to hold together many races and people and languages in a structure at once, respectful of diversities and a common of heritage, faith, and customs. In that perspective, Austria's historical role was to vindicate the pluralism and hence the peace of Europe. Bismarck, by comparison, was a scion of a provincial Prussian aristocracy, which was far poorer than its counterparts in the west of Germany and considerably less cosmopolitan. While Metternich tried to vindicate continuity and to restore a universal idea, that of a European society, Bismarck challenged all the established wisdom of his period. Until he appeared in the scene, it had been taken for granted that German unity could come to an end, if at all, through a combination of nationalisms and liberalisms. Bismarck sets about to demonstrate that the strands could be separated and the principle of the holy alliances were not needed to preserve orders, that a new order could be built by conservatives, appealing to nationalisms, and that a concept of European order could be based entirely on an assessment of power. The divergence in these two seminal figures' views of the nature of the international order is poignantly reflected in the definition of national interest. To Metternich, order arose not so much from the pursuit of national interest as from the ability to connect it with that of other states. The great axioms of political science derive from the recognitions of the true interest of all states. It is in the general interest that the guarantee of existence is to be found, while particular interest, the cultivation of which is considered political wisdom by restless and short-sighted men, have only a secondary importance. Modern history demonstrates the application of the principles of solidarity and equilibrium and of the unified efforts of the states to force a return to the common law. Bismarck rejected the proposition that the power could be restrained by superior principle. His famous Maxims principle gave voice to the conviction that security could be achieved only by the correct evaluation of the components of the power. A sentimental policy, that means a policy which is governed by emotions, knows no reciprocity. Every other government seeks the criteria for its actions. Every other government seeks the criteria for its actions solely on its interest. However, it may cloak them with the legal deductions. For heaven's sake, no sentimental alliances in which the consciousness of having performed a good deed furnishes the sole reward for our sacrifices. The only healthy basis of policy for a great power is egotism and not romanticism. Gratitude and confidence will not bring a single man into the field on our side. Only fear will do that if we use it cautiously and skillfully. Policy is the art of possible. Science of relative. Policy is the art of possible. I think he's very realist in that sense, because he's not an idealist in that sense. Ultimate decision would depend strictly on consideration of utility. The European order, as seen in the 18th century as a great Newtonian clockwork of interlocking parts, has been replaced by the Darwinian world of the survival of the fittest. Yes, Darwinian. He's a biologist, microbiologist. Talks about, I know a lot of people, people have done a lot of research, right? So talks about the survival of fittest, and he says that I think Darwinian claims that there's no God, because it's a natural process, because most of the people, think that, okay, we are a human and then how did we come? So there must be some creators. And Darwin argues that, he argues that it is through the evolution of a natural, in the nature, that humans are born. And a lot of people like, I admire scientists and the political commentators. Dr. Ranganathan Anand Ranganathan says that he's a Darwinian atheist. I want to see the article on Darwin atheist, right? So ATHEI, Darwinian atheist. I want to read an article also. Evolution of the Darwinian religious faith equals to Contrary to what is often said, Darwin theory was not as is Darwin atheistic? Okay, what? Atheist. Agnosticism. Okay. A further explanation, a detailed article from the publication domain with whether Charles Darwin was an atheist. Darwin's religious faith on biologists, which offers a viewpoint of this. Okay. The evolution of Darwin. Okay. I don't think the evolutions of Darwin religion's faith equals to. Okay, there's an article of it. I don't want to get into it. If I get into this, then I'll be in a forever spiral. I won't be able to complete this. Just wait. I just want to. Darwinian, atheist. No, what does it mean to be a Darwinian atheist? Or Darwin, atheist. Darwin atheist is a mythical creature created by the person who gave you a god and Satan's another attempts. Okay, just wait. Article. I'm not able to find any article on it. Darwin make atheism credible. I think it could be this. Not an article, good article. Okay, I think I might read this. It's a lot to read, man. That's the main problem. If I read continuous reading about all this, it becomes very difficult. That's the main problem with reading, right? I wouldn't say it's a problem. It's a good problem, though, that to have. When you read something, then you have some topic where you want to do research. And if you do research on that topic, then there's more to do it. For example, if I'm reading all of this thing now, and in the middle, they came Darwinian, right? And then Darwinian, if you talk about, I know about Darwin, atheist, right? Atheism. Then if I continue reading on this, then I have to read on other topics, and then I won't be able to complete this topic. So it becomes very difficult. Okay. Ultimate. Okay. Fittest. Yeah. So survival of the fittest. The dilemmas of the balance of power. With his appointment as a Persian minister. Okay. The dilemmas of the balance of power. With his appointment as a Persian minister president in 1862, Bismarck set out about to implement his principles and to transform the European orders with the conservative monarchy of the East divided in the aftermath of the Crimean Wars. France isolated on the continent because of its memories evoked by its rulers, and Austria wavering between its nationals and its European roles. Bismarck saw an opportunity to bring about German national states for the first time in history. With a few dating stroke between 1862 and 1870, he placed Prussia at the head of the United Germany and Germany in the centers of a new system of order. This really called the unification of Germany in 1871 a greater political event than the French Revolution. Okay, a greater political event than the French Revolution, and concluded that the balance of power has been entirely destroyed. The Westphalian and the Vienna, European across orders have been based on the divided, Central Europe, whose competing pressures between the plethora of German states in the Westphalian states and settlements, and the Austria and the Prussia and the Vienna outcomes would balance, each other's out. What emerged after the unification of Germany was a dominant country, strong enough to defeat each neighbors individually and perhaps all the continental countries together. The bond of legitimacy had disappeared, so everything now depended on the calculation of power. The greatest triumph of Bismarck theory has also made more difficult, perhaps impossible, the operations of flexible balanced power. The crushing defeat of the France in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 71, which Bismarck had adroitly provoked France into declaring, was attended by the annexation of the Alsace-Lorraine, retributive indemnities, and the tactless proclamation of the German Empire in the Hall of Mirrors of the Versailles in 1871. Europe's new order was reduced to 5 major powers, 2 of which, Germany and France, were irrevocably estranged from each other. Bismarck understood that a potentially dominant power at the center of the Europe will face the constant risk of inducing a coalition of the West, much like the coalition against the Louis XIV in the 18th century and Napoleon in the early 19th. Only the most restrained conduct to avoid incurring the collective antagonisms of its neighbor. All of Bismarck's efforts thereafter would be devoted to the elaborate series of maneuvers to forestall these Cauchemar coalitions, nightmare of the coalitions, as he called it, using the French phrases. In a world of 5, Bismarck counseled it was always better to be in the party of 3s. This involvement was a series of partly overlapping, partly conflicting alliances. For example, an alliances with Austria and reassurances treaty with Russia, with the name of giving the other great powers, and except the irreconcilable France, a greater interest to work with Germany than to coalesce against it. The genius of the Westphalian system, as adapted by the Congress of Vienna, had been its fluidity and its pragmatism. Ecumenical in its calculation. It was theoretically expandable to any regions and could incorporate any combination of essays. With Germany unified and France a fixed adversity, the system of its flexibility. It took a genius like Bismarck to sustain the web of counterbalancing, commitment, keeping the equilibrium in base by a virtuoso performance that supports all general conflicting during the trainings. But as a country whose security depends on producing a genius in each generation itself, it's a task no society has ever met. After Bismarck's forced departure in 1890, after a clash with the new Kaiser Wilhelm II over the scope of his authority, a system of overlapping alliances was maintained only tenuously. Leo I Captivi, the next chancellor, complained that while Bismarck had been able to keep 5 balls in the air simultaneously, he had difficulty controlling 2. The reassurance treaty with Russia was not renewed in 1891 on the ground that it was partly incompatible with the Australian alliances, which in Bismarck's view had been precisely its utility. Almost inevitably, France and Russia began exploring alliances. Such realignments had happened several times before in the European, kaleidoscope sort of shifting orders. Kaleidoscope. The novelty now was its institutionalized permanence. Diplomacy had lost its resilience. It had become a matter of life and death after the death rather than the incremental adjustments, because a switch in alliances might spell national disaster for the opponent sides. Each ally was able to extort support from its partner regardless of its best convictions, thereby escalating all crises and linking them to each other. Diplomacy became an effort to tighten the internal bonds of each camp, leading to the perpetuation and reinforcement of all grievances. The last elements of flexibility was lost when Britain abandoned its splendid isolation and joined the entity cordial of France and Russia after 1904. It did so not formally, but de facto via staff talks, creating a moral obligation to fight at the side of the counterparts countries. Britain set aside its settled policy of acting as a balancer, partly because of the German diplomacy that in a series of crises over Morocco and Bosnia had fought to break up the Franco-Russian alliances by humiliating each of its members in turn. Franco over Morocco in 1905 and 11, Russia over Bosnia in 1908, in the hopes of impressing on the other side its unreliability. Finally, the Germany military program introduced a large and growing navy, challenging Britain's command of the seas. Military planning compounded the rigidity. Since the Congress of Vienna, there had been only one general European war, the Crimean Wars. The Franco-Prussian War was confined to the two adversaries. It had been conducted about specific issues and served limited aims. By the turns of the 20th century, military planners, drawing on what they took to the lessons of mechanizations and new methods of mobilizations, began to aim for total victories in all outlaws. A system of railway permitted to the rapid movement of military forces. With the large reserve forces on all sides, periods of mobilization became of essence. German strategy, the famous Schlieffen plan, was based on the assessment that Germany needed to defeat one of its neighbors before it could combine with others to attack from the east and west. Preemption was thereby built into its military planning. Germany's neighbors were under the conversed imperative that they had to accelerate their mobilizations and concrete action to reduce the impact of possible German preemptions. Mobilization schedules dominated diplomacy. If a political leaders wanted to control military consideration, it should have been the other way around. Diplomacy, which still worked by traditional, somewhat leisurely methods, lost touch with the emerging technology and its corollary warfare. Europe's diplomats continued to assume that they were engaged in a common enterprises. They were reinforced in that approach because none of the many previous diplomatic crises of the new century had brought matters to the breaking points. In the crisis over Morocco and over Bosnia, the mobilization schedule had no operational impact because, however intense the posturing events ever escalated to the point of imminent confrontation. Paradoxically, the very success in the resolving this crisis bred a myopic form of risk-taking, unmoored from any of the interest actually at stake. It came to be taken for granted the maneuvering for tactical victories to be cheered in the national press was a normal method of conducting policy, that major powers could dare each other to back down in the succession of a standoff against over tangential disputes without over-producing a showdown. But history punishes digit, frivolity. Sooner or later, World War I broke out. Yes, this is how World War I broke out, because World War I broke out because political leaders lost control over their own tactics. For nearly a month after the assassination of the Austrian Crown Prince in June. Okay, so for nearly a month after the assassination of the Austrian Crown Prince in June 1914 by a Serbian nationalist, diplomacy was conducted on the dilatory model of many other crises surmounted in the recent decades. For weeks elapses while Austria prepared an ultimatum. Consultation took place because it was high summer. Statesmen took vacations. But once the Australian ultimatum was submitted in July 1914, its deadline imposed a great urgency on the decision making. Within less than 2 weeks, Europe moved to a war from which it never recovered. All the decisions were made when the differences between the major powers were in inverse proportion to their posturing. A new concept of legitimacy, a melt of states and empire, had emerged so that none of the powers considered the institution of the others a basic threat to their existence. The balance of power as it existed was rigid but not oppressive. Relation between the crown heads were cordial, even social and familial, except for the France's commitments to regain Alsace-Lorraine. No major country had claimed against the territory of its neighbor. Legitimacy and power were in a substantial balance. But in the Balkans, among the remnants of the Ottoman position, there were countries, Serbia in the forefront, threatening Austria with unsatisfied claims of a national self-determination. If any major country supported such a claim, a general war was probable because Austria was linked by alliances to Germany as Russia was to France. A war whose consequence had not been considered a descendants on Western civilization of the essentially parochial issues of the assassination of the Austrian crown prince by the Serb nationalist, giving Europe a blow that obliterated a century of peace and order. In the 40 years following the Vienna settlements, the European order buffered conflict. In the 40 years following the unification of Germany, the system aggravated all disputes. None of the leaders foresaw the scope of the looming catastrophe that their system of routinized confrontation backed by the modern military mechanism machine was making almost certain sooner or later. And they all contributed to it, oblivious to the fact that they were dismantling an international order. France, by its implacable commitment to regain Alsace-Lorraine, requiring a war to its ambivalence between its nationals and Central European responsibility. Germany, by attempting to overcome its fear of encirclement by the serially staring down France and Russia side by side with a build-up of naval forces, seemingly blind to the lessons of the history that Britain would surely oppose the largest tyrannical power in the continent if it simultaneously acted if it's meant to threaten a British naval preeminence. Russia, by its constant probing in all directions, threatened Austria and the remnants of the Ottoman Empire simultaneously, and Britain, by its ambiguity, obscuring the degree of its growing commitment to the Allied sides. To combine the disadvantage of every causes, its support made France and Russia adamant. Its aloof posture confused some German leaders into believing that Britain might remain neutral in the European war. I think that was the main thing, right? Most of the people thought that the Britain will remain neutral, which it did not, which it later joined the other party. Reflecting on what might have occurred in alternative historical scenario is usually a futile exercise, but the war that overturned Western civilization had no inevitable necessity. It arises from a series of miscalculations made by serious leaders. Yeah, I think it was all about the miscalculations. It was all about the manipulations. It was all about the deceit. It was all about the cunning. It was all about the slyliness. It arises from a series of miscalculations made by serious leaders who did not understand the consequence of their planning, and the final, maelstrom triggered by a terrorist attack occurring in a year generally believed to be a tranquil period. In the end, the military planning ran away with diplomacy. It is a lesson subsequent generation must not forget. So yeah, that is how entire thing started, right? The diplomacy. So everything, human emotions, everything started from the back. Now, legitimacy and power between the world wars. So World War happened. It happened for 4 years, 14, 15, 16, 17. I think early 18s it ended, so more than 4 years. World War I was welcomed by enthusiastic publics and euphoric leaders who envisioned a short, glorious war for limited aims. In the event, it killed more than 25 million and shipwrecked the prevailing international order. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. 25 million people. I actually doubted the number. Let's see. How many people died in World War One? Okay, close to 15 to 22 million people. Russian Empire, I think they had the most casualties. 3.3. People also died because of the disease. Okay, so World War One was welcomed by enthusiastic publics and euphoric leaders who envisioned a glorious war for limited aims. In the event, it killed more than 25 million and shipwrecked the prevailing international order. The European balanced subtle calculus of shifting interest had been abandoned for the confrontational diplomacy of two rigid alliances and was then consumed by trench warfare, producing thereto for inconceivable casualties. In the ordeal, the Russian, Austrian, and Ottoman Empire perished entirely. In Russia, a popular uprising on behalf of the modernizations and liberal reform was seized by an armed elite proclaiming a universal revolutionary doctrine. After a descent into feminine civil war, Russia and its position emerged as the Soviet Union, and they tossed the wiki yearning for a great universal church on earth. Mongrified into a Moscow-directed world communist movement, rejecting all existing concept of order. Woe to the statesman whose argument for entering a war are not as convincing as at its end at the beginning. Bismarck had cautions. None of the leaders who drifted into the war in August 1914 would have been so could they have foreseen the world of 1918. Stunned by the carnage, Europe's statesmen tried to forego a post-war period that would be as different as possible from the crisis that they thought had produced the Great War, as it was then called. They plotted from their minds nearly every lesson of previous attempts to forge an international order, especially of the Congress of Vienna. It was not a happy decision. The Treaty of Versailles, so World War One ended with the Treaty of Versailles. Okay, I'm not able to pronounce it properly. It's in French. The Treaty of Versailles in 1919 refused to accept Germany back into the European order, as the Congress of Vienna had included an acceptance of defeat France. The new revolutionary Marxist-Leninist government of the Soviet Union declared itself not bound by the concept of restraints or of an international order whose overthrow it prophesied. Participating at the fringes of the European diplomacy, it was organized only slowly and reluctantly by the Western powers. Of the 5 states that had constituted the European balance, the Austrian Empire had disappeared. Yes, Russia and Germany were excluded or had excluded themselves, and Britain was beginning to return to its historical attitude of involving itself in the European affair primarily to resist an actual threat to the balance of the power rather than to preemptive potential threats. Traditional diplomacy had brought about a century of peace in Europe, but by an international order, subtly balancing elements of power and of legitimacy. In the last quarter of the century, the balance had shifted to relying on the power elements. The drafters of the Versailles settlers veered back to the legitimacy moments by creating international orders that could maintain, if at all, only by appeals to the shared principle. Because the elements of power were ignored or left in disarray, there's a belt of states emerging from the principle of self-determination located between Germany and the Soviet Union provoked too weak to resist either, inviting collusion between them. So Britain was increasingly withdrawn. The United States, having entered the war decisively in 1917, despite initial public reluctance, had grown disillusioned by the outcome and withdrawn into the relative isolations. Their responsibility for supplying the elements of the power, which therefore fell largely on France, which was exhausted by the war, drained by it of human resources and psychological stamina, increasingly aware that the disparity in the strength between it and Germany threatened to become congenital. Rarely has a diplomatic argument so missed its objectives as the Treaty of Versailles, too punitive to for conciliation, too lenient to keep Germany from recovering. The Treaty of Versailles condemned the exhaustive democracy's constant vigilance against an irreconcilable and revanchist to Germany as well as the revolutionary Soviet Union. So that time, I think Germany had to pay a lot of money for those who won the war, and also order that they have to make an agreement that will promise that they will not grow their army. With Germany neither morally invested in the Versailles settlements or not confronted with the clear balance of power forces and grinding challenges, the Versailles order but dared German revisionisms. Germany could be prevented from asserting its potential strategic superiority only by discriminatory clauses, which challenged the moral conviction of the United States, and to an increasing degree, Great Britain and once Germany began to challenge the settlement, its term were maintainable only by a ruthless application of French arms or a permanent American involvement in continental affairs. Neither was forthcoming. France had spent 3 centuries keeping Central Europe at first divided and then contained. At first by itself, then in alliance with Russia. After Versailles, it lost their options. France was too drained by the war to play the role of the Europe's policeman, and Central and Eastern Europe were seized by political current beyond France's capacity to manipulate. Left alone to balance a unified Germany, it made halting efforts to guard the settlements by force, but became demoralized when its historical nightmare reappeared with the advent of the Hitler. So that's one day. Germany lost the First World War. The advent of the Hitler came, and the major power attempted to institutionalize their repulsions to a war into a new form of peaceful international order. A vague formula for international disarmaments was put forward, though the implementation was deferred for a later negotiation. The League of Nations and a series of arbitrations treaties set out to replace power contests with a legal mechanism for the resolution of disputes. And while membership in these new structures were nearly universal in every form of violations of the peace formally banned, so no country proved willingness to reinforce the terms. Powers were grieved or expansionist goal. Germany, Imperial Japan, Mussolini's Italy soon learned that there were no serious consequences for violating the terms of the membership of the League of Nations or for simply withdrawing. 2 overlapping and contradictory post-war orders were coming into being. The world of rules and international orders, inhabited primarily by the Western democracies in their interactions with each other, and unconstrained zone appropriated by the power that has withdrawn from the system or limit to action, achieve a greater freedom of action. Looming beyond both and opportunistically maneuvering between them lay the Soviet Union with its own revolutionary concept of world orders, threatening to submerge them all. In the end of the Versailles Order achieved the other legitimacy and not equilibrium. Its almost pathetic frailty was demonstrated by the Locarno Pact of 1925, in which Germany accepted the western frontiers and demilitarizations of the Rhinelands, to which they had already agreed at Versailles, but explicitly refused to extend the same assurance to borders with Poland and Czechoslovakia, making explicit ambitions and underlying sentiments, resentments. Amazingly, France completed the Locarno Agreement, even though it left France allies in Eastern Europe firmly exposed to eventual German, revanchinisms. A hint of what it would do a decade later in the face of an actual challenge. In 1920s, the Germany of the Weimar Republic appealed to Western conscience by the contrasting the inconsistencies and the punitiveness of the Versailles settlements with the League of Nations' more idealistic principles of the international order. Hitler, who came to power in 1933 by the popular vote of a resentful German people, abandoned all restraints. Okay, so he came to power in 1933, and the Second World War began in 1939, right after 6 years. He rearmed the violation of the Versailles peace terms and overthrew the Locarno settlements by reoccupying the Rhinelands. When his challengers failed to encounter a significant response, Hitler began to dismantle the states of Central and Eastern Europe one by one. Austria first, followed by Czechoslovakia, and finally Poland. The nature of these challenges was not singular to the 1930s. In every era, humanity produces demonic individuals and seductive ideas of representations. The task of statesmen is to prevent their rise to power and sustain an international order capable of deterring them if they do achieve it. The interwar, years toxic mixture of facile pessimism, geopolitical imbalance, and the allied disunities allowed to the forces of free hands. Europe had constructed an international order from 300 years of conflict. It threw it away because its leaders did not understand the consequence of when they entered World War I. And though they did understand the consequence of another conflagration, they recoiled before the implications of acting on their foresights. The collapse of international order was essentially a tale of abdications, even suicide. Having abandoned the principle of the Westphalian settlements and reluctant to exercise the force required to vindicate its proclaimed moral alternative, Europe was now accustomed by another war that at its end brought with once more the need to cast the European order. The post-war European order. As a result of two world wars, the concept of Westphalian sovereignty and the principle of the balance of power were greatly diminished in the contemporary order of the continent that spawned them. The residue would continue, perhaps most consequently, in some of the countries to which they were brought in the age of discovery and expansions. By the end of World War II, Europe's world ordering material and psychological capacity had all but vanished. Every continental European country, with the exception of Switzerland and Sweden, had been occupied by foreign troops at one time or another. Okay, Sweden and Switzerland, they played their cards well. Every country's economy was in shambles. It became obvious that no European country, including Switzerland and Sweden, was able any longer to shape its own future by itself. That Western Europe found the moral strength to launch itself on the road to a new approach to order was the work of the three great men: Konrad Adenauer in Germany, Robert Schumann in France, and Alcide de Gasperi in Italy. Born and educated before World War I, they retained some of older European philosophy, certitudes about the conditions of the human betterments, and this endowed them with a vision of fortitude to overcome the causes of European strategies. At a moment of greatest weakness, they preserved some of the concept of order of the youth. Their most important conviction was that if they were to bring succor to the people and prevent a recurrence of the Europe's tragedies, they needed to overcome Europe's historical divisions and on the basis create a new European order. They had to cope first with another division of Europe in 1949. So I think he didn't mention details of the Second World War, which ended in 1945, which led to the creation of United Kingdom. No, not United Nations. Western allies combined their three occupation zones to create the Federal Republic of Germany. Russia turned its occupation zone into a socialist state tried to by the Warsaw Pact. Okay, just wait. Okay, I think Second World War ended. Which Second World War ended with the Treaty of Warsaw. Okay, the Paris Peace Treaties of 1947 signed of this one formally ended World War II for 5 European Axis partners. For Germany, they ended with surrender of this one. A final treaty was signed in this one. Okay. What treaty ended the Second World War? Paris Peace Treaties and the Treaty of San Francisco formally. Okay. Then what is the Treaty of Warsaw? The North Atlantic Treaty Organization. No, not this one. Okay. Germany was back to its position 300 years earlier after the Peace of Westphalia. Its division had become the key elements of the emerging international structure. France and Germany, the two countries whose rivalry had been at the heart of every European war for 3 centuries, began the process of transcending European history by emerging the key elements of their remaining economic power. In 1952, they reformed the coal and steel community as a first step towards an even closer reunion of Europe's constituent people and keystone of a new European order. For decades, Germany had posed the principal challenge to Europe's stability. For the first decades of the post-war Europe, the course of its national leadership would be crucial. Konrad Adenauer became Chancellor of the new Federal Republic of Germany at the age of 73, and an age by which Bismarck's career was nearing its end. Patrician installed suspicion of populism. He created a political party, the Christian Democratic Union, which for the first time in Germany parliamentary history governed as a moderate party with a majority mandates. With his mandates, Adenauer committed himself to regaining the confidence of Germany's recent victims. In 1955, he brought West Germany into the Atlantic alliances. Okay, so that time, what happened with Germany with the loss of Second World War? Germany was divided into East Germany and West Germany. East Germany was under the influence of Soviet Union, and West Germany was under the influence of the United States. And there was a big line, okay, with the big border which was created, and it divided the West and East Asia. And this line was known as the Berlin Wall. Okay, he brought West Germany into this one. So committed was to unification of Europe that he rejected 1950 Soviet proposal hinting that Germany might be unified if the Federal Republic abandoned the Western alliances. The decision surely reflected a shrewd judgment on the reliability of the Soviet offers, but also severe doubts about the capacity of its own society to repeat a solid journey as a national state in the center of the continents. It nevertheless took a leader of enormous moral strength to raise a new international order on the partition of its own country. The partition of Germany was not a new event, not a new event in European history. It had been the basis of both the Westphalian and the Vienna settlements. What was new was the emerging Germany explicitly cast itself as a component of the Western contest over the nature of the international political orders. This was all more important because the balance of power was largely being shaped outside the European continent. 1,000 years, the people of Europe had taken for granted whatever the fluctuation of the balance powers. It constitutes elements resided in Europe. The world of emerging Cold War sought its balance in the conduct and armaments of the two superpowers, the United States across the Atlantic and the Soviet Union in the geographic fringes of the Europe. America had helped restart the European economy with the Greek-Turkish and programs of the 1947 and the Marshall Plan of 1948. In 1949, the United States, for the first time in history, undertook peacetime alliances to the North Atlantic Treaty. Okay, just wait. Okay, when the North Atlantic Treaty, NATO signed? NATO was formed in which year? Okay, it was formed in 1949. That is, NATO was primarily formed to counterbalance a Soviet Union. North Atlantic Treaty Organizations. Okay, North Atlantic Treaty Organization was formed on 4th of April 1949 in DC with this signing of the North Atlantic Treaty, also known as the Washington Treaty. It was established by 12 founding countries from North America and Europe to provide a collective security against the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Cold War started when? Cold War started. Start and end. Okay, so Cold War started from 1945, right after the Second World War. The Cold War was a period of geographic tension between the United States and the Soviet Union and their respective allies, lasting approximately from 1945 to 1991. Okay. The European equilibrium, historically authored by the state of Europe, had turned into an aspect of the strategy of the North powers. The North Atlantic Treaty Alliances established a regular framework for consultation between the United States and Europe and degree of coherence in the conduct of the foreign policy. But in its essence, the European balance of power shifted from internal European arrangement into the containment of the Soviet Union globally, largely by way of nuclear capability of the United States. After the shock of the two devastating wars, the Western Europe countries were confronted by the change in geopolitical perspective, the challenge their sense of historical identity. Back in 1945, around 1945, Soviet Union was the most powerful country because of the huge geographical land and because of the too much of the first because of the geography and second because it's the military. The international order during the first phase of the Cold War was in fact bipolar, with the operation of the Western alliances conducted essentially by America as the principal and guiding partners. What the United States understood by alliances was not so much countries acting concurrently to preserve equilibrium as America as the managing directors of the joint crisis. The traditional European balance of power had been based on the equality of its members. Each partner contributed an aspect of its power in the quest of a common and basically limited goals, which was equilibrium, but the Atlantic alliances, while it combined the military forces of allies in the government structure, was sustained largely by unilateral American military power, especially so with respect to America's nuclear deterrence. So long as the strategic nuclear weapon were the principal elements of the European defense, the objective of European policy was primarily psychological, to oblige the United States to treat Europe as an extension of itself in the case of emergency. the Cold War international order reflected two sets of balances, which, for the first time in history, were largely independent of each other. So the nuclear balance between Soviet Union and the United States, and the internal balances within the Atlantic alliances. So operation was in important ways psychological. U.S. preeminence was conceded in return for the giving Europe access to American nuclear protectionisms. Europe countries built up their own military forces not so much to create additional strength as to have a voice in the decision of an ally. As an admission ticket, as it were, to discuss regarding the use of the American deterrence, France and Britain developed a small nuclear forces that were irrelevant to this overall balance of power, but created an additional claim to set seat at the table of the major power decisions. Yes, Germany doesn't have a nuclear power, but France and Britain, they do have it. The realities of the nuclear age and geographic proximity of the Soviet Union sustained the alliance for a generation, but underlying differences in the perspective was bound to reappear with the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. Yes, 1989 there was a fall of Berlin Wall, because if you see Germany, right? Okay, Germany, East Germany, which was under the United States, were far more developed because of the democracy and all that thing. And then if you see the right side of the West, West Germany was better developed, and if you see the East Germany, which were under the Soviet Unions, there was a socialism and all that thing, and then country was very poor, people were suffering. So, and the people were fleeing right away from the west and from the east to the west. So that's why they had to build the wall, and then eventually the Berlin Wall fell. I think that was the end of the Soviet Union. That was the start. Was fall of Berlin Wall led to the fall of Berlin Wall on November 1989 led to the collapse of East German communist rule, the rapid reunification of Germany, this one, and the end of the Cold War. Yes, led to the end of the Cold War. End of the Cold War. And where was I? After 4 decades of Cold War, NATO had achieved the invasion of the vision of Cold War, ends that its founders had proclaimed. The fall of Berlin Wall in 1989 led rapidly to the unification of Germany, together with the collapse of the Soviet satellite orbits that belt of the states in Eastern Europe within the post-Soviet Union control system. In a testament to the vision of the Allied leaders who had designed the Atlantic alliances, and to the subtle performance of those who oversaw their denouncements. Denouements of the century third contest over the Europe ended peacefully. Germany achieved unification as an affirmation of liberal democracy. It reaffirmed its commitment to European unity as a project of common values and shared developments. The nations of the Eastern Europe, suppressed for 40 years, some longer, began to re-emerge into independence and to regain their personalities. The collapse of the Soviet Union unchanged the emphasis of diplomacy. The geopolitical nature of the European order was fundamentally transformed when there no longer exists a substantial military threat from within Europe. Just wait, who was the? I think was it not just something? Soviet Union president during 1990s. It was Mikhail Gorbachev was the only president of the Soviet Union, serving from March 1999 until the country's resolution on December 1991, elected by the Congress People's Interest. Who was the first president? Who was the first president of Russia? So in 1991, after the collapse of Soviet Union, then there was Boris Yeltsin was the first president of Russia, serving from 1991 to 1999. Elected in June, he led the Russian Federation through the dissolution of Soviet Union, implementing significant market reforms and response. Russia's minister history. Russia's president list. Then came Putin. So president of the Russia Federation equals to 1991 are Boris Yeltsin. I think I've heard of that guy's name. Boris Yeltsin, 1991 to 1999, so close to 8 years. And then came Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin, 2000 to 2008, 2012 to present, and Dmitry Medvedev, 8 to 12. 8 to 12. Vladimir Putin is the longest serving president in the position he had. Vladimir Putin equals to acting is equals to response. I don't get it. Why? What happened? What happened with? What happened? Just wait. What happened to Putin? Just wait. Why? Why Putin was not president in 2008 to 12? Why? Due to constitutional limitations on 2 consecutive president terms, Putin served as a prime minister again from this month to under the Dmitry. Just wait, okay. Was Putin okay? Just wait, okay. I want to see. Putin came from 2000, okay, 2000, right? Okay. Was Putin elected or Russia or not? I think he is elected. Yes, Vladimir Putin has been elected president of the Russia multiple times. 2000 is first. Most recently winning over 87% of the vote in March 2024, while officially elected, those elections are widely described by the international observers as lacking democratic. But I think initially when he came, he should have come. Okay. Unifications, okay, and Eastern Yugoslavia. The collapse of the Soviet Union changed the emphasis of diplomacy, geopolitical nature of response. Okay, it in the exalted atmosphere that followed, traditional problems of the equilibrium were dismissed as an old diplomacy to be replaced by the spread of the shared values. The Atlantic alliances it was now professed should be concerned less about security and more about its political reach. The expansion of the NATO up to the borders of Russia, even perhaps including it, was now approached as a serious prospect. The projection of a military alliances into historically contested territory within several hundred miles of Moscow was proposed not primarily on security grounds but as a sensible methods of locking in democratic gains. In the face of the direct threats, international order has been conceived as a confrontation of the two adversarial blocs dominated by the United States and Soviet Union, respectively. As Soviet Union power declined, the world became to some extent multipolar, and Europe strove to define an independent entity. Just imagine, okay, Germany went through a lot, man. First World War defeated, Second World War crushed, divided into two, and then right now it's the third largest economy in the world. The future of Europe. What a journey. The future of Europe. What a journey Europe has undertaken to reach this point. It had launched itself on a global explorations and spread its practices and values around the world. It had in every century changed its internal structure and invented new ways of thinking about the nature of international orders. Now, at the culmination of an era, Europe, in order to participate in it, felt obliged to set aside the political mechanisms through which it had conducted its affairs for 3 decades and 3.5 centuries. Impelled also by desire to cushion the emergent unification of Germany, the new European Union establishments a common currency in 2002, a formal political structure in 2004. It proclaimed Europe united, whole, and free, adjusting its differences by peaceful mechanisms. German unification altered the equilibrium of Europe because no constitutional arrangement could change the reality that Germany alone was again the strongest European state. Yes, it is. Currently, I think even though Germany does not have a nuclear weapon, but it is the largest economy in Europe. The single currency produced a degree of unity that has not been seen in Europe since the Holy Roman Empire. Would the EU achieve the global role its charter proclaimed? Or would it, like King Charles V Empire, prove incapable of holding itself together? The new structure represented in some sense a renunciation of Westphalia. Yet the EU can also be interpreted as Europe's return to the Westphalian international rate system that it created, spread across the globe, defended and exemplified through much of the modern age. This time as a regional, not a national power, as a new unit in a new global version of Westphalian system. The new structure represented in some sense a renunciation of Westphalia. Yet the EU can also be interpreted as Europe's return to the Westphalian international system that it created, spread across the globe, defended and exemplified. Okay, the outcome has combined aspect of both the national and the regional approaches without as yet securing the full benefits of either. The European Union diminishes its member state sovereignty and traditional government functions such as the control of the currency and borders. On the other hand, European politics remains primarily national, and in many countries, objectives to EU policy have become the central domestic issues. The result is a hybrid, constitutionally something between a state and a confederation operating through ministerial meetings and a common bureaucracy, more like a Holy Roman Empire than the Europe of the 19th century. But unlike the Holy Roman Empire, for most of its history at least, the EU struggles to resolve its internal tension in the quest for the principle and goal by which it is united. In the process, it pursues monetary union side by side with the fiscal dispersions and bureaucracy at odds with democracy. In foreign policy, it embraces universal ideals without the means to enforce them, and cosmopolitan identity in connection with the national loyalties. With European unity accompanied by the West-East and North-South divides and then ecumenical attitude towards autonomy movement. Catalan means Catalan, Bavarian, and Scotland. So Catalan means current day Barcelona. In Barcelona area, Bavarian means to the German Scots challenging the integrity of the states. The European social model is dependent upon yet discomfort by the market dynamisms. EU policies enshrines tolerance and inclusiveness, approaching unwillingness to assert distinctive Western values, even as member states practice a lot in a plural politics driven by the fear of non-European influx. So yeah, this is the problem in European Union, right? Because most of the countries in Europe, they are in a group called European Union, where most of the currency, they have the similar currency, and most of the economic and foreign policy decisions are taken together. And which is, so for example, they are different countries. So all those, for example, like the France, right? France or Germany, you might call them a sovereign country, but actually are they a sovereign country? Sovereign mean, what do you mean by sovereign country? Sovereign means independent of foreign policy, independent of economic values, all of those things, right? But when you are in European Union, then the currency printing, the limit of the printing, the interest rate, everything is controlled by the European Union, right? Entire leader together. So this is the side effect and the limitations of the European Union. So that's why UK, right? They exited from the European Union. So that's why it's known as a Brexit, because you don't have the flexibility. It's rigid. You have to listen to what. But yeah, you do have a say, but that doesn't mean that what was your plan will be implemented. The result is a cycle testing the popular legitimacy of the European Union itself. European states have surrendered significant portion of what was once deemed their sovereign authority because European leaders are still validated or rejected by national democratic process. They are tempted to conduct policies of national advantage, and in consequence, a dispute persists between the various regimes of Europe, usually over economic issues, especially in crises such as that which began in 2009. The European structure is then driven towards increasingly intrusive emergency measures simply to survive. Yet, when publics are asked to make sacrifice on behalf of the European project, a clear understanding of its obligation may not exist. Leaders then face the choice of disregarding the will of their people or following it in opposition Brussels. Europe has returned to the equations with which it started, except now it has changed. As a global sweep, what international order can be distilled from contending aspiration and contradictory trends, which countries will be components of the orders, and in what manners will they relate the policies, how much unity does Europe needs, and how much diversity can it endure. But the converse issues is, in the long run, perhaps even more fundamental given its history, how much diversity must Europe preserve to achieve a meaningful unity. When it maintained a global system, Europe represented the dominant concept of all orders. Its statesmen designed international structure and prescribed them to the rest of the world. Today, the nature of the emergent world order is is itself in dispute, and region beyond Europe will play a major role in defining its attributes. Is the world moving towards regional blocks that perform the role of the states in the Westphalia system? If so, will balance follow, or will this reduce the number of the key players to so few that rigidity becomes inevitable and the perils of the early 20th century returns? With the flexibility constructed blocks attempting to face one another down in a world where continental structure like America, China, maybe India and Brazil have already. Okay, this is the first time they've mentioned India, China, and Brazil. Now I think I can see that now he's focusing more on the Asia side. Brazil have already reached critical mass. How will Europe handle its transition into a regional unit? So far, the process of integration has been dealt with essentially in a bureaucratic problems of increasing the competence of various European administration bodies. In other words, in elaborations of the familiar. Where will the impetus for charting the inward commitments to this goal emerge? European history have shown that unification has been achieved by primarily administrative procedures. It has required a unified Prussia in Germany, Piedmont in Italy, without whose leadership and willingness to create fiat complices, unification would have remained stillborn. But country or institutions will play that role, or will some new institutions or inner group have to be diversified, charting the road? Okay. And if Europe should achieve unity by whatever roads, how will it define its global role? It has three choices: to foster Atlantic partnership, to adopt an ever more neutral position, or to move towards a tacit compact within extra European power, or grouping them. Does it envisage shifting coalitions, or does it see itself as a member of the North Atlantic bloc that generally adopts a compatible position? To which of its passes will Europe relate itself? To its recent past of Atlantic coalitions, or to its longer term history of maneuvering for a maximum advantage on the basis of international interest? In short, we will still be an Atlantic community, and if so, as fervently hope, How will it define itself? It is a question both sides of the Atlantic must ask themselves. The Atlantic community cannot remain irrelevant by simply projecting the ephemeral forward, cooperating to shape strategic affairs of globally. The European administrators of the rules and distributions of weight, but they have been often uncertain about what to do when this model was rejected or its implementation went awry. A more specific meaning needs to be given to the most often invoked Atlantic partnership by a new generation shaped by the sets of experiences than the Soviet challenge of the First World War. The political evolution of Europe is essentially for the European to decide, but its Atlantic partners have an important stake in it. Will the emerging Europe become an active participant in the construction of a new international order, or will it consume itself on its internal issues? The pure balance of power strategy of the fundamental European great power is precluded by the contemporary geopolitical and strategic realities, but not will the nascent organizations of the rules and norms by the pan-European elite provide sufficient vehicle for a global strategy unless accompanied by some accounting for geopolitical realities. The United States have every reason from history and geopolitics to bolster the European Union and prevent its drifting off into a geopolitical vacuum. The United States, if separated from Europe in politics, economics, and defenses, would become geopolitically an island of the shore of the Eurasia, and Europe itself could turn into an appendage to the reaches of the Asia and the Middle East. Europe, which had a near monopoly in the design of a global order less than a century ago, is in the danger of cutting itself off from the contemporary quest for a world order by identifying its internal construction with its ultimate geopolitical purpose. For many, the outcome represents the culminations of the dreams of generations, a continental united in peace and forswearing power contest. Yet, while the values espoused in Europe's soft power approach have often been inspiring, few of the other region have shown such overriding dedication to this style of policy, raising the prospect of the imbalance. Europe turns inward just as the quest for a world order, it significantly designed, faces a fraught juncture whose outcome could engulf any region that fails to help shape it. Europe thus finds itself suspended between a past it seeks to overcome and future it has not yet defined. I think Henry Kissinger would be surprised to know what the United States is doing currently under President Trump. He has actually made a statement that NATO is not helping, and we don't mind breaking from the NATO. So, yeah, a lot has happened in the last few decades after writing this book, and I think a lot has changed also, and a lot of things that he is implying right now is not relevant because of the new information. So, still, history is important to learn because how do you plan your future if you don't know and understand history? Because history does not repeat itself; it rhymes. It rhymes in the same history rhymes itself, right, in the future. So it's important to, if you want to predict the future, then you have to understand the history.
Chapter number 3: Islamism and Middle East, a world in disorder. Currently, it is 11:14 p.m. and 13th of April 2026. As I'm speaking right now, there's a lot of tension between Iran and Israel, United States. So entire Middle is in turmoil currently. So Islamists and Middle East, a world in disorder. The Middle East has been the cherished list of three world's greatest religions. From its stern landscape have issued a conqueror and prophet holding aloft banner of universal aspiration across its seemingly limitless horizons. Empire have been established and fallen. Absolute rulers have proclaimed themselves the embodiments of all, only to disappear as if they had been mirages. Here, every form of domestic and international order existed and been rejected at one time or another. The world has become accustomed to calls from the Middle East urging to the overthrow of regional and world order in service of universal visions. A profusion of prophetic absolutism has been the hallmark of a region suspended between a dream of its former glory and its contemporary inability to unify around a common principle of domestic or international legitimacy. Nowhere is the challenge of international order more complex in terms of both organizing regional orders and ensuring the compatibility of their orders with the peace and stability in the rest of the world. In our own time, the Middle East seems destined to experiment with all of its historical experiences simultaneously: empire, holy war, foreign dominations, and sectarian war of all against all before it arrives, if it ever does, at a settled concept of international order. Until it does so, the region will remain pulled alternatively toward joining the world communities and struggling against it. The Islamic world order The early organizations of the Middle East and North Africa developed from a succession of empires, each considered itself the centers of civilized world. Each arises, around unifying geographic features and then expanded into the unincorporated zone between them. In the third millennium BC, Egypt expanded its influence along the Nile and into the present Sudan. Beginning in the same period, the empire of Mesopotamia, Sumer, and Babylon consolidated their rules among people along the Tigris and Euphrates River. In the 6th century BC, the Persian Empire rose on the Iranian plateau and developed a system of rule that has been described as the first deliberate attempt in history to unite heterogeneous African, Asian, and European communities into a single organized international society, with the ruler styling himself as the Shahenshah. Okay, so yeah, in India it's very common. Shahenshah, that means the kings of kings. Shahenshah. By the end of the 6th century AD, the two great empires dominated much of the Middle East. Byzantine, or the Eastern Europe, Roman Empire with its capital in Constantinople and professing the Christian religion, Greek Orthodox, and the Sassanid Persian Empire with its capital in Sestinpon near modern-day Baghdad. Baghdad is in Afghanistan, which practiced Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism. Okay, I think very few people are there, right? So the population is very low. Zoroastrianism. Conflict between them had occurred sporadically for centuries. In 603, not long after the plague had wrecked both, a Persian invasion of Byzantine territories led to a 25-year-long war in which the two empires tested what remained of their strength. After an eventual Byzantine victory, exhaustion produced the peace that statements had failed to achieve. It also opened the way for the ultimate history of Islam, for in Western Arabia, in a forbidding desert outside the control of an empire, the Prophet Muhammad and his followers were gathering strength impelled by a new vision of the world order. Few events in the world history equal the drama of the early spread of Islam. The Muslim traditions relates that Muhammad, born in Mecca in the year 570, received at the age of 40 a revelation that continued for approximately 23 years and written down became known as the Quran, as the Byzantine and Persian Empire disabled each other. Muhammad and his community of believers organized a polity, unified the Arabian Peninsula, and set out to replace the prevailing the faiths of the regions, primarily Judaism, Christianity, and Zoroastrianism, with the religion of this received upon an unprecedented wave of expansion turned the rise of Islam into one of the most consequential events in history. In the century following the death of Muhammad in 632, Arab armies brought the new religion as far as the Atlantic coast of Africa, to most of the Spains, into central France, and as far as northern India, stretches of central Asia, Russia, parts of China, and most of the East Indies followed over the subsequent centuries, where Islam carried alternate by merchants and conquerors, established itself as the dominant religious presence. That a small group of Arab confederates existed to inspire a movement that could lay low the great empires that has dominated the region for centuries would have seemed inconceivable a few decades earlier. It was, how was it possible for so much imperial thrust and such a omnidirectional, all-engulfing fervor to be assembled so unnoticed? The records of neighboring societies had not until then regarded the Arabian Peninsula as an imperial force. For centuries, the Arabs had lived a tribal, pastoral, semi-nomadic existence in the desert and its fertile fringes. Until this point, though they had made a handful of evanescent challenges to the Roman rule, they had founded no great states or empires. So their historical memories were encapsulated in an oral traditions of epic, poetry. They figured into the consciousness of the Greeks, Romans, and Persian mainly as occasional raiders of trade routes and settled populations. To the extent they had been brought into this culture's vision of the world war, and it was through ad hoc arrangement to purchase the loyalty of the tribe and charged with enforcing security along the imperial frontiers. In a century of remarkable extortions, this world was overturned, expansionist, and in some respect radically egalitarian. Islam was likely unlike any other society in history. Its requirements of a frequent daily prayers made faith a way of life. Okay, yeah. So if you're following in Islam, then you have to pray a lot. It's called, you have to namaz parna, right? It emphasizes on the identity of religions and political power transformed the expansion of Islam from an imperial enterprise into a sacred obligation. Each of the people had the advancing Muslim encounter was offered the same choice: conversion, adoptions of protectorate status, or conquest. As an Arab Muslim envoy sent to negotiate with the besieged Persian Empire, declared on the eve of climatic 7th century battle, if you embrace Islam, we will leave you alone. Okay, so that's how the spread of an Islam happened, right? If you embrace Islam, we will let you leave. If you agree to pay the poll tax, we will protect you if you need our protections. Otherwise, it is a war. Add up, cavalry, combining religious conviction, military skills, and disdain for the luxuries they encountered in their conquered lands, to back up the threats, observing the dynamisms and achievement of the Islamic enterprise and threatened with the extension. Societies chose to adopt the new religion and its vision. Islamic rapid advances across 3 continents to provide proof to the faithful of its divine missions, impelled by the conviction that its spreads would unite and bring peace to all humanities. Islam was at once a religion, a multi-ethnic superstate, and now a new world order. The area Islam had conquered, or where it had sway over tribe-paying non-Muslims, were conceived as a single political unit. Dar al Islam, the house of Islams of the realm of peace. It would be governed by all the capitalates and institutions, defined by the rightful succession onto the earthly and political authority that the Prophet had exercised. The land beyond were Dalal Harb, the realm of war. The Islam mission was to incorporate this region into its own world order and thereby bringing universal peace. So there's a picture. It's known as an expansion of Islam. So expansion was to picture is not very clear, but I could clearly see that there's a this is all the Middle East and some northern part of the India, entire Afghanistan, Pakistan. Okay. The Dar al-Islam in theory was in a state of war with the Dar al-Harb because the ultimate objective of Islam was the whole world. So that is the main problem I find it with the Islam, is that not just Islam, even some with the Christianity, is that why do they have to spread the Christianity, right? If the people love it, they will convert. You don't have to do it, right? And for example, like a Buddhist, right? I've not seen even a single person telling single Buddhist person telling someone to just please convert. Otherwise, in India, if you're a Christian, or if you're mostly what happens with Hindu people, that Christian people will offer Hindu people to convert, and they'll get the compensations. Same thing with Islam. Okay, so the Dar al-Islam theory was in a state of war with the Dar al, because the ultimate objective of Islam was the whole world. If the Dar al-Harb were reduced by Islam, the public order of a Pax Islamic would supersede all others, and the non-Muslim communities would either become part of the Islamic community or submit to its sovereignty, as it already religious communities are an autonomous entities possessing a treaty relationship with it. The strategy to bring about this universal system would be named jihad, an obligation. Okay, so this is what I don't like: jihad, an obligation binding on the believer to expand their faith through struggle. Jihad means encompasses warfare, but it was not limited to a military strategy, but the term also includes other means of exerting one's full power to redeem and spread the message of Islam, such as spiritual striving or great deeds glorifying the religion's principle, depending on the circumstances. And in the various eras and regions, the relative emphasis differed widely. The believer might fulfill jihad by his heart, tongue, his hands, or by sword. Circumstances. I want to see, how does Muhammad look like? Prophet Muhammad. Okay. Enormous warfare, but it is not limited to military strategy, but the term also includes the means of exerting one's power. Okay. Circumstances have, of course, changed greatly since the early Islam state set out to expand its creed in all directions, or when it ruled the entire community of the faithful as a single political entity in a condition of a latent challenge to the rest of the world. Interaction between Muslim and non-Muslim societies have gone through periods of often fruitful coexistence, as well as stretches of antagonisms. Trade patterns have tied Muslims and non-Muslim worlds more closely together, and diplomatic alignments have frequently been based on Muslim and non-Muslim states working together towards significant shared aims. Still, the binary concept of world order remains the official state doctrine of Iran, embedded in its constitution. The rallying cry of armed minorities in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Libya, Yemen, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and the ideology of the several terrorist groups active. Okay, so it's not hesitant to mention the ideology, right? Okay, and the ideology of several terrorist groups active across the world, including the Islamic State in Iraq and Levant. So it's clearly written: Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Levant. Other religions, especially Christianity, have had their own crusading phase at the time, exalting the universal mission with a compatible fervor, and resorting to analogous methods of conquest and forced conversion. Spanish conquistadors abolished ancient civilization in Central and South America in the 16th century in a similar spirit of the world conquering finalities. The difference is that a crusading spirit subsided in the Western world or took the form of a secular concept that provided less absolute or less enduring than religious imperative. Over time, Christendom became a philosophical and historical concept, not an operational principle, strategy, or international order. That process was facilitated because of the Christian world has originated a distinction between the things which are Caesar and the things which are gods, permitting an eventual evolution towards pluralistic and secular-based foreign policies within a state-based international system. As we have seen in the previous two chapters, it was also driven by the contingent circumstances among them, the relative unattractiveness of some of the modern crusading concept called on to replace religious fervor, militant sovereign, Soviet communism, preaching world revolutions, or a race-based imperialism. The evolution in the Muslim world has been more complex. Certain periods have inspired hopes for a convergence of approaches. On the other hand, as recently as the 1920s, a direct line of political succession from the Prophet, Prophet Muhammad was still asserted as the practical reality of a Middle Eastern statecraft. By the Ottoman Empire, since this empire collapsed, the responses in key Muslim countries have been divided between those who have sought to enter the new state-based ecumenical international order as a significant members adhering to deeply felt religious belief but separating from the questions of foreign policy, and those who see themselves as engaged in a battle over the succession to universal authority within a stringent interpretation of the traditional Islamic concept of world order. Over the past 90 years, the exponents of each view has presented some of the outstanding figures of the era. Among them are counted some of the century's most far-sighted statements and most formidable religious absolutists. The contest between them is not concluded under some Middle Eastern governance. Believer in state-based and faith-based universal order coexist, if occasionally uneasily. Too many of its faithful, especially in a period of a resurgent Islamism. The modern ideology seeking to enforce Muslim scripture as the central arbiters of the personal, political, and international life, the Islamic world remains in a condition of inescapable confrontation with the outside world. Really? Okay. I have to pick. In the early Islamic system, non-aggression treaties with non-Muslim societies were permissible according to traditional jurisprudence. This was pragmatic arrangement of a limited duration, allowing the Islam party to secure itself from the threat while gathering strength and cohesion. Based on a precedent set by the early Islamic state in entering truces with the foes it eventually vanquished. They were limited to terms of specific durations up to 10 years that could be renewed as needed. In the spirits in the early centuries of Muslim history, Islamic legal rulings stipulate that a treaty cannot be over forever. Ever since it must be immediately void should the Muslim become capable of fighting. What these treaties did not imply was a permanent system in which the Islamic State would interact on equal terms with the sovereign non-Muslim state. The communities of the Dar al-Barb were regarded as being in a state of nature, for they lacked legal competence to enter into intercourse with the Islam on the basis of equality and reciprocity, because they failed to conform to its ethical and legal standards. Because in this view, the domestic principle of an Islamic state were divinely ordained. Non-Muslim political entities were illegitimate. They could never be accepted by Muslim state as truly equal counterparts. A peaceful world order depended on the ability to forge and expand on military expansion. And really not an equilibrium of becoming parts. In the idealized version of this world view, the spread of peace and justice under Islam was unidirectional and irreversible process. The loss of lands that have been brought into Dar al-Islam could never be accepted as a permanent, as this would effectively repudiate the legacy of the universal faith. Indeed, history records no other political enterprise that spread with such an inexorable result. In time, a portion of the territories rich in Islam in period of expansion would in fact exit Muslim political controls, including Spain, Portugal, Sicily, southern Italy, the Balkans, now a patchwork of the Muslim and mainly Orthodox, Greece, Romania, Georgia, Israel, India, southern Russia, and part of western China. Okay, yet of the territories incorporated in Islam's initial wave of the expansion, the significant majority remains Muslim today. No single society has ever had the power, no leadership, resilience, and no faith, the dynamisms to impose it grit enduringly through the world. Universalities has proved elusive for any conqueror, including Islam. As the early Islamic empire expanded, it eventually fragmented into multiple centers of power. Succession crisis following Muhammad that led to the split between Sunni and Shia branches of Islam, and defining division in the contemporary Islamic world. In any new political enterprises, the question of succession is fraught, where the founding leader is also regarded as the seal of the prophet, the final messenger of the god. The debate becomes at once political and theological. Following Muhammad's passing in 632, the council of tribal elders selected his father-in-law Akbul Bakr as his successor, or caliph, as the figure best able to maintain consensus and harmony in pledging the Muslim community. A minority believed that this matter should not have been put to a vote, which implied human fallibility, and that power should have passed automatically to the Prophet's closest blood relation, his cousin Ali, an instrumental early convert to Islam and heroic warrior whom Muhammad was held to have personally selected. This factions eventually formed themselves into the two main branches of Islam. But the proponents of okay, so that's why there's a two, right? For the proponents of Abu Akbar and his immediate successors, Muhammad's relationship with the God was unique and final. The caliphate's primary task was to preserve what Muhammad had revealed and built. They became the Sunnis. Okay, short for the people of tradition and consensus. For the party of Ali, Shia, okay, or Shiite Ali, or governance of a new Islamic sovereign. So it was a spiritual task involving an esoteric elements. In their view, Muslim could be brought into the correct relationship with Muhammad's revelations only if they were guided by spiritual gifted individuals. Okay, so that's why Sunni means they don't need this one. Just what Party of Ali Shia is this one. They became the Sunnis, short for the people of tradition and consensus. And then Shia. Muslim could be brought into the correct relationship with the Muhammad revelation only if they were guided by a spiritual gifted individual directly descended from the Prophet and Ali, who created the trustees of the religion, hidden their inner meanings. When Ali eventually coming to power as the fourth caliph, was challenged by the rebellions and murdered by a mob, the Sunnis treated the central task as the restoration of order in Islam and backed the faction that re-established stability. The Shias decried the new authorities as illegitimate usurper and lionized the martyrs who had died in resistance. This general attitudes would prevail for centuries. Geopolitical rivalries compounded doctrinal differences. In time, separate Arab, Persian, Turkish, and Mughal spheres across, each theoretically adhering to the same global Muslim order, but increasingly conducting themselves as rival monarchies with distinct interest and distinct interpretation of the faiths. In some cases, including much of the Mughal period in India, this included relatively, ecumenical, and even syncretic approach, stressing tolerance of the other faiths and privileging practical foreign policy over sectarian imperatives when beseeched to wage jihad against Shia Iran by fellow Sunni powers. Mughal India demurred, citing traditional and enmity and an absence of casus belli. Eventually, the momentum of the world project of Islam faltered as the first wave of Muslim expansion would say reversed in Europe. Battles in Poitiers and tours in France in 732 ended in unbroken strings of advances by Arab and North African Muslim forces. The Byzantine defense of Asia Minor and Eastern Europe maintained for 4 centuries the line behind which the West began developing its own post-Roman ideas of the World War. Western concept began to be projected into Muslim administered territories as the Byzantine march back temporarily into the Middle East to the Crusades. For is led by the orders of Christian knights into the historic Holy Lands that Islam had incorporated in the 7th century. Took Jerusalem in 1099, establishing a kingdom there that endured for roughly 2 centuries. The Christian reconquista of Spain ended with the fall of the Granada, the last Muslim foothold on the peninsula, in 1492, pushing Islam's western boundary back into North Africa. In the 13th century, the dream of universal order reappeared. A new Muslim empire led by the Ottoman Turks, followers of the conqueror Osmans, expanded their once minor Anatolian state into a formidable power capable of challenging and eventually displacing the last vestiges of Byzantine Empire. They began to construct a successor to the great Islamic caliphates of early centuries, styling themselves the leaders of the unified Islamic world. They expanded into all directions by conflict as far as holy wars. First in the Balkan in 1453, they conquered Constantinople, Istanbul, the capital of Byzantium, geostrategically aside the Bosphorus Strait. Next, they moved south and west into the Arabian Peninsula, Mesopotamia. Just wait, okay, Arab Peninsula, right? What is Arab Peninsula? Arabian Peninsula. Biggest peninsula. How is it Arab Peninsula the biggest peninsula? Arab Peninsula is the largest peninsula in the world, covering approximately this much. Okay. Definition of peninsula. What is the largest? What is the largest peninsula in Asia? Could it be India's? The Arabian Peninsula is the largest. Okay. India also has, India is also a peninsula, right? Okay, covered by. Okay. So there's Alaska. There's Labrador Peninsula. This is Liberia, and there's also Deccan Peninsula. So India is known as the Deccan Peninsula. Indochina Peninsula, and Horn of Africa is to Arabian Peninsula. Okay, Scandinavian Peninsula. Okay, this one Constantinople is this one. And okay, like the early Islamic Empire, the Ottomans conceived of the political mission as universal, upholding the order of the world. Sultans proclaimed themselves as the shadow of the god on earth and the universal ruler who protects the world. As its predecessor had a half millennium earlier, the Ottoman Empire came into contact with the state of Western Europe as it expanded westwards. The divergence between what was later institutionalized as multipolar European system and Ottoman's concept of a single universal empire conferred and complex characters in their interactions. The Ottoman refused to accept the European state as either legitimate or equal. This was not simple as a matter of Islamic doctrines. It reflected as well a judgment about the reality of the power relations for the Ottoman Empire was territorially larger than all of the Western European states combined, and for many decades militarily stronger than any conceivable coalition of them. In this context, formal Ottoman documents afforded the European monarch a protocol and a protocol rank below the Sultan, the ruler of the Ottoman Empire. It was equivalent to his vizier or chief minister. By the same token, a European ambassador permitted by the Ottoman to reside in the Constantinople were cast in the instead as applicants. Compact and minister negotiated with this envoys were drafted not as a bilateral treaties but as a unilateral and freely revocable grants of privileges by the magnanimous Sultan. When the Ottomans had reached the limits of their military capabilities, both sides occasionally found themselves drawn into alignments with each other for tactical advantage, strategic and commercial interests occasionally circumvented a religious doctrine. In 1526, France, considering itself surrounded by the Habsburg power in Spain to its south and the Habsburg led by Holy Roman Empire to its east, proposed a military alliances to the Ottoman sultans. Suleiman the Magnificent. It was the same strategic concept that causes Catholic France 100 years later to align itself with the Protestant cause in the 30 Years' War. Suleiman, viewing Habsburg power as the principal obstacle to Ottoman's ambition in Eastern Europe, responded favorably, though he treated King Francis I as an unmistakably junior partner. He did not agree to an alliances which would have implied moral equality. Instead, he bestowed his supporter in as unilateral factor from high on. I who am the sultans of sultans, the sovereign of sovereigns, the dispenser of the crown to the monarch on the face of the earth, the shadow of the god on earth, the sultan and sovereign lord of the White Sea and the Black Sea, of the Rumelia and of the Anatolia, and of Kara, to the to you who are Francis, king of the land of the France. You have sent to my port a refuge of sovereign letters. You have asked aid and success for your deliverance. So take courage and then not be dismissed. Our glorious predecessors and our illustrious ancestor, may God light up them tongues, have never ceased to make war to repel the foe and conquer his lands. We yourself have followed in their footsteps and have all the time conquered provinces and citadels of a great strength and difficult of approaches. Night and day our houses settled and are surprising free. A working military cooperation emerged, including joint Ottoman French naval operation against the Spain and Italian peninsula, playing by the same rules. The Habsburg leapfrogged the Ottomans to solicit alliances with the Shia Safavid dynasty in Persia. Geopolitical imperatives were a time when feast overrode ideology. Now comes the Ottoman Empire, the sick man of the Europe. Ottoman Empire. Okay, so let me just Ottoman Empire Emperor King. Who is the Ottoman Empire King? The most recognizable Sultan. The Ottoman Empire was not ruled by a king in the Western European sense, but rather by Sultan or by Parisha, who held absolute power in theory, acting as both a political head and often the Caliph, the spiritual leaders. Okay, Usman. Okay, Mehmet. I know Mehmet, Suleiman, Abdul Hamid. Okay, I'm not exactly sure of this one. I've watched Ottoman Empire, but I forgot most of the name. Ottoman assaults on the European order resumed, the most significant of which reached Vienna in 1683. The siege of Vienna, broken that year by European army led by the Eugenie of Savy, marked the high point of Ottoman expansions. In the late 18th and with increasing momentum throughout this 19th century, European states began to reverse the process. Ottoman Empire had gradually become, seculatoric when Orthodox religious factions at the courts resisted modernization. Russia pressed against the empire from the north, marching towards the Black Sea and into the Caucasus. Russia and Austria moved into the Balkan from the east and west, while France and Britain competed for influence in the Egypt. A crown jewel of the Ottoman Empire, which is in the 19th century achieved various degrees of national autonomy. Convulsed by internal disturbance, the Ottoman Empire was treated by the Western power as a sick man of the Europe. The fate of its vast holding in the Balkans and the Middle East among the insignificant Christian communities with historical link to the West became the Eastern questions, and for much of the 19th century, the major European power tried to divide up the Ottoman positions without upsetting the European balance power on their past. The Ottoman, had the recourse of the weak, and they tried to manipulate the contending forces to achieve a maximum freedom of actions. In this manner, in the late 19th century, the Ottoman Empire entered the European balance as a provisional members of the Westphalian international orders, but as a declining power not entirely in the control of its fate, a weight to be considered in establishing the European equilibrium, but not a full partner in designing it. Britain used Ottoman Empire to block the Russia advances towards the Straits. Austria allied itself in 1923 with Russia, and then Ottoman in dealing with the Balkan issues. World War One ended with the waiting maneuvering allied with Germany. The Ottoman entered the war with arguments drawn from both international systems. The Westphalian and the Islamic Sultan accused Russia of violating the empire's armed neutralities by committing an unjust attack contrary to international law and pledged to turn to arms in order to safeguard our interests. A 20th century Westphalian cause belli. Simultaneously, the chief Ottoman religious official declared jihad, accusing Russia, France, and Britain of attack dealt against the caliphate with the purpose of annihilating Islam and proclaiming a religious duty for Mohammedans of all countries, including those under British, French, or Russian administrations, to hasten with their body's transition to the jihad or face the wrath of the god. Holy war occasionally moved the already powerful to even greater efforts. It is doomed, however, whenever it flouts strategic or political realities, and the impetus of the age was national identity and national interest, not global jihads. Muslim in the British Empire ignored the declaration of jihad. Key Muslim leaders in British India focused instead on independence movement activities, often ecumenical in nature and in partnership with the Hindu comparators. In the Arabian Peninsula, national aspirations, inherently anti-Ottoman, awakened. German hopes for the pan-Islamic backing in the war proved a chimera. Following the wars in the 1980s, the former Ottoman territories were drawn into the Westphalian international system, a variety of imposed mechanisms. Now comes the Westphalian system and the Islamic world. I mean, I think is Islam, right? Most of the Islamic people, they follow they read and they recite Quran. And what is written, if the people, right, they follow Quran, whatever it's written in the Quran. I mean, if you are a Muslim, then obviously you have to read and you have to follow the Quran. And I think there are a lot of controversial, or I would say vague, ambiguous statement, which is very difficult, right? Which depends on the who's interpreting the the words, the sentence. For example, the women should cover their body modestly. So the definition of modesty is not given. So that's why it becomes very difficult for women to do these things. And I think if the country or any person is following Islam, then I think I'm not saying it's good or it's bad. I'm not saying it's right and wrong. I'm saying that it becomes very difficult for a country to recognize or consider as a democracy and at the same time also follow Islam. Because if you see, right, I don't think there's any country currently, like I'll search it, okay, a country whose majority population is Muslim and who is also a democracy. I don't see that a lot of countries, right? Because in a democracy, you have every right to speak, every right to wear whatever you want, right to say, right to equal rights and everything. But if you're following Quran, then if you're a Muslim, a big community of a Muslim, then there's a significant differences with the rights and the privileges of men with the women. So I'll just see, okay, is there any, name a country who is actual democracy and a majority, okay, a majority population is Muslim. No. Middle East, entire Middle East, no. Indonesia is the most prominent. Okay, yeah. Indonesia, I think yes. But even in Indonesia, I don't think. Okay, just wait. Indonesia is the most prominent example of a Muslim major country that functions as a democracy with over 240 million Muslims. It is the world's largest Muslim majority nation and it operates as a secular democracy and guarantees freedom of worship rather than an Islamic state, although Islam influences its social and political life. Just wait. Indonesia, 10 countries with the most Muslim in the world. Okay, even India has a lot of population, but yeah, a lot of population, but if you see the percentage, then it's not. India is also the country with the moderate Muslim population outside the Muslim majority country with the more than this one's okay. So the Muslim, several countries goes to democracy. Indonesia, Malaysia, Albania, Senegal, Tunisia, Azerbaijan, they're not the real democracy. In 1920s, okay, the Westphalian system and the Islamic world. In 1920, treaties of Sivres signed with what was left of Ottoman Empire after the World War One. Just wait, okay. I think who was the the Sultan, okay, Sultan of Ottoman Empire during 1914. It's Mehmet. Okay, Mehmet V, Sultan of Ottoman Empire in 1914 was Mehmet. Okay, also known as Mehmet Resad was reigned from this one. His death is equals to okay. Uh, So yeah, so Ottoman Empire, because it was led by Muslim, this one's okay. So today's Turkey, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, parts of the Saudi Arabia. Most of the people might get shocked. Okay, Israel, how is it possible? Israel is not a Muslim country. So how is it that it's under, Ottoman Empire? Israel, currently country, before it was not Israel, it was something else. So Israel came after the Second World War. Just wait, okay. Israel was before known as, I think it's just Palestine. Okay, it was just primarily known as a military Palestine. Okay, just to Palestine. In 1920s, treaties of this one signed with what was left of the Ottoman Empire after World War I, reconceived either the Middle East as a patchwork of the states, a concept here too not part of its political vocabulary. Some like Egypt and non-Arab Iran had earlier historical experiences as empire and cultural entities. Others were invented as a British or French mandates, variously subterfuge of colonialisms or paternalistic attempts to define them as an incipient states in need of tutelage. The Psyche-Prescott agreements of 1969 of its British and French negotiators had divided the Middle East into what were in fact spheres of influence. The mandate system, as ratified by the League of Nations, put this division into effect. Syria and Lebanon were assigned to France. So this is how it's being divided. Syria and Lebanon were assigned to France. Mesopotamia, later Iraq, was replaced under British influence, and Palestine and Transjordan became the British mandate for Palestine. Stretching from the Mediterranean across and coast to Iraq, which of those entities contained multiple sectarians and ethnic groups, some of which had a history of conflict with each other. This allowed the mandating power to rule in part of manipulating tension in the process of laying the foundation for later wars and civil wars. With respect to burgeoning Zionism, the Jewish nationalist movement established a state in the land of Israel. Okay, so that's what came, the history of Israel, a cause that had predated the war but gained force in its way. The British government in 1917, Balfour Declarations, a letter from Britain's Foreign Secretary to Lord Rothschild, announced that it favored the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, while offering the reassurance that it was clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of the existing non-Jewish communities. Britain compounded the ambiguity of these formulations by seemingly promising the same territory as well to the Sharif of Mecca. So that is how I know that there's a British involved. Wherever there's a conflict, there's a British involved, because they don't want any country or two countries to prosper, right? They want to destabilize the entire region. This formal rearrangement of power propelled vast upheavals. In 1924, the secular nationalist leaders of the newly proclaimed Republic of Turkey abolished the principal institution of pan-Islamic unity, the caliphate, and declared a secular state. Henceforth, the Muslim world was stranded between the victorious Westphalian international orders and now unrealizable concept of Dar al-Islam. With scant experiences, societies of the Middle East set out to redefine themselves as modern states with borders that for the most part had no historical roots. The emergence of the European-style secular state had no precedence in Arab history. The Arabs' first response was to adapt the concept of sovereignty and the stateroots of their own ends. The established commercial and political elites began to operate within the Westphalian framework of the order in a global economy. What they demanded was their people right to join as equal members. Their rallying cry was genuine independence of establishment political units, even those recently constructed, not an overthrow of the Westphalia orders. In pursuit of this objective, a secularizing currently gained momentum, but it did not, as in Europe, culminate in a pluralistic order. Two opposing trends appeared. Pan-Arabists accepted the premises of a state-based system, but the state they sought was the United Arab Nations, a single ethnic, linguistic, and cultural entity. By contrast, political Islam insists on reliance on the common religion as the best vehicle for a modern Arab identity. The Islamists, of which the Muslim Brotherhood is now the most familiar expression, were often drawn from highly educated members of the middle class. Many considered Islamism as a way to join the post-war era without having to abandon their values to without having to become the West. Until World War II, the European powers were sufficiently strong to maintain the regional order they had designed for the Middle East in the aftermath of the World War I. Afterwards, the European power capacity to control increasingly restive population disappeared. The United States emerged as the principal outside influence. 1950s and 60s, the more or less feudal and monarchical government in Egypt, Iran, Syria, Yemen, and Libya were overthrown by the military leaders who proceeded to establish their secular governance. The new rulers, generally recruited from the segments of the population heretofore excluded from the political process, proceeded to broaden their population. Popular support by the appeal to nationalism, populist though not democratic political culture took roots in the regions. Gamal Abdel Nasser, the charismatic populist leaders of Egypt from 1954 to 70, and his successor Anwar al-Sadat rose origins to the rank from the provincial backwards in Iraq. Saddam Hussein, a comparable humble origins. This is the same guy who, United States, kills later. He practiced a more extreme version of secular military governance, a ruling by intimidations and brutality from the early 1970s. At first as a de facto strongman, then as a president, beginning in 1979 to 2003. He sought to overawe the regions with his bellicosities. Both Hussein and his ideology ally, Syria's shrewd and ruthless Hafiz al-Assad, entrenched their sectarian minorities over a large majority population, ironically of opposite orientation, with the Sunnis governing majority of Shias in the Iraq. Just wait, with Sunnis governing majority Shias in the Iraq. So in Iraq, majority of the population is Shias, okay, but it is governed by the Sunnis, and the quasi-Shia Awalitis governing majority Sunnis in Syria, but by avowing pan-Arabian nationalism, a sense of common national destiny developed as a substitute for the Islamic divisions. But the Islam legacy soon reasserted itself. Islamist parties emerging a critic for the excessive and failure of the secular rules, with scriptural arguments about the need for divinely inspired governance, advocated for the foundation for pan-Islamic theocracy, superseding the existing state. They vilified the Western Soviet Union alike. Many backed their visions by opportunistic terrorist act. The military rule actually reacted harshly, suppressing Islamic political movement, which they charged with undermining modernizations and national unity. This era is with reasons not idle as today. The military and monarchical and other autocratic government in Middle East treated dissent as a seditions, leaving little space for the developments of the civil society or pluralistic cultures, Lucana that would haunt the region into the 21st century. Still within the context of autocratic nationalism, tentative accommodations with the contemporary international order distinct shape. Some of the most ambitious rulers such as Nasser and Saddam Hussein attempted to enlarge their territorial reach, either through force or by means of demagogic appeals to Arab unities. The short-lived confederation between Egypt and Syria from 1958 to 61 reflected in such an attempt. But these efforts failed because of the Arab states were becoming too protective of their own patrimony to submerge into it a broader projects of political amalgamations. Thus, the eventual common basis of policy for the military rulers were the state and nationalism that was, for the most part, quatermanious with establishment modest. Within this context, they sought to exploit the rivalry of the Cold War powers to enhance their powers. Influenced from the late 1950s to the early 1970s, the Soviet Union was the vehicle to pressure the United States. It became the principal arms supplier and diplomatic advocate for the nationalist Arab states, which in turn generally supported Soviet international objectives. The military autocrats professed a general allegiance to Arab socialism and admiration of the Soviet economic model. Yet, in most cases, economies have remained traditionally patriarchal and focused on civil industry run by the technocrats. The overriding impetus was national interest, as the regime conceived it's not a political or religious ideology. Cold War era relation between the Islamic and the non-Islamic world and the whole followed this essentially Westphalian balance of power. Egypt, Syria, Algeria. Okay, Egypt is a part of an Africa, so it's in the northern Africa, northernmost Africa. Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and Iraq generally supported to Soviet policies and followed the Soviet leads. Jordan, okay, so that's why right now, this one, so Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and Iraq. Whereas Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Morocco were friendly to the United States and were relying on US support for their security, which later Iran changed. All of these countries were exception, all these countries with the exception of Saudi Arabia were run as a secular states, though several drew on religion-tinged, traditional forms of monarchy for political legitimacy, ostensibly following the principle of statecraft based on their national interest. The basic distinction was which countries saw their interests served by alignment with which particular superpower. In 1973 to 74, this alignment shifted, convinced that the Soviet Union could supply arms but on not diplomatic progress towards recovering the Sinai Peninsula from Israel occupation. Israel had taken the peninsula during 1967-Six-Day War. Egyptian President Anwar al-Sadat switched sides. Henceforth, Egypt would operate as a de facto American ally. Its security would be based on the Americans rather than Soviets. Weapons, Syria, Algeria moved to a position more equidistant between the two sides of the Cold War. The regional role of Soviet Union was severely reduced. The one ideological issue uniting Arab views with was the emergence of the Israel as a sovereign state and internationally recognized homeland for the Jewish people. Arab resistance to that prospect led to the four wars in 1948, 56, 67, 73, in each Israeli armed prevailed. Sadat's national interest-based switch to, in fact, the anti-Soviet orbit inaugurated a period of intense diplomacy that led to the two disengagement agreement with Egypt and Israel and a peace agreement with Israel in 1979. That's when the Islamic Revolution happened in Islam. No, Iran. Egypt was expelled from the Arab nations. Okay, Egypt was expelled from the Arab League. Sadat was vilified and ultimately assassinated. It's done by the United States. Yet his courageous, action found imitators willing to reach compatible accommodations with the Jewish states. In 1974, Israel and Syria concluded a disengagement agreement to define and protect the military front lines between the two countries. This arrangement has been maintained for 4 decades. Though through wars and terrorism and even during the chaos of the Syrian and the civil war, Jordan and Israel practiced a mutual restraints that are eventually culminated in the peace agreements. Internationally, Syria and Iraq authoritarian regime continued to lean towards the Soviet Union but remain open to case by case in supporting other policies. By the end of the 1970s, Middle East crisis began to look more and more like the Balkan crisis of the 19th century, an effort by secondary states to manipulate the rivalries of the dominant power on behalf of their own national objectives. Diplomatic association with the United States was not, however, ultimately able to solve the conundrums faced by the nationalist military autocracies. Association with the Soviet Union had not advanced political goals. Association with the United States had not refused social challenges. The authoritarian regime had substantially achieved independence from the colonial rules and provided an ability to maneuver within the major power centers of the Cold War. But the economic advances had been too slow and the access to its benefit too uneven to be responsive to the people. Needs problem exacerbated. Exacerbated. So in many cases, where the wealth of the energy resources fostered a near exclusive reliance on oil from national revenues and an economic culture favorable to unfavorable to innovations and diversification above all the upward end of this Cold War weakened their bargaining position and made them more politically susceptible. They had not learned how, in the absence of a foreign enemy or international crisis, to immobilize population that increasingly regarded as the state not as an end in itself but as having an obligation to improve their well-being. As a result, these elites found themselves obliged to contend with the rising tides of the domestic discontent, generating challenges of legitimacy. Radical group promised to replace the existing universalist approaches to world orders. The Sunni version, by way of regionally extensive Muslim Brotherhood, founded in 1928, Hamas, the radical movement that gained power in Gaza in 2007, and the global terrorist movement in Al Qaeda, and the Shia version through the Khomeini revolution and its offshoot, the Lebanese state with the states, and Hezbollah, the violent conflict with each other. They were united in their commitment to dismantle the existing regional orders and to rebuild it as a divinely inspired. Islamism, the revolutionary tide, the two philosophical interpretations. In the springs of 1947, Hassan al-Banna, an Egyptian watchmaker, a school teacher, and widely read self-taught religious activist, addressed as a critique of Egyptian institutions to the Egypt's king Farouk, titled "Towards the Light." It offered an Islamic alternative to the secular national state. In studiedly polite yet sweeping language, al-Banna outlined the principles and aspirations of the Egyptian society of Muslim brotherhoods, known colloquially as the Muslim Brotherhoods. The organization he had founded in 1928 to combat what he saw as a degrading effect of the foreign influence and secular ways of life. From his early days as an informal gathering of religious Muslims repelled by the British dominations of Egypt, Suez Canal zones, Al-Banna Brotherhood had grown into a nationwide network of social and political activity, with tens of thousands of members, cells in every Egyptian city, and an influential propaganda network distributing his commentaries on the current events. It had won regional respect with its support for the failed 1937-39 anti-British, anti-Zionist Arab revolt in the British mandate for Palestine. It has also attracted security from Egyptian authorities, barred from a direct participations in the Egyptian politics, but nevertheless among Egypt's most influential political figure. Al-Banna now sought to vindicate the Muslim Brotherhood's visions with the public statements addressed to Egypt's monarch, lamenting that Egypt and the region had fallen prey to foreign dominations and internal moral decay. He proclaimed that the time for renewal had arrived. The West Al-Banna research, which was brilliant by the virtue of its scientific perfection for a long time, is now bankrupt and in decline. Its foundations are crumbling and its institutions and guiding principles are falling apart. The Western power had lost control of their own world orders. Their congresses are a failure, the treaties are broken, and their covenants are torn into pieces. The League of Nations intended to keep the peace was phantasm. Though he did not use the term, Al-Banna was arguing that the Westphalian world order has lost both its legitimacy and its power, and he was explicitly announcing that the opportunity to create a new world order based on Islam had arrived. The Islamic way has been tried before, he argued, and history has testified to its own soundness. If a society were to dedicate itself a complete and encompassing courses of restoring the original principle of Islam and building the social order, the Quran prescribed the Islamic nation in its entirety, that is, all Muslims globally, will support us, Arab unity, and eventually Islamic unity and result. How would a restored Islamic world order relate to the modern international system built around us, states? A true Muslim loyalty, Al-Banna argued, was to a multiple overlapping spheres as the apex of which stood at the unified Islam system, whose view would eventually embrace the world entirely. His homeland was the first particular countries, and then it extends to the other Islamic countries, for all of them are fatherlands and an abode for Muslims, and then it proceeds to an Islamic empire on the model of that erected by the poised ancestor. For the Muslim will be asked, before God what he had done to restore it. The final circle was global. Then the fatherland of the Muslim expands to encompass the entire world. Do you hear the word of God? Blessed and Almighty, Almighty is He. Fight them until there is no persecutions, and worship is devoted to God. Where possible, this fight would be gradualist and peaceful towards non-Muslims, so long as they do not oppose the movement and paid it adequate respect. The early Muslim Brotherhood's counsel protectionisms, moderations, and deep-rooted equity. Foreigners were to be treated with the peacefulness and sympathy so long as they behaved with the rectitude and sincerity. Therefore, it was a pure fantasy to suggest the implementation of Islamic institution in our modern life would create an estrangement between us and the Western nations. How much of Al-Banna's counsel moderation was tactical and an attempt to find an acceptance in a world still dominated by the Western powers? How much of the jihadist rhetoric was designed to garner support in a traditional Islamist quarters? Assassinated in 1949, Al-Banna was not vouchsafed time to explaining in details how to reconcile the revolutionary ambition of his project of overall transformation of the principle of tolerance and cross-civilization, a material that he espoused. These ambiguities lingered in all Banna's texts, but the record of many Islamist thinkers and movements since has resolved them in favor of a fundamental rejection of pluralism and a secular international orders. The religious scholars and Muslim Brotherhood's ideologist Saeed Qutb articulated perhaps the most learned and influential version of his view. In 1964, while imprisoned on charges of participating in a plot to assassinate Egyptian President Nasir, Qutb wrote Milestones, a declaration of war against the existing world order that became foundational text for modern Islamists. In Qutb's, I am not exactly how it pronounced, Qutb's view, Islam was a universal system offering the only true form of freedom from the governance by the man-made doctrines or laws of association based on race and colors, language and country, regional and national interest. That is all other modern forms of governance and loyalty and some of the building blocks of the Westphalian order. Islam's modern mission in Qutb's view was to overthrow them all and replace them with what he took to be a liberal, what he took to be a literal, eventually global implementation of the Quran. The culminations of this process would be the achievement of the freedom of a man on earth, of all the mankind through the earth. This would complete the process begun by the initial wave of Islamic expansion in the 7th and 8th centuries, which is then to be carried throughout the earth to the whole kind of a mankind. As the object of this religion is all humanity, and its sphere of action is the whole earth. Like all utopian projects, this one would require extreme measures to implement. This corpse assigned to an ideological pure vanguard who would reject the governments and societies prevailing in the regions, all of which Qutb is branded as un-Islamic and illegal, and sees initiative in making up by the new artist. Qutb, with vast learning and passionate intensity, had declared war on the state of affairs, rashly secular modern East and Muslim disunity, and as ratified by the post-World War I territorial settlements in the Middle East. Many Muslims had privately lamented. While most of his competitors recoiled from the violent methods that he advocated, so a core of committed followers like the vanguard he had envisioned began to form. To a globalized, largely secular world, judging itself to have transcended the ideological clashes of the history, Qutb and his followers to view long appeared as so extreme as to merit no serious attention. In a failure of imagination, many Western elites find a revolutionary passion inexplicable and assume that their existence statement must be metaphorical or advanced merely as a bargaining chip. Yet for Islamic fundamentalists, this view represents truth or overriding the rules and norms of the Westphalians or indeed any others, international others. They have been the rallying cry of the radical and jihadists in the Middle East and beyond for decades, echoed by Al-Qaeda, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Taliban, Iran's clerical regime. His Tahrir, the Party of Liberation, active in the West and openly advocating the re-establishment of the Salafite in a world dominated by Islam. Nigeria's Boko Haram, Syria's extremist militia Jabhat al-Nusra, and the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, which erupted in a major military assault in 2014. They were the militant doctrine of the Egyptian radical who assassinated Anwar al-Sadat in 1981, proclaiming the neglected duty of the jihad and the branding their president and apostates for making peace with Israel. They accused him of two heresies, recognizing the legal existence of the Jewish state, and in their view, thereby agreeing to cede the land deemed historically Muslim to non-Muslim people. This body of thought represents an almost total inversion of the Westphalian world order. In the purest version of the Islamist, the state cannot be a point of a departure for an international system because states are secular, hence illegitimate. At best, they may achieve a kind of a provincial status and route to religious entity on a larger scale. Non-interference in other countries' domestic affairs cannot serve as a governing principle because national loyalties represent deviation from the true faith, and because jihadists have a duty to transform Dar al-Harb, the world of unbelievers. Purity, non-stability is guiding principle of this conception of the world war. Okay, now the Arab Spring and the Syrian catalysms. Okay, I think I've heard of this a lot. Arab Spring, right? So what is Arab Spring? So Arab Spring, okay, was a series of pro-democracy, anti-government protests, pro-democracy, anti-government protests, uprising and armed rebellion that spread across much of the Arab world in early 2010s. It began in Tunisia in response to the death of the Muhammad. Why did it occur? Okay, this one. Who was the man being studied in this? What countries are in Arab Spring? So rapidly spreading to Egypt, Libya, Yemen, Syria, and Bahrain. Okay, most of the people when they talk about the Arabian, right? Arab. They don't talk about the Egypt. They don't talk about Libya. They don't talk about the Yemen. So here, what all countries are Arab countries? Arab, right? Okay, the Arab world consists of 22 countries across the Middle East and North Africa. MENA. Okay, Middle East. Okay, MENA. I think I've heard of it. So Middle East and North Africa. They are members of the Arab League with Arabic as their official language. And these nations share common cultural, historical and linguistic ties stretching from the Atlantic Ocean to the Arabian Sea. Okay, they share a similar language? So most of the Middle East. And just wait. Okay. Okay. Just wait. Let me see. Okay, so most of the Iraq's, okay, Syria, I know this. Okay, the location goes to Oman, I know. Okay, Oman, UAE, Yemen, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Morocco, Mauritius. Okay, no, Mauritania. Okay, Sudan, Somalia. Iran is not there. That's okay. Iran is not. Iran is not part of it, is it? Is Iran an Arab country? No, Iran is not an Arab country. While located in the Middle East and having majority population, Iran is ethically and linguistically Persian. Iranian speaks Farsi, okay, which is an Indo-European language, not Arabic. Farsi. Okay. The Arab Spring and the Syrian catalysm. For a fleeting moment, the Arab Spring that began in late 2010s raised hopes that the region's contending forces of autocracy and jihad had been turned irrelevant by a new wave of reforms. Upheavals. Okay, I just want to know the definitions of upheavals. A sudden big changes, especially one that causes a lot of trouble. Okay, upheavals. Upheavals in Tunisia and Egypt were greeted exuberantly by Western political leaders and media as a regional youth-led revolution on behalf of the liberal democratic principle. The United States officially endorsed the protesters' demands, backing them as an undeniable prize for freedom, free and fair elections, representative governments, and genuine democracy, which should not be permitted to fail. Okay, which should not be permitted to fail. Yet the road to democracy was too torturous and anguishing, as became obvious in the aftermath of the collapse of the autocratic regime. In many in the West interpreted the Tahrir Square uprising in Egypt as a vindication of the argument that an alternative to autocracy should have been promoted much earlier. The real problem had been, however, that the United States found it difficult to discover elements from which pluralistic institutions could be composed or leaders committed to their practices. This is why some drew the line as between civilian and military rules and supported the anything but democratic Muslim brotherhoods.
America's democratic aspiration for the region, embraced by the administrations of both the parties, have led to eloquent expression of the country's idealisms. But but the conceptions of security necessitates and of democracy promotions have been often clashed, and those committed to democratizations have found it difficult to discover leaders who recognize the importance of democracy other than as a means to achieve their own dominance. At the same time, the advocates of a strategic necessity have not been able to show how the established regimes will ever evolve in a democratic or even reformist manner. The democratization approach could not, remedy the vacuum looming in pursuit of its objective. The strategic approach was handicapped by the rigidity of the available institutions. The Arab Spring started as a new generation uprising for liberal democracy, but soon shouldered aside the separate and crushed, accelerating turn into paralysis. The existing political forces embedded in the military and in religion in the countryside proved stronger and better organized in the Middle East, elements demonstrating for democratic principle in Tahrir Square. In practice, Arab Spring had exhibited, rather than overcome the internal contradictions of the Arab, Islamic world and of the policies designed to resolve them. The oft-repeated early slogans of the Arab Spring, "The people want the downfall of the regime," led often open the questions of how the people are defined and what will take the place of the supplanted authorities. The original Arab Spring demonstrators called for an open political and economic life have been overwhelmed by a violent contest between military-backed authoritarianism and Islamic ideology. In Egypt, the original exultant demonstrators who were professing values of cosmopolitanism and democracy in Tahrir Square have not turned out to be the revolution years. Electronic social media facilitate demonstration capable of toppling regimes, but the ability to enable people to gather in a square differs from building new institutions of a state. In the vacuum of authority following the demonstrations, initial success factions from the pre-uprising periods are often in a position to shape the outcomes. The temptation to foster a unity by merging the nationalisms and fundamentalisms overwhelmed the original slogans of the uprising. Mohammed Morsi, leaders of the Muslim Brotherhood, backed by the coalition of even more radical fundamentalist groups, was elected in 2012 to presidency that the Muslim Brotherhood had pledged in the heady days of the Tahrir Square demonstration not to seek in power. Islamist governments concentrated on institutionalizing its authority by looking the other way, while its supporters mounted a campaign of intimidations and harassment of women, minorities, and dissidents. The military decision to oust the government and declare a new start to the political process was in the end welcome, and even among the marginalized secular democratic elements. Just wait, okay, I want to see when did the Arab Spring happen. Arab Spring, started in August, it started in 2010 and ended August 2012. So it lasted for 11-12, so 2 years. Okay, it lasted for close to 2 years. This experience raises the issue of humanitarian foreign policy. It distinguishes itself from traditional foreign policy by criticizing national interest or balance of power concept as lacking a moral dimensions. It justifies itself not by overcoming a strategic threat, but by removing conditions deemed violations of universal principle of justice. The values and the goals of the style of foreign policy reflects a vital aspect of American traditions. It practices the central operating concept of American strategy. However, they raise their own dilemmas. As American consider itself obliged to support every popular uprising against any non-democratic government, including those heretofore considered important in sustaining the international system. Is every demonstration democratic by definition? Is Saudi Arabia an ally only until public demonstration develop on its territory? Among America's principal contribution to the Arab Spring was to condemn, oppose, or to work to remove the governments. The governments it judged autocratic, including the government of Egypt, heretofore a valued ally for some traditionally friendly government like Saudi Arabia. However, the central message came to the scene as a threat of American abandonments, not the benefits of liberal reforms. Western traditions require support for democratic institutions and free elections. No American president who ignores the ingrained aspect of American model enterprise can count on the sustained support of the American people, but applied on behalf of the parties who identify democracy with the plebiscites on the implementation of religious domination that they then treat as irrevocable. The advocacy of the election may result in only one democratic exercise, as a military regime has against been established in Cairo. It repeats one more time for the United States, United States, the as yet unsolved debate between security interest and the importance of promoting human and legitimate governance, and it appears also a question of timing. To what extent should security interest be risked for the outcome of our theoretical evolutions? Both elements are important. Neglecting the democratic features, assuming we know how to shape its directions, involving long-term risk. Neglecting the present by ignoring the security elements risk immediate catastrophe. The differences between traditionalist and the activist hinges on that distinctions. The statement has to balance each other. Each time the issue arises, events can occur with consequences such as genocide as so horrendous that they tilt the scale towards intervention beyond consideration for strategy. But as a general rule, the most sustainable course will involve a blend of the realism and the idealism often held out in America's debate as incompatible opposites. The Syrian revolution is, at its beginning, appeared like a replay of the Egyptian one at the Tahrir Square. But while the Egyptian upheaval unified the underlying forces in Syria, age-old tension broke out to reawaken the millennial conflict in the Shia and Sunni. Given the democratic complexities of the Syrian civil war, driven additional ethnic or religious groups, none of which, based on historical experience, was prepared to entrust its fate to the decision of others. Outside powers entered the conflict. Atrocities proliferated as a survivor shelter in ethnic and sectarian enclaves. In the American public debates, the uprising against Bashar al-Assad was dealt with by an analogy to the removal of Mubarak and described as a struggle for democracy. Its culmination was expected to be the removal of Assad governments and its replacement with the democratic inclusive coalition governments. President Obama articulated this position in August 2011 when he publicly called on Assad to step aside so that the Syrian people could vindicate their universal right. The future of Syria must be determined. The future of Syria must be determined by its people, but President Bashar al-Assad is standing in their way. His call for dialogue and reform have rung hollow while he is imprisoning, torturing, and slaughtering his own people. We have consistently said that the President Assad must lead democratic transitions or get out of the way. He has not led. For the sake of the Syrian people, the time has come for President Assad to step aside. The statement was expected to mobilize domestic opposition to Assad and lead to international support for his removal. This is why the United States pressed for a political solution, though the United Nations predicted on removing Assad from power and establishing a coalition government. Consternations resulted when other vetoed yielding members of the Security Council declined to endorse either this step or military measurements, and when the armed opposition that ultimately appeared inside Syria had a few elements that could be described as a democratic, much less moderate. By then, the conflict had gone beyond the issue of facades. For the main actors, the issue was substantially different from the focus of the American debates. The principal Syrians and the regional players saw that the war is not about democracy and about its prevailing. They were interested in democracy only if it installed their own grips. None favored a system that did not guarantee its own party's control of the political system. A war conducted solely to enforce human rights norms and without concern for the geostrategic or geo-religious outcome was inconceivable to the overwhelming majority of the contestants. The conflict, as they perceived it, was not between dictators and the forces of democracy, but between Syria's contending sects and their regional backers. The war in these views would decide which of Syria's major sects would succeed in dominating the others and controlling what remained of the Syrian states. Regional powers and poured arms, money, logistical supports into Syria on behalf of the preferred sectarian candidate. Saudi Arabia and Gulf states for the Sunni group. Iran protesting Assad. Iran supporting Assad via Hezbollah. As the combat approached stalemates, it turned into increasingly radical groups and tactics, fighting a war of encompassing brutalities to oblivions on all sides of the human rights. The contest, meanwhile, had begun to redraw the political configuration of Syria. Perhaps of the region, the Syrian Kurds created an autonomous unit along the Turkish borders that may at times merge with the Kurdish autonomous unit in Iraq. The Druze and Christian communities, fearing a repetition of the conduct of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt towards its minorities, have been reluctant to embrace regime change in Syria or have seceded into autonomous communities. The jihadist ISIL set out to build a caliphate in territory seized from Syria and western Iraq, where Damascus and Baghdad proved no longer able to emerge. Damascus. What is the capital? I think Syria's capital is Damascus, if I'm not wrong. SYRI, Syria. So in the country in the Middle East, a president, capital is equals to Damascus, and the president is equals to Ahmad al-Shara. And also known by his Nom Du Guru Muhammad Al, a Syrian politician and former rebel commander who has served as the president of Syria since 2025. This one is true. So he is a Sunni. He was born into a Syrian Sunni Muslim family. This one, he is a prominent Sunni Islamist militant leaders of The main parties, though, thought themselves in a battle for survival, or in the view of some jihadist forces, a conflict presaging the apocalypse. When the United States declined that, they tipped the balance, they judged that it either had an ulterior motive that it was skillfully concealing, perhaps an ultimate deal with Iran, or was not attuned to the imperatives of the Middle East balance of power. Those disagreements culminated in 2013 when Saudi Arabia refused to rotating seats on the UN Security Council.
explaining that because of the traditional arbitrage of orders had failed to act, it would pursue its own more methods. As America called on the world to honor aspirational democracy and enforces international legal ban on chemical weapons, other great powers such as Russia and China resisted by invoking the Westphalian principle of non-interference. Yes, non-interference. And they have a permanent member. They're the permanent member. Actually, they can veto any of the motions. They had viewed the uprising in Tunisia, Egypt, Libya, Mali, Bahrain, Syria principally through the lens of their own regional stability and the attitudes of their own restrictive Muslim population, aware that the most skilled and dedicated Sunni fighters were avowed jihadists in league with Al Qaeda, or in the case of ISIL, the sound bites were tactic that even Al Qaeda considered too extreme. They were wary of an outright victory by their South opponents. China suggested it had no particular stake in the outcomes in Syria, except that it be determined by the Syrian people and not foreigner forces. Russia, Russia is Syria is an ally of Russia. Russia, former ally of Syria, was interested in the continuance of the Assad government and to some extent in Syria's survival as a unitary state. With an international consensus lacking and the Syrian opposition fractured, an uprising began on behalf of the democratic values, degenerated into one of the major humanitarian disasters of the young 21st century and into an imploding regional order. A working regional or international security system might have been averted, or at least contained the catastrophe, but the perception of national interest proved to be too different, and the cost of stabilization too daunting. Massive outside intervention at an early stage might have squelched the contending forces, but would have required a long-term substantial military presence to be sustained. In the wake of Iraq and Afghanistan, this was not feasible for the United States, and at least not alone. And Iraqi political consensus might have halted the conflict at the Syrian borders, but the sectarian impulses of the Baghdad government and its regional affiliates were in the way. Alternatively, the international community could have imposed an arms embargo on Syria and the jihadist militias. Okay, that was made impossible by the incompatible aims of the permanent members of the Security Council. If order cannot be achieved by consensus or imposed by the force, it will be a rout at a disastrous and dehumanizing cost from the experience of the chaos. Now comes the Palestinian issue and international order. Amidst all these upheavals in the Middle East, a peace process has been going on, sometimes fitfully, occasionally intensely, to bring about an end to the Arab-Israeli conflict, which for decades has resulted in an explosive standoff. 4 conventional wars and numerous unconventional military engagement have taken place. Every Islamist and jihadist group invoked the conflict as a call to arm. Israel's existence and military powers have been felt throughout the Arab world as a humiliation. The doctrinal commitment never to give up territory has, for some, turned coexistent with Israel from an acceptance of reality into a denial of faith. Few topics have inspired more passion than how to reconcile Israel's quest for security and identity, the Palestinians' aspiration towards self-governance, and the neighboring Arab governments' search for a policy compatible with their perceptions of their historic and religious imperative. The parties involved have traveled an anguished road from rejections and war to halting acceptance of a coexistence, mostly on the basis of armistice, towards an uncertain future. Few international issues have occupied such intense concern in the United States or commanded so much attention in the American presidents. A series of issues are involved, each having developed its own extensive literatures. The parties have elaborated them in a decades of fitful negotiation. This pages deals with only one aspect of them, the conflicting concept of peaceful order expressed by the negotiators. 2 generations of Arab have been raised on the conviction that the state of Israel is an illegitimate usurper of Muslim patrimony. In 1947, the Arab continues. The Arab countries rejected the UN plan for the partition of the British mandate in Palestine into separate Arab and Jewish states. They believed themselves in a position to triumph militarily and claim the entire territory. Failure of the attempt to extinguish the newly declared state of Israel did not lead to political settlements, and no opening of the state-to-state relation has happened in most other post-colonial conflict in Asia and Africa. Instead, it ushered in a protracted period of political rejections and reluctant, armistice agreements against the backgrounds of the radical group seeking forced Israel into a submission through the terrorist campaign. Great leaders have attempted to transcend the conceptual aspect of the conflict by negotiating for peace based on Westphalian principles, that is, between 2 people organized as sovereign states, each driven by realistic assessments of national interest and capabilities, and not an absolutes of the religious imperatives. Anwar al-Sadat of Egypt dared to look beyond his confrontation and make peace with Israel on the basis of Egypt's national interest in 1979. He paid for its statesmanship with his life, assassinated 2 years later by radicalized Islamists in the Egyptian military. The same fate befell Yitzhak Rabin, the first Israeli prime minister to sign an agreement with the Palestinian Liberation Organization, assassinated by a radical Israeli student 14 years after Sadat's death. Within Lebanon and Syria and the Palestinian territory, especially in Gaza, considerable military and power and political power is now held by radical Islamists, Hezbollah and Hamas, proclaiming jihad as a religious duty to end what is usually denounced as a Zionist occupationist. The Ayatollah regime in Iran regularly challenged the very existence of Israel. Its erstwhile president Mohammad, Ahmadinejad called for its extirpation. At least three viewpoints are identifiable in Arab narrative. A small and dedicated but not very vocal crowd group accepting genuine coexistence with Israel and prepared to work for it. A much larger group seeking to destroy Israel by permanent confrontation, and those willing to negotiate with Israel for justifying negotiation, at least domestically, as a part of the means to overcome the Jewish state in stages. Israel, with a small population compared to its neighbors and territory and a width of just 9.3 miles at its narrowest point and some 60 miles at its widest, has hesitated to cede territory, particularly in areas adjoining major population centers, on behalf of what may turn into a revocable documents. Its negotiating position, therefore, tend to be legalistic, elaborating definition of a security and a political assurance that have a combination of a theoretical sweep and occasional creating details with a tendency to reinforce the very passion of peace processes designed to overcome. In Arab world, the Palestinian issue had lost some of its urgency, though not its importance. The key participants of the peace process have diverted energies and reflection to dealing with the emergence of a possibility nuclear Iran and its regional proxies. This affects the peace process in two ways. In the diplomatic role, major countries like Egypt and Saudi Arabia can play in shaping the peace process, and even more important, their ability to act as a guarantor of the resulting agreement. The Palestinian leaders cannot by themselves sustain the result of the peace process unless it is endorsed not just in the toleration but in the active support of an agreement by the other regional governments. At this writing, the major Arab states are either torn by civil war or preoccupied with the Sunni-Shia conflict and the increasingly powerful Iran. Nevertheless, the Palestinian issue will have to be faced sooner or later as an essential element of the regional and ultimately world order. Some Arab leaders have proposed to make an Arab-Israel peace that reconciles Israel's security concerns with Arab emotions by conceding the state of Israel as a reality without formally granting its legitimized existence in the Islamic Middle East. Israel's basic demand is for binding assurance that the peace will involve a kind of a moral and legal recognition translated into concrete acts. Thus, Israel, going beyond Westphalian practices, demands to be certified as a Jewish state, an attribute difficult for Muslims to accept in a formal sense, where it implies a religious as well as a territorial endorsements. Several Arab states have declared their willingness to establish diplomatic relations with Israel if it returns to the 1967 borders, a ceasefire line in a war that ended in half a century ago. But the real issue is what diplomatic relations imply in terms of concrete actions. Well, diplomatic recognition of Israel being an end to the media, a governmental and education campaigns in Arab countries that presents Israel as an illegitimate imperialist and almost criminal interloper in the regions. What Arab government, racked by pressures ignited in the Arab Springs, will it be willing to and be able to publicly endorse and guarantee a peace that accepts Israel's existence by a precise set of operational commitments that, rather than the label given to the state of Israel, will determine the prospect of the peace. The conflict of two concepts, the concept of world order is embedded in the Israeli-Palestinian issue. Israel is by definition a Westphalian state, founded as such in 1947. The United States, so it was established in 1947. United States' principal ally has been a steward and key defender of the Westphalian international orders, but the core countries and the faction in the Middle East views international orders to a greater or lesser degree than through an Islamic consciousness. Israel and its neighbor have differences inseparable from a geography and history, access to water resources, specific arrangement for security and refuge. In other regions, compatible challenges are generally solved by the diplomacy. In that sense, the issue comes down to the possibility of coexistence between the two concepts of world orders. Through two states, Israel and Palestine, in the relatively narrow space between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean. Let me see the Jordan River. And I want to know if Israel currently, do they have any, Israel is, in terms of military ranking, right? In terms of the military strength, it's actually very strong, as compared to other Middle Eastern countries. So, I want to see Jordan River. I think I have to see the Middle East map properly because I've not seen it properly. Jordan River. Just wait. Does any Middle East country have a diplomatic relation with Israel? And if yes, which all? So several, right? It's not everyone.
Does any Middle East countries have a diplomatic relation with Israel? Yes, several Middle Eastern countries and Arab countries have formal diplomatic relation with Israel. As of April 2026, this relation ranged from long-standing peace treaties to more recent normalization agreement with the Abraham Accords. The first is Egypt, the first Arab state to recognize Israel, establishing a relation in 1979 through the Egypt-Israel Peace Treaty. Second, Jordan. So Egypt is there, Jordan is there. Established full diplomatic ties in 1994 following the Israel-Jordan Peace Treaty. United Arab Emirates. Normalized relation in September 2020 through the Abraham Accords. They currently maintain a fully functioning embassy in Tel Aviv. Bahrain also signed the Abraham Accords in 19. This one. Morocco renewed and normalized relations. This one. Turkey, although not an Arab nation, the Middle Eastern country was the first Muslim majority nation to recognize Israel. Relations have been historically uneven but remain firm. I understand. Israel people don't like Turkey and Turkish people. Status of other notable nations. Sudan announced its intention to relations. Sudan, they don't have it. They have an intentions. Saudi Arabia, they don't have it, but does not have a formal diplomatic ties. While negotiations were active prior to this one. Somaliland. So just wait. Middle East map. I just want to see all the Middle East map in details. I want to see that in a detail. No, not okay. This is weird. Just wait. Middle East map. So this is how it is. This is India, and there's a Pakistan. Indian map. India, Pakistan. There's a China. There's Afghanistan. So Pakistan, Afghanistan, and then they have Tajikistan. Tajikistan. Tajikistan, and then Kazakhstan, and then you have those two. Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and then there's a Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is a big country, man. Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan, and Asia. So this is the entire Middle East, right? The Middle East, because this is Iran. Iran shares part of this one. This is big, and then this is the Gulf of this one. This is because we're Strait of Hormuz right now. All the things happening. What is the Persian Gulf? So this is known as a Persian Gulf because there's a Persia. That's Persia. It's Iran. So this is known as a Persian Gulf. And then Iran. Then there is Iraq, and then there's Azerbaijan. There's Armenia. There's a Turkey. Turkey is a big in terms of size. Then they're border with Iraq. Iraq. Then there's a Kuwait. Iraq. Kuwait got the border with Iraq and Bahrain. There's a Qatar, and the Saudi Arabia is there. United States Emirates, Oman. Yemen, and and there's Israel. There's a Palestinian. There's Turkey. Syria, Lebanon. And then there's Egypt. So there's a Suez Canal. So Suez Canal is the joining point between the Africa and the Middle East. Egypt, and then there's a Sudan. Sudan also it's the Middle East. So Egypt, right? So right under Egypt there's a Sudan. And this entire this one is known as the Red Sea. Yes, and then this small choke point is known as Bab Mandeb, right? So Bab Mandeb, Djibouti, Sudan, Ethiopia is there, Somalia, so Somalia is there, so I understood. So this is how it is, and Egypt is there, Jordan, Israel, Turkey, so this is weird, The conflict of two concepts of the world order is embedded in the Israeli-Palestinian issues. Israel is by definition a Westphalian state, founded in this one. Israel and Palestine in the relatively narrow space between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. Since every square mile is invested by both sides with a profound significance, success may in turn require testing whether some interim arrangement can be devised that at a minimum enhance the possibility of the practical coexistence in which a part of the West Bank is guaranteed the attributes of the sovereignty embedding final agreements. As this negotiation has been pursued, the political and philosophical evolution of the Middle East has produced in the West world a study in contradictions. The United States has a close association with the parties along the entire spectrums of Middle East options and alliances with Israel and association with Egypt. A partnership with the Saudi Arabia. A regional order evolves when the principal
parties take congruent approaches on issues that affect them. The degree of coherence has proved elusive in the Middle East. The principal parties differ with respect to the three major issues: domestic evolution, the political future of the Palestinian Arabs, and the future of an Iranian military nuclear program. Some parts that do agree on objectives are not in a position to avow that. For example, Saudi Arabia and Israel share the same general objective with respect to is Iran to prevent the emergence of an Iranian military nuclear capabilities and to contain it if it becomes unavoidable. But their perception of legitimacy and Saudi sensitivity to an Arab country inhibited the promulgations of such a view, or even very explicitly articulation of it. This is why too much of the region remains between fear of jihad and the fear of dealing with some of its causes. The consequence of religious and political conflict described in this chapter presents themselves as seemingly distinct issues. The fact that they represent an underlying quest for a new definition of a political and international legitimacy. Now, I think it's very complicated, right? Because Iran is in the Middle East, but it's not an Arab country, and so there's always a conflict between, not conflict, there's no understanding, right? So there's a moral or ideological differences between Israel and all the Arabian countries, but Arabian countries also share a big border with Iran, and Iran is not an Arab country. They're Muslim. Both are Muslim countries, but Iran mostly have a Shia, a sect of Muslim people, and they don't get along very well. And Iran also is a big player in that entire regions, and so that's why most of the Saudi Arabians and all those countries are concerned about the Iran having a nuclear weapon. And the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, Osama son, not exactly Salman bin Laden, has openly said that if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, then we don't have any choice, but Saudi also needs an Iran nuclear weapon. So that is exactly what I've said. So that's why most of the countries are right now, especially United States, is stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, because if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, then it's very difficult to control it. And then obviously the people who share border with Iran, they also have to get the nuclear weapon. Otherwise, they have to stay with Iran. So yeah, now comes Saudi Arabia. With some of the historical irony, among the Western democracies, most important allies through all these upheavals has been a country whose internal practices diverge almost completely from theirs, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has been a partner at times quietly but decisively behind the scenes in most of the major regional security endeavors since World War II. Yeah, Saudi Arabia, they have a good relation with the United States. When it all aligned itself with allies, it has been an association demonstrating this special character of the Westphalian state system, which has permitted such distinct societies to cooperate on a shared aims through formal mechanisms, generally to their significant mutual benefits. Conversely, its strains have touched on some of the main challenges of the search for the contemporary world orders. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a traditional Arab Islamic realm, both tribal monarchy and Islamic theocracy, two leading families united in a mutual support since the 18th century, form the core of its governance. The political hierarchy is headed by the monarch of the Al Swad family, who serve as the head of the complex network of a tribal relation based on ancient ties of mutual loyalty, headed by the Grand Mufti and the Council of Senior Council, had drawn largely from the Al Shaykh family. The king endeavors to bridge the gap between these two branches of power by fulfilling the role of custodian of the Holy Two Mosques, Mecca and Medina. Yes, it's in there, Saudi Arabia. Reminiscent of the Holy Roman Emperor as a fidei defenders. Okay, this zeal and purity of religion is religious expressions are embedded in the Saudi historical experiences. 3 times in as many centuries, in 1940s, 1820s, and the early 20th century, the Saudi state has been founded or reunified by the same two leading families. In each case, affirming their commitment to govern Islam's birthplace and holiest shrine by holding the most austere interpretation of the religion's principle. In each case, the Saudi armies fain out to unify the deserts and mountains of the peninsula in a wave of conquest, strikingly similar to the original sacred exaltations and a holy war that produces the first Islamic state, and in the same territory, religious absolutism, military daring, and shrewd modern statements have produced the kingdom at the heart of the Muslim world and center to its fate. What is today Saudi Arabia emerged from the Turkish rule after World War I, when Al-Saud reunified with the various feudal principalities scattered across the Arabian Peninsula and held them together by the patriarchal allegiance and religious devotion. The royal family has since faced daunting tasks. It governs tribes living in the traditional nomadism and fiercely loyal to the crown, as well as urban concentration approaching, in some cases surpassing those of the western metropoles. Though placed like a mirages across the others, otherwise barren plateaus, an emerging middle class exists in the context of an age-old, semi-feudal sense of reciprocal obligation within the limits of an extremely conservative political cultures. The ruling princesses combined in monarchy with a system of consensus by which the far-flung members of the extended royal family have some shared in decision. Ordinary citizens have gradually been granted a degree of participation in public life. Millions of foreign workers, Palestinian, Syrians, Lebanese, Egyptians, and Pakistanis and Yemenis combine in a mosaic held together by a bond of Islam and respect for traditional authority. Every year, several million Muslim travelers from across the world arrive in Saudi Arabia simultaneously to perform the Hajj, a pilgrimage to Mecca to perform the rites sanctified by the Prophet Muhammad in his own lifetime. This affirmation of faith, obligatory for able-bodied believer to perform at least once in their life, confers on Saudi Arabia a unique religious significance as well as an annual logistical challenge undertaken by no other states. Meanwhile, the discovery of the vast oil reserves has made Saudi Arabia wealthy almost or without parallel in the region, generating an implicit challenges to the security of a country with a sparse population, a no natural land broadest, and a politically detached Shia minority living in one of its key oil-producing region. Saudi ruler live with the awareness that the covetousness of the neighbor might translate itself into an attempt to conquest, or in an era of revolution, potential sponsorship of a political or sectarian agitations. Conscious of the fate of the nearby nation, they are inevitably ambivalent about economic and social modernizations, knowing that an absence of reforms may alienate the youthful population, while reform taken to rapidly made up of its own momentous and ultimately endanger the cohesion of a country that has known only conservative monarchy. The dynasty has tried to lead the process of social and economic changes within the pattern of its society precisely in order to control its pace and contain the this tactic has allowed the Earl's Squad, South to produce just enough charge change to prevent the accumulation of potentially explosive social tension while avoiding the destabilizing effect of overly rapid change. Saudi foreign policy for most of its existence of the modern Saudi states has been characterized by a caution that has elevated indirectness into a special art forms. For instance, if the kingdom pursued a very forward policy, if it made itself in the focal point of all dispute, it would have been subjected to entreaties, threats, and blandishments by far more powerful countries, the cumulative impact of which would endanger their independence or coherence. Instead, its authorities achieved security and authority by remoteness, even in the midst of the crisis, sometimes while carrying out bold changes of course that would reverberate globally. They were almost invariably public, withdrawn, and detached. Saudi Arabia had obscured its vulnerability by opaqueness, masking uncertainty about the motivations of outsiders by remoteness, equally impervious to eloquence and to threat. Improvising. The kingdom maneuvered to keep itself out of the forefront of the confrontation when it resources sustained it, as well as was the case in the oil embargo in 1973, as well as the anti-Soviet jihads in Afghanistan of 1979-89. It facilitated the peace process in the Middle East but left the actual negotiation to others. In this manner, the kingdom has navigated among the fixed poles of friendships for the United States, Arab loyalty, puritanical interpretation of Islam, and consciousness of integral and external dangers. In an age of jihad, revolutionary upheavals, and a perceived American regional withdrawal, some of its obliqueness has been set aside in favor of a more direct approach, making its hostility and the fear of Shiite Iran explicit. No state in the Middle East has been more torn by the Islamist upheaval and the rise of the revolutionary Iran than Saudi Arabia, divided between its former allegiance to the Westphalian concept that underpin its security and international recognition as a legitimate sovereign states. The religious purism that informs its history and the upheavals of the radical Islam that impairs its domestic cohesion, and indeed threatening the kingdom's survival during the siege of the Grand Mosque of Mecca by fanatics Shalid was in 1979. In 1989, one of its kingdoms disaffected sons, Osama. In 1989, one of the kingdom's disaffected sons. Just wait, okay. Osama from Saudi, I didn't know that. Osama bin Laden, yeah. He was born in Saudi Arabia. Okay. Born is equals to Saudi Arabia. Was the founder and the first general member of Al Qaeda from 1988 until his death. He was a pan-Islamist and a pan-Islamist and Islamist extremist. Bin Laden was recognized, okay. Okay. Was Bin Laden Saudi royal relations. Osama came from a wealthy family with intimate ties to Saudi royal family as their father built his fortune constructing a major project for the House of Swords. However, Osama himself became an enemy of the state, was disowned by his family. Okay. This one in 1981, one of the kingdom's disaffected son, Osama bin Laden, returned from the anti-Soviet jihad in Afghanistan and proclaimed a new struggle. Tracking co-op scripts, he and his followers, founded a vanguard organizations, Al Qaeda, the base from which they to mount an omnidirectional jihad. Its near target was the Saudi government and its regional partner states. Its foreign enemy was the United States, which Al Qaeda was reviled for supporting non-Sharia-based state governments in the Middle East and for supposedly defiling Islam by deploying military personnel to Saudi Arabia. During 1991 Gulf War, in Bin Laden's analysis, the struggle between the true faith and the infaithful world was existential and already well underway. So the world's injustice had reached a point where peaceful methods were useless. The required tactic would be assassinated and terrorism, which would strike fear into Al Qaeda's enemies both near and far and sap their will to resist. Al Qaeda's ambition campaign began with the attack on American and Allied facilities in the Middle East and Africa. Our 1993 attack on the World Trade Centers displayed the organization of global ambitions. On September 11, 2001, the offensive reached its apogee by striking New York, the hub of the world financial system, and Washington, the political hub of American power. The deadliest terrorist attack yet experienced, the 9/11 assault, killed 2,977 within minutes. Nearly all civilians, thousands of others were injured in the attack and suffered severe health complications. Osama bin Laden had proceeded to the attack with the proclamations of Al Qaeda's aims. The West and its influences were to be expelled from the Middle East. Government, in cooperative with partnership with American, were to be overthrown and the political structures deride it as illegitimate people state formed for the convenience of the Western power. Dissolve, a new Islamic caliphate would take their place, restoring Islam to its 7th century glory. A war of world order was declared. The battlefield of the conflict ran through the heart of Saudi Arabia, which eventually, after Al Qaeda's mounted a failed attempts to overthrow this Al Quad dynasty in 2003, became one of the organization's fiercest opponents. The attempt to find security within the world. The Westphalian and the Islamist orders worked for a time, yet the great strategic error of the Saudi dynasty was to suppose from roughly the 1960s to 2003 that it could support and even manipulate the radical Islamist approach without threatening its own position at home. The outbreak of the serious sustained Al Qaeda's insurgency in the kingdom in 2003 revealed that the fatal flaws in the strategies which dynasty Chetty sought in favor of an effective counter-insurgency campaign led by the prince of the younger generations, Prince Mohammed bin Nayef, now Saudi's interior minister. Even so, the dynasty was at a risk of being overthrown. With the search of jihadist elements in Iraq and Syria, the acumen displayed in this campaign may again be tested. Saudi Arabia has adopted a course as complex as the challenges facing it. The royal family has judged Saudi security and national interest to lie with a constructive national relation with the West and participating in the global economy. Yet, as the birthplace of Islam and protector of the Islam holiest places, Saudi Arabia cannot afford derivation from Islamic orthodoxy. It has attempted to co-opt radically resurgent Islamist universalism by tenuous amalgam of modern statehoods and Westphalian international relations crafted into the practice of Wahhabisms, perhaps the most fundamentalist version of the faith, and subsidizing it internationally. The outcome has at times been internally contradictory. Diplomatically, Saudi Arabia has largely aligned itself with the United States, while spiritually propagating to form of Islam at odds with modernity and implying a clash with the non-Muslim world. By financing madrasas, religious schools, preaching the austere Wahhabist creed throughout the world, the Saudi have not only carried out their Muslim duties, but also taken a defensive measure by making it advocates as act as a missionaries abroad rather than within the kingdoms. The project has been the unintended consequence of nurturing a jihadist fervor that would eventually menace the Saudi state itself and its allies. Kingdom strategy of a principal ambiguity worked so long as the Sunni states were largely governed by the military regime. But once Al Qaeda appeared on the scene, Ayatollah Iran established its leadership over a militant revolutionary camp across the regions, and the Muslim Brotherhood threatened to take power in Egypt and elsewhere. Saudi Arabia found itself facing two Brotherhood threatened to take power in Egypt and elsewhere. Saudi Arabia found itself facing two forms of civil war in the Middle East, which its own proselytizing efforts had, however, inadvertently helped to inflame once between Muslim regime that were members of the Westphalian states and Islamism considered state was the prevailing institution of international orders of abominations to the Quran, and another between Shias and Sunnis across the regions, with Iran and Saudi Arabia as seen as leaders of the two opposing sides. This contest would unfold against the backdrop of two others
each posing its own test for regional power. American military action stalks the odious dictatorship in Iraq and Libya, accompanied by US political pressures to bring about the transformation of the greater Middle East and the resurgence of a Sunni-Shia rivalry, most devastatingly, during the Iraq War and the Syrian conflict. In each of this, the parallel interests of the Saudi Arabian and United States proved difficult to still. As a matter of the regional leadership, balance of power, and doctrinal contention, Saudi Arabia considered itself threatened by the Shia Irans as both as a religious and imperial phenomena. Saudi Arabia sees that Tehran is the capital city of Iran, archipelago of rising Shia powers and influence running from Iran's Afghan border through the Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon of the Mediterranean in confrontation with the Saudi-led Sunni order composed of Egypt, Jordan, the Gulf states, and the Arabian Peninsula, all in a very partnership with the Turkey. The American attitude towards Iran and Saudi therefore cannot be simply a balance of power calculation of a democratization issues. It must be shaped in the context of what is above all of religious struggle already lasting a millenniums between the two wings of Islam. The United States and its allies have to calibrate their conduct with care, for pressure unleashed in the regions will affect the delicate lattice work of relationship underpinning the kingdom and its heart, and administering Islam's odious places. And upheaval in Saudi Arabia would carry profound repercussions for the world economy, the future of the Muslim world, and world peace. In light of the experiences with the revolution elsewhere in the Arab world, the United States cannot assume that democratic opposition is waiting in the wings to govern Saudi Arabia, a principle more congenial to Western sensibilities. America must distill a common understanding with a country that is the central eventual prize targeted by the both Sunni and the Shia version of jihad, and whose efforts, however circuitous, will be essential in fostering constructive regional evolutions. To Saudi Arabia, the conflict with Iran is existential. It involves the survival of the monarchy. To Saudi, the conflict with Iran is existential. It involves the survival of the monarchy, the legitimacy of the states, and indeed the future of Islam, to the extent that Iran continues to emerge as a potentially dominant power in Saudi Arabia. At minimum, will seek to enhance its own power positions to maintain the balance given the elements issues involved. Verbal reassurance will not suffice. Depending on the outcomes of the Iranian nuclear negotiation, Saudi Arabia is likely to seek access to its own nuclear capability in some form, either by acquiring warheads from an existing nuclear power, preferably Islamic like Pakistan. I think they've done it, right? They've signed a defense deal, but that defense deal is of no use because that the defense deal have clearly mentioned that if if Pakistan is attacked, it will be considered as an attack on both Pakistan and Saudi, and if Saudi is being attacked, then it will be considered as a attack on Saudi. And recently, Iran attacked Saudi Arabia's and all the Middle East, but Pakistan did not help. So, or by financing their developments in some other countries in insurance policies to the extent Saudi Arabia judges America to be withdrawing from regions, it may well seek a regional order involving another outside power, perhaps China, India, or even Russia. The tension, turmoils, and violence racking the Middle East in the first 2 decades of the 21st century should therefore be understood as a layer of civil and religious strife carried out in a contest to determine whether and how the region will relate to any larger concept of the world order, which depends on the United States' capacity, skill, and will to help shape an outcome that fulfills American interest and that Saudi Arabia and which I consider compatible with the security and the principles. The decline of the state. Syria and Iraq, once a beacon of nationalism for Arab countries, may lose their capacity to reconstitute themselves as unified Westphalian states as they varying factions seek support from affiliated communities across the regions and beyond. This strife jeopardizes the coherence of all the neighboring countries. The multiple contiguous states at the heart of the Arab world are unable to establish legitimate governance and consistent control over their territories. Post World War I, Middle East territorial settlements will have reached a terminal phase. The conflict in Syria and Iraq and the surrounding areas have thus become a symbol of an ominous new trends. The disintegration of the state into tribal and sectarian units, some of them cutting across existing borders in a violent conflict with each other, or manipulated by the competing outside of the factions, observing no common rules other than the law of superior forces, what Hobbes might have called the state of nature. In the wake of revolutions or regime change, absent the establishment of a new authority accepted as legitimate by a decisive majority of the populations, a multiplicity of disparate factions will continue to engage in an open conflict with perceived rival for power, and portion of the states may drift into anarchy or permanent rebellion, or merge with the parts of another disintegrating states. The existing central governments may prove unwilling or unable to establish authority over border regions or non-state entities such as Hezbollah. I think Hezbollah, if I'm not wrong, they operate HES. Okay, so where do they operate? They mostly operate in English. Okay, so Lebanese. Hezbollah is a Lebanese Shia. Okay, so Lebanese is a Hezbollah is a Lebanese Shia Islamist political party with an active paramilitary wing that has been banned by the Lebanese government since March 2026 and amid Israel war in Lebanon. Okay, this is okay. Hezbollah, Al Qaeda, ISIL, and Taliban. This has happened in Iraq and Libya, and to this strangest extent, Pakistan is a mess, man. Some state has presently considered many, may not be governable in full except through methods of governance or social cohesion that America rejects as illegitimate. This limitation can be overcome in some cases through evolution towards a more liberal domestic system, yet where factions within a state are there to defend concepts of world orders to consider themselves in an existential struggle for survival. American demands to call off the fight and assemble a democratic coalition government tend to either to paralyze the incumbent government as in the Shia's Iran or to fall on the deaf ears. The Egyptian government led by General Sisi now heeding the lessons of its predecessors to overthrown by the attacking away from historic American alliances in favor of a greater freedom of maneuver. In such a condition, America has to make the decision on the basis of what achieves the best combination of security and morality, recognizing that both will be imperfect. So, I mean, you do have to consider that Americans are powerful, but they've also been very hypocrite, right? They follow, normally what happens is that you have to follow what you preach. So they say that democracy is all that thing, democracy is good and all. They only practice that in home. Outside, they don't practice it. So, if most of the people don't know, Iran and United States has a very best of relationship before Islamic Revolution happened in Iran. And it all started when Iran's democratically elected president was overthrown by a dictator, which was done by United States, and then that's how the Iran, right? They went into this entire mess of a lot of conflict and all that thing, right? So the root cause, I wouldn't say America because root cause I think to some extent it's America also. In Iraq, the dissolution of Saddam Hussein, brutal Sunni-dominated dictatorship, generated pressures less for democracy than for revenge, which the various factions sought through the consolidations of their disparate forms of religion into the autonomous units in effect at war with each other. In Libya, a vast country, relatively thinly populated and driven by sectarian division and feuding tribal groups with no common history except Italian colonialism, so the overthrow of the murderous dictatorship. Gaddafi has been the practical effect of removing any semblance of the national governance. Tribes and regions have armed themselves to secure self-rule or dominations by autonomous militias. A provincial government in Tripoli that has gained external international recognition that but cannot exercise practical authority beyond cities limits. If even that extremist group have proliferated, propelling jihad into neighboring states, especially in Africa, armed with the weapons from Gaddafi's arsenal. When states are not governed in their entirety, the international or regional order itself began to disintegrate. Blank spaces denoting lawlessness to come to dominate the parts of the map. The collapse of the state may turn its territory into base for terrorism, arms supply, or sectarian agitation against neighbors. Zones of non-governance, or jihads now stretch across the Muslim world, affecting Libya, Egypt, Yemen, Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Nigeria, Mali, Sudan, Somalia. When one also takes into account the agonies of the Central Africa, where a generation-long Congo-less civil war had drawn in all neighborhood states and conflict in the Central African Republic and South Sudan threatened to metastasize similarly significant portion of the world's territorial population and is on the verge of effective falling out of the international system altogether. As this void looms, the Middle East is caught in a confrontation akin to but broader than Europe's pre-Westphalian walls of religions, domestic and international conflict reinforce each other. Political, sectarian, tribal, territorial, ideological, and traditional national interest disputes merge. Religious is weaponized in the service of geopolitical objectives. Civilians are marked for extermination based on the sectarian affiliation. Where states are able to preserve their authority, they consider their authority without limits justified with the necessities of survival. Where states disintegrate, they become field for the contest of the surrounding powers, in which authority too often is achieved through the total disregard for the well-being of the human and well-being and the dignity. The conflict now unfolding is both religious and geopolitical. A Sunni bloc consisting of Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states, and to some extent Egypt and Turkey, confronts a bloc led by the Shia Iran, which backs Bashar al-Assad's portion of Syria. Nuri al-Malika, central and southern Iraq, and the militias of Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza. The Sunni bloc supports uprising in Syria against Assad and Iran against Malika. Iran aims for regional dominance by employing non-state actors tied to Tehran ideologically in order to undermine the domestic legitimacy of its regional war. Participants in the contest search for outside support, particularly from Russia and the United States, in turn shaping the relation between them. Russia's goals are largely strategic, at a minimum to prevent Syrian and Iraqi jihadist groups from spreading into its Muslim territories, and on the larger global scale to enhance its position vis-a-vis the United States, thereby reversing the result of a 1973 war described earlier in this chapter. America's quandary is that it condemns Assad on the moral grounds correctly, but the largest contingent of his oppositions are Al-Qaeda and more extreme groups, which the United States needs to oppose strategically. Neither Russia nor the United States has been able to decide whether to cooperate or to maneuver against each other. So, I mean, by this you can see that if you see from a narrow lens, then you can see that, okay, so this country is fighting this. But if you see from a bigger perspective, right, they're just the pawns, the Middle East, right? All the countries, they're just the pawns and the pawns, right, and which is sacrificed for the power of the two powers, the United States and Russia and Soviet Union. So, though events in Ukraine may so resolve this ambivalence in the direction of the Cold War attitudes, Iraq is contested between multiple camps. In this time, Iran's, the West, and the variety of revanchist Sunni factions, as it has been many times in its history, with the same script played by the different actors. After America's bitter experience and under condition so inhospitable to pluralism, it is tempting to let this upheaval run their courses and concentrate on dealing with the successor states. But several of the political successors have declared America and the world order as the principal enemies. In an era of suicide terrorism and proliferating weapons of mass destruction, the drift towards pan-regional sectarian confrontation must be deemed a threat to the world's stability, warranting cooperative efforts by all responsible powers, expressed in some acceptable definition of at least regional power, regional orders. If order cannot be established, vast areas risk being open to anarchy and to form of an extremist that will spread organically into the other regions. From this stark patterns, the world awaits the distillations of a new regional world by America and other countries that are in a position to take a global view. Now comes chapter number 4, that is the United States and Iran approaches to the world order. I mean, if you see from that perspective, Iran is a regional power. They don't have a global influence. As far as the United States is concerned, they are a global power and they have a... So I'll tell you, right? United States and Iran have a long conflict. So Iran is actually surrounded by US allies. For example, Saudi Arabia, United States have a military base. Bahrain, they have the biggest military base. In UAE also they have a base, if I'm not wrong. And even Kuwait also. In most, so entire Iran is basically covered by United States. So that's why Iran also uses non-state actors like Hezbollah and Hamas, Houthis to destabilize the entire region. Just wait, okay. I think Houthis are from Yemen, right? H-O-U-T-A. Yes, Houthis are from Yemen. Houthis are an Iran-backed. I'm actually concerned. Like, how do they have so much of a money, man? Iran. They support a lot of non-actors. The United States and Iran approaches to the order. In the spring of 2013, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of the Islamist Republic of Iran, they figured them and then now outranking all Iranian government ministers, including Iran's president and foreign minister, delivered a speech to an international conference of the Muslim clerics, lauding the onset of a new global revolution. What was called the Arab Spring, he declared, was in fact an Islamic awakening of world-spanning consequence. The West erred in assessing that the crowd of demonstrators represented the triumph of a liberal democracy. The Khamenei explained that demonstrators would reject the bitter and horrifying experience of following the West in politics, behavior, and lifestyle because they embodied the miraculous fulfillment of divine promises. Today, what lies in front of our eyes and cannot be denied by any informed and intelligent individual is that the world of Islam has now emerged out of the sidelines of the social and political equations of the world. that it has found a prominent and outstanding position at the center of decisive global events, and that it offers a fresh outlook on life, politics, and government and social development. In Khamenei's analysis, this reawakening of Islamic consciousness was opening the door to a global religious revolution that would finally vanquish the overbearing influence of the United States and its allies and bring an end to the three countries of Western primacy. Islamic awakening, which speaker in the arrogant and reactionary camp do not even dare to mention in words, is a truth whose sign can be witnessed in almost all parts of the world of Islam. The most obvious sign of it is the enthusiasm of public opinion, especially among young people, to revive the glory and the greatness of Islam, to become aware of the nature of the international orders of the dominations, and to remove the mask from the shameless, oppressive, and arrogant face of the government and centers that have been pressuring the Islamic and non-Islamic East. Following the failure of communism and liberalism, and with the power and confidence of the West crumbling, the Islamic awakening would reverberate across the world. Khamenei pledged on unifying the global Muslim Ummah, the transnational community of believers, and restoring it to a world centrality. This final goal cannot be anything less than creating a brilliant Islamic civilization, all part of Islamic Ummah, in the form of different nations and countries, should achieve this, the civilization position that has been specific in the Holy Quran. Through religious faith, knowledge, ethnics, and constant struggle, Islamic civilization can give advanced thoughts and noble codes of behavior to the Islamic, Ummah and to the entire humanity, and can be the point of liberations from materialistic and oppressive outlook and corrupt codes of behavior that forms the pillars of the Western civilization. Khamenei had expatiated upon his topic previously, as he remarks to an audience of Iranian paramilitary forces in 2011. Popular protest in West spoke to the global hunger for spirituality and legitimacy, as exemplified by the Iran's theocracy. A world revolutions awaited. The development in the USA and the Europe suggests a massive change that the world will witness in the future. Today, the slogans of Egyptians and the Tunisians are being repeated in the New York and California. The Islamic Republic is currently the focal point of the awakening and the movement of the nations, and this reality is what has upset the enemies. In any other region, such declarations would have been treated as a major revolutionary challenge, a theocratic figure wielding supreme spiritual and temporal power as was. In a significant country, publicly embracing a project of constructing an alternative world order in opposition to the one being practiced by the world community. The supreme leaders of a contemporary Iran was declaring the universal religious people principle, not national interest or liberal internationalism, dominate the new world he prophesied. He had such sentiments and been voiced as a nation or a European leader. They would have been interpreted as a shocking global challenge. Yet 30 years of repetition had all but inured the world to radicalisms of these sentiments, and the action backing them. One, on its part, Iran combined its challenge to modernity with the millennium traditions of a statecraft of exceptional subtlety. The tradition of Iranian statecraft. The first implementation of radical Islamist principle as a doctrine of the state power occurred in 1979 in a capital where it was least expected. In a country unlike the majority of the Middle Eastern states, with its strong and distinguished national history and a long-established reverence for its pre-Islamic past. So when Iran accepted steering the Westphalian system, turned itself into an advocate for a radical Islam after the Ayatollah Khamenei revolution in the Middle East regional order was turned upside down. Of all these countries of the region, Iran has perhaps the most coherent sense of nationhood and the most elaborate traditions of a national interest-based statecraft. At the same time, Iran's leaders have traditionally reached far beyond the modern borders of Iran and have rarely had occasion to adhere to the Westphalian concept of statehood and sovereign equality. Iran's founding tradition was that of the Persian Empire, which in a series of incarnations from the 7th century BC to the 7th century AD, established its rule across the power of a contemporary Middle East and portion of the Central Asia, Southwest Asia, and the North Africa, with resplendent art and culture, a sophisticated bureaucracy, experience in administering far-flung provinces, and a vast multi-ethnic military steeled by the successful campaign in every direction. Persia saw itself as a far more than one society among the many. The Persian ideal monarchy elevated its sovereign to quasi-divine status as a magnanimous overlords of peoples, so the kings of kings, dispensing justice and decreeing tolerance in exchange for a peaceful political submission. The Persian imperial projects, like the classical China's, represented the form of a world ordering in which cultural and political achievement and psychological assurance played as a great role as a traditional military conquest. The 5th century BC Greek historian Herodotus described the self-confidence of a people that have observed the finest of all foreign customs, Median dressed, Egyptians armed, and now regarded itself as the center of the human achievement. Most of all, they hold in honor themselves than those who dwell next to themselves and those who next to them, and so on. There is a progression in honor in relation to the distance. They hold least in honor those whose in a habitation is furthest from it. This is because they think themselves to be the best of the mankind in everything that that others have a hold on a virtue in proportion to the nearest. Those that live furthest away are the most base. Roughly 2,500 years later, this sense of Syrian self-confidence that endured as manifested in the text of an 1858 trade agreement with the United States and the Safavid dynasty, which governed a curtailed but still expensive version of the Persian Empire, consisting of Iran and significant portion of present-day Afghanistan, Iraq, Kuwait, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkey, and Turkmenistan, even after the recent loss of Romania, Azerbaijan, Dagestan, eastern Georgia in the two wars with the expanding Russian Empire. The Shah projected the assurance of the heir of the exiles in Cyrus, not Cyprus, Cyrus, the President of the United States of North America, and His Majesty is exalted as the planet Saturn, the sovereign to whom the sun serve as a standard, whose splendor and magnificence are equal to that of skies, the sublime sovereign, the monarch whose armies are as numerous as stars. His greatness calls to mind that of Giandish, whose magnificence equals that of a Darius, the heir of the crown and throne of the Kayamians, sublime emperor of all Persia, being both equally and sincerely desirous of establishing a relation of friendship between the two governments, which they wish to strengthen by a treaty of friendship and commerce, reciprocally advantageous and useful to the citizens and subjects of the two high contracting parties, have for this purpose named for their plenipotentiaries. At the intersection of East and West and the administrating provinces and dependencies, stretching at the widest extent from modern-day Libya to Kazakhstan and India, Persia was either the starting point or the eventual target of nearly every major conqueror on the Eurasian landmass from antiquity to the Cold War. All the upheavals, Prussia, like China, under the roughly comparable circumstances, retained its distinct sense of identity, expanding across vastly diverse cultures and regions. The Persian Empire adapted and synthesized their achievement to its own distinct concept of order, submerged in waves of conquest by Alexander the Great and early Islamic armies, and the later the Mongols, shocks that all but erase the historical memory and political autonomy of other people. Persia retained its confidence in its cultural superiority. It bowed to its consequent conqueror as a great temporary constitution, but retained its independence with its own worldview, charting a great interior space. In poetry and mysticism, and revealing its connection with the heroic ancient rulers of recounted in its Book of Kings. Meanwhile, the Persia distills its experience managing all manners of terrorist and political challenges into the sophisticated canons of diplomacy, placing a premium on endurance, shrewd analysis of geopolitical realities, and the psychological manipulation of adversity. The sense of distinctiveness and adroit maneuver endured in Islamic era when Persia adopted the religion of its Arab conqueror, but alone the first waves of the conquered people insisted on retaining its language and infusing the new order with the cultural legacies of the empire that Islam had just overthrown. Eventually, Persia became the demographic and cultural centers of Shiism, first as a descending traditions under Arab rule, later as a state religion state, starting in the 16th century, adopted partly as a way to distinguish itself from and defy the growing Ottoman Empire at its borders, which was a Sunni. In contrast to so Persia was it's a Shia, and Ottoman Empire was a Sunni land. In contrast to the majority Sunni interpretation, this branch of Islam stressed the mystical and infallible equalities of religions within authorized prudential dissimulation in the service of the interest of the faithful. It's in its culture, religion, geopolitical outlook. Iran, as it calls itself officially after 1935, had preserved the distinctiveness of its traditions and the special character of its regional role. Okay, just wait. Okay, and I want to know, even in Muslim, right? Okay, most of the Afghan Muslim are Afghan Muslim, Shia or Sunni. I think it's mostly Sunni. Afghan is overwhelming Muslim with approximately 85 to 90% of its population practicing Sunni Islam, primarily Hafani school. So even in Muslim, right, there's a Shia, there's a Sunni, and then there's a different schools also. So mostly it's Hafani school, and about 10-15% practicing Shia Islam. The country's religious landscape is dominated by Sunni Muslims, while the Shia minority is largely composed of the Hazara and just wait. Okay, I'll just type explain Islam, different types and different school of thoughts, because
from Lucknow also a major Muslim Islam school has also came out. So that's why most of that school of thoughts come to Muslim, to come to Lucknow in India to celebrate those. Okay, see, Islam is primarily divided into two main branches, Sunni and Shia, a split that originated from 7th century disputes over who should succeed the Prophet Muhammad as leader for the Muslim community. Okay, major branches of Islam: Sunni Islam, adherent believer leadership. Okay, so there's a Shia and Sunni. So Sunni says that adherent. Okay, so majority, right? 80 to 85 to 90. That's a lot, man. 85 to 90% of the Muslim in the world is Sunni Muslim. Adherent. So they believe that leadership should be determined by community consensus, Shura. They recognize the first four caliph as rightly guided. Shia adherent believe leader is divine right belonging only to the Prophet family, starting with his cousin and his son-in-law Ali of this one, and then later came Ayatollah Khamenei. Okay, understood. Ibadism, a smaller distinct branch found mainly in Oman. Oman also they do have a little bit of this one. And so now comes a different school of thoughts. Sunni school of thoughts. Sunni Islam follows four primary schools of jurisprudence, which which differ in how they weigh sources like reasoning and versus traditions. So Hanafi is supposed to emphasize reasoning and analogy, considered the most liberal. So they are considered the most liberal. Okay, Hanafi. So mostly they comes in. Okay, so that's why the Muslim found in India, they are not as conservative as others. South Asia, India and Pakistan, Turkey and Central Asia. So this is Hanafi, Hanafi. Okay, Hanafi. Floxy knee amplification. Okay, this is Hanafi, Southeast Asia, and then Maliki prioritizes the custom of Medina and early community traditions, Northwest and West Africa. Okay, so in Africa, Maliki. Shafi focuses on a systematic hierarchy, prioritizing authentic hadiths over local customs, Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, and then Hanbali. They are the most conservative. Okay, Hanbali, the most conservative, strictly adheres to literal text from the Quran and Hadith, also Saudi Arabia and Qatar. So Shia sect. Shia Islam is categorized by the number of imams, spiritual leaders they recognize. Developers equals to Itna Shia, the largest group, 85% of Shia believing in 12 imams. They follow jurisprudence and are most prominent in Iran and Iraq. Ismailis. Okay, Islams. I do have some people, okay, who are Islam. I know. Ismailis accepts a different line of succession after the sixth Saman, includes the Nazir led by the Aga Khan and Bohara communities. Primarily found in Yemen. Okay, Zaydis. Legal methods are often seen as a closest key on to Sufism. Okay, this is, I think, came from Sufism. Other key perspective. Sufism, not a sect but a mystical approach to Islam focused on spiritual liberation and direct experience of God. It is practiced by both Sunnis and Shias. Theological schools like Ashari, Modernity, Athar, they focus on philosophy. Okay, and later movements includes revivalist or reformist groups like Salafism, Wahhabism, and the Ahmadiyya movement. Okay, which school of thoughts originated from Lucknow? I think it's Lucknow, right? Okay, the Firangi Mahal School, meaning European palace school, is one of the oldest Islamic institutions in Lucknow, established in this one. Okay, now that the almost and Lucknow School of Sociology. Okay, so Shia scholarship. Okay, so I don't know exactly what happened. Okay, so I think I understood all of those things. Okay, so in Islam also there's a lot of things. So even I got confused, right? Why is it that some Saudi is like a very conservative in that sense? So I understood why is it. So now the next is Khomeini revolution. The revolution against Iran's 20th century the revolution against Iran's 20th century Shah Reza Pahlavi had begun, or at least had been portrayed in the to the West as an anti-monarchical movement demanding democracy and economic retributions. Many of its grievances were real, caused by the dislocation imposed by the Shah's modernization programs and the heavy-handed and arbitrary tactics with which the government attempted to control dissent. But when in 1979, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini returned from exile in Paris and Iraq to claim the role of the revolution's supreme leaders, he did so not on behalf of a social program or of a democratic government, but in the name of an assault against the entire regional order and indeed the institutional arrangement of modernity. The doctrine that took roots in Iran under Khomeini was unlike anything that had been practiced in the West since the religious wars of pre-Westphalian era. It conceived of the state not as a legitimate entity in its own right, but as a weapon of convenience in a broader religious struggle. The 20th century map of Middle East, Khomeini announced, was a false and un-Islamic creation of imperialist and tyrannical self-seeking rulers, okay, who had separated to the various segments of the Islamic Ummah community from each other and artificially created as separate nations. All contemporary political institutions in the Middle East and beyond were illegitimate because they did not base themselves on a divine law. Modern international relation based on procedural wisdom in a Westphalian principle rested on a false foundation because the relationship between nations should be based on a spiritual grounds and not on principles of a national interest. In Khomeini's view, paralleling that of a co-ops and ideological expansionist reading of the Quran pointed the way from this blasphemies and towards the creation of a genuinely legitimate world order. The first step would be the overthrow of all the governments in the Muslim world and their replacement by an Islamist government. Traditional national loyalists would be overridden because it is duty of all of us to overthrow the Takhor, that is the illegitimate political powers that now rule the entire Islamic world. The founding of a truly Islamic political system in Iran would mark, as Khomeini is declared upon the founding of the Islamic Republic of Iran on 1st of April 1979, the first day of the God's government. His entity would not be compatible to any other modern states, as Mehdi in a Bazargan's to Khomeini's first appointee for the post of the Prime Minister told the New York Times. What was wanted was a government of the type seen during the 10 years of the rule of the Prophet Muhammad and the 5 years under his son-in-law, Ali, the first Shiite Imam. When government is conceived of as a divine, its end will be treated as a blasphemy, not a political opposition. Under Khomeini, the Islamic Republic carried out those principles, beginning with a wave of trial and executions and a systematic repressions of minority faith, far exceeding what has occurred under the Shah's authoritarian regime. Just wait, okay, I want to see. Is Prophet, that's okay, Prophet, Muhammad mentioned, okay, this one is Prophet Muhammad real? Yes, Muhammad is considered a real historical person by overwhelming consensus of the historians and scholars. He was an Arab religious, military, and political leader who founded Islam in early 7th century, born in Mecca around 570 CE and died in Medina, okay, in 632. Okay, so he was born in Mecca and he was died. Let's wait, okay, oldest religion. Let's see, oldest religion in the world. I think it could be Hindu, right? Okay, yeah. Hinduism is generally regarded as the oldest active religion in the world, with roots tracing back over 4,000 years to the Indus Valley civilization, often called Sanatana Dharma. Sanatana Dharma, the eternal way. It is a fusion of various Indian cultures. Sanatana means it's a, okay, so I didn't know that. Sanatana Dharma, okay, Sanatana Dharma, the eternal way. Hinduism is equals to, okay, with an old tradition, is to considered the oldest with the foundational Vedas and oral tradition spanning millennia. Okay, and Zoroastrianism, okay, originating in the ancient Persia, it is one of the world's oldest monotheistic faith. Judaism is equals to one of the oldest monotheistic religion with the rooting from, okay, 3,000 years, okay, so, and then Judaism and Jainism and Shinto both have ancient roots back in this 2600, while some claim Hindu is tens of thousands of years old. Okay, so it's a Hindu, right? Okay, Hinduism. Okay. When government is conceived of a divine and descent will be treated as a blasphemy, not a political. Okay, so just when government is conceived of as a divine, descent will be treated as a blasphemy. Obviously, right? Just imagine, okay, if your government is, if people consider your government as a divine, then those people who don't agree with the current government, right, descent will be treated as a blasphemy, not a political oppositions. Under Khomeini, the Islamic Republic carried out this principle, beginning with a wave of trial and execution and the systematic repressions of a minority faiths. Okay, just when systematic repression of minority faiths far exceeding what has occurred under the Shah's authoritarian regimes. So I'm not exactly sure if it's true or not, but he could have his biases who has written it. So just have to take it at a pinch of salt. Amidst this upheaval, at a new paradox took shape in the form of a dualistic challenge to international orders. When Iran's revolution and Islamist movement dedicated to overthrowing the Westphalian system gained control over modern state and asserted its Westphalian rights and their privileges, taking up its seats at the United Nations, conducting its trade, operating its diplomatic apparatus. India's clerical regime has thus placed itself at the intersection of two world orders in advocating the formal protection of the Westphalian system while repeatedly proclaiming that it is not did not believe in it, would be bound by it, and intended ultimately to replace it. This duality has been ingrained in Iran's governing doctrine. Iran styled itself as the Islamic Republic, implying an entity whose authority transcends territorial demarcations, and the Ayatollah heading the Iranian power structures. First Khomeini, then his successor Ali Khamenei, is conceived not of simply as an Iranian political figure but as a global authority, the supreme leaders of the Islamic Revolution and the leader of the Islamic Ummah and oppressed people. The Islamic Republic announced itself on the world stage with a massive violation of a core principle of the Westphalian international system, diplomatic immunities, by storing the American embassy in Tehran and holding its staff hostage for 44 days. Yes, that happened. Yeah. An act affirmed by the current Iranian government, which in 2014 appointed the hostage takers, translators, to serve as its ambassador at the United Nations. In a similar spirit, in 1989, Ayatollah Khomeini claimed a global juridical authority in issuing a fatwa. Religious prescription pronouncing a death sentence on Salman Rushdie, a British citizen of Indian Muslim descent, for his publication of a book in Britain and the United States deemed offensive to Muslim. Fatwa means it's like fatwa means it's like a death order, right? Okay, so fatwa means it's like a death order. Even while simultaneously conducting a normal diplomatic relation with the countries whose country this group have been in part arrogated, Iran in its Islamist right have supported organizations such as Hezbollah, non-state actors in Lebanon, Mahdi army in Iraq, non-state militias challenging established authorities can employ terror attack as a part of the strategy. Tehran's imperative of Islamic revolution had been interpreted to permit cooperation across the Sunni-Shia divide to advance broader anti-Western interests, including Iran's arming of the Sunni jihadist group Hamas against Israel. And according to some reports, the Taliban in Afghanistan, the reports of 9/11 commissions and investigations of a 2013 terrorist plot in Canada suggested that Al-Qaeda operative have found scope to operate from Iran as well. Okay, just wait. Al-Qaeda, that is the Saudi Arabia, right? Okay, Al-Q-U-E, Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is a global Sunni Islamist militant organization founded in the late 1980s by Osama bin Laden and other militia to wage global jihad. It was responsible for this one, and it doesn't. I don't know which country does it operate. Founded it was founded in Pakistan. Founded around this month in Peshawar, Pakistan, as a logistical network supporting fighters against the Soviet Union. In Afghanistan, idle as a pain, Islamist vanguard. It seeks Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent, active in recruiting in South Asia, and no, in India they don't have it. Even while simultaneously conducting normal diplomatic response, imperative Islam revolution has been able to permit operation response, One of on the subject of the need to overthrow the existing world order, Islamists on both sides, Sunni and Shia, have been in general agreements. However, intense the Sunni-Shia doctrinal dividing erupting across the Middle East in the early 21st century. Saeed Qutb's views were essentially identical to those put forward by Iran's political ayatollahs. Qutb's premise that the Islam would reorder and eventually dominate the world struck a chord with the men who recast Iran into the font of the religious revolution. Qutb's work circulates widely in Iran, some personally translated by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, as Khamenei wrote in 1967 introductions to Qutb's work, The Future of This Religion. So this book is World Order, just wait. World Order. Henry Kissinger. It was written in September 2014. This lofty and great author has tried in the course of the chapter of this book to first introduce the essence of the faith as it is, and then after showing that it is a program of a living, to confirm with his eloquent words and his particular world outlook that ultimately world government shall be in hands of the schools and the future belongs to Islam. For Iran, representing the minority Shia branch of his endeavor, victory could be envisaged through the sublimations of the doctrinal differences for Shia aims. Towards this end, the Iranian constitution proclaimed the goal of the unification of all Muslims as a national obligation, in accordance with the sacred verse of the Quran. I do understand that in Quran, if you read, there are a lot of things which you might find controversial. For example, in terms of the rights of the women, Okay, so in accordance with the sacred verse of the Quran, this your community is a single community, and I'm your Lord. So worship me, all Muslim from a single nation, and the government of Islamic Republic of Iran has the duty of the formulating its general process with a view to cultivating the friendship and unity of all the Muslim people, and it must constantly strive to bring about the political and economic and cultural unity of the Islamic world. The emphasis would not be on a theological dispute but on ideological conflict. As Khomeini is elaborated, we must strive to export a revolution throughout the world and must abandon all ideas of not doing so. For not only does Islam refuse to recognize any differences between Muslim countries, and it is the champion of all the oppressed people. This would require an epic struggle against America, the global plunderer, and the communist material societies of Russia and Asia, as well as Zionism and Israel. Khomeini and his fellow Shias revolutionary have differed from Sunni Islamists, however, and this is the essence of their fratricidal rivalry in proclaiming that the global upheaval could be capped with the coming of the Mahdi, who would return from occultations, being represents to not visible to assume the sovereign powers that the supreme leaders of the Islamic Republic temporarily exercise in the Mahdi's place. Iranian then President Mohammad Ahmadinejad that he considered this principle sufficiently settled to put it before the United Nations address of 27 September 2007. Without any doubt, the promised one, who is the ultimate savior, will come in the company of all believers, just seekers, and benefactors. He will establish a bright future and fill the world with justice and beauty. This is the promise of the God, therefore it will be fulfilled. The peace envisaged by such a concept has its prerequisites, as President Ahmadinejad wrote to President Bush, George Washington Bush, is 2006, a global submission to correct religious doctrine. Ahmadinejad, later widely interpreted in the West as an overture to negotiation, concluded with the Wasalam Alama Ataba al Hoda, a phrase left untranslated in the version released to the public. Peace only unto those who follow the true paths. This was the identical admonition sent in the 7th century by the Prophet Muhammad to the emperors of Byzantium and Persia, soon to be affected by Islamic, holy wars. For decades, Western observers have sought to pinpoint the root causes of such sentiments, convincing themselves that the more extreme statements are partly metaphorical and that the enunciation of a policy of a past West conduct, such as American and British interference in Iranian domestic politics in the 1950s, might open the door to reconciliations. Yet, revolutionary Islamist has not, up to now, manifested itself as a quest for international cooperation as the West understand the term, nor is the Iranian clerical regime best interpreted as an aggrieved post-colonial independence movement waiting to hopefully for demonstrations for American goodwill. Under the Ayatollah concept of policy, the dispute of the West is not a matter of a specific technical concessions or negotiating formulas, but a contest over the nature of a world order. Even at the moment hailed in the West as arguing a new spirit of the reconciliation after the completion of an interim agreement on Iran's nuclear program with the 5 percentage members of the Security Council plus Germany, the Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei declared in Jan 2014, by dressing up America's face, some individuals are trying to remove the ugliness, the violence, and the terror from his face and introduce America's government to the Iranian people as being affectionate and humanitarians. How can you change such an ugly and criminal face in front of Iranian people with a makeup? Iran will not violate what it agreed to, but the Americans are enemies of Islamic revolutions. They are enemies of the Islamic Republic. They are enemies of his flag that you have praised. Or as Khamenei put it somewhat more delicately in a speech to Iran's Guardian Council in September 2013, when a wrestler is wrestling with an opponent and in places shows flexibility for technical reasons, I let him not forget who his opponent is. This state of affairs is not inevitably permanent. Among the states in the Middle East, Iran has perhaps the most coherent experience of national greatness and longest and subtlest strategic tradition. It has preserved its essential culture for 3,000 years. Yes, the oldest civilizations, sometimes as an expanding empire for many centuries, by the scaled manipulation of surrounding elements. Before the Ayatollah revolution, the West interactions with Iran had been cordial and cooperative on both the sides based on perceptions, parallelisms to financial interest. Ironically, the Ayatollah's ascent to power was aided in its last stage by America's dissociation from the existing regime on the mistake believe that the looming changes would accelerate the advent of the democracy and strengthen the US-Iranian ties. The United States and Western democracies should be open to fostering cooperative and relation with Iran. What they must not do is base such a policy on projecting their own domestic experience as inevitably or automatically relevant to other societies, especially Iran's. They must allow for the possibility that the unchanged rhetoric of a generation is based on a conviction rather than a posturing and will have an impact on a significant number of Iranian people. A change of tone is not necessarily a return to normalcy, especially where definition of a normalcy differs fundamentally. It includes as well and more likely the possibility of a change in the tactics to reach essentially the unchangeable. The United States should be open to a genuine reconciliation and make substantial efforts to facilitate it. Yet for such an effort to succeed, a clear sense of direction is essential, especially on the key issues of Iran's nuclear program. Now, next topic is nuclear proliferation and Iran. Okay, just wait. Okay, definition. I'll just look at it. Proliferation. Proliferation is the rapid increase, multiplication, or growth of something in number of number. Okay, so non-nuclear proliferation. I think there's a nuclear proliferation in Iran. The future of Iranian-American relation will, at least in the short term, depend on the resolution of an ostensibly technical military issues. As these pages are being written, a potentially epochal shift in the region's military balance and its psychological equilibrium may be taking place. It has been ushered in by Iran's rapid progress towards the status of a nuclear weapon and state amidst a negotiation between it and the permanent members of the UN Security Council plus Germany. Though couched in terms of technical and scientific capabilities, the issue is at the heart about international orders, about the ability of the international community to enforce its demand against sophisticated forms of rejection, the permeability of the global non-proliferation regime, and the prospect for a nuclear arm race in the world's most volatile region. Yeah, so there will be a nuclear arm race. Traditional balance of power emphasizes military and industrial capacity. A change in it could be achieved only gradually or by conquest. The modern balance of power reflects the level of the society's scientific developments and can be threatened dramatically by developments entirely within the territory of the states. No conquest could have increased Soviet military capacity as much as the breaking of an American nuclear monopoly in 1949. Similarly, the spread of a deliverable nuclear weapon is bound to affect the regional balance and the international orders dramatically and to evoke a series of escalating counteractions. Okay, I just want to see, okay, can nuclear bomb be intercepted? Can nuclear bomb be intercepted at all? Yes, nuclear missile can be intercepted, but it is extremely difficult and not guaranteed. Okay, so that's the main problem. Okay, it's not guaranteed, so that's the main problem. Interception usually occurs in mid-course space or terminal descents. Okay. So phase was shattering the missile into the conventional force system like UD, GMD, and this one's or India's PAD, AD, or can target incoming ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missiles through countermeasures to MIRA, make an effective defense challenging us. Okay. So how it works is interceptors are designed to collide with missile to destroy its component, trigger guidance propulsion rather than explode the warheads. So no nuclear blast. Interceptions does not occur nuclear detonations, though it may disperse radioactive material. ICBM travels at over Mach 20 and can deploy decoys. Interception is most effective when the missile is in mid-course space or in terminal phase, although in terminal interception leaves a little time for error. No defense systems currently offers 100% security against a consorted nuclear attack, especially with the multiple independently targetable re-entry. Okay. So MIRB is equals to multiple independent target re-entries. M is equals to multiple, I is equals to independent, multiple independence, MIRB, right? So multiple independently targetable re-entry. Okay, targetable is equals to re-entry vehicles, MIRB, right? Okay, MIRBS. Okay, so is it possible to intercept nuclear bombs? Yes, nuclear bomb can be run by missiles, can be intercepted, but it is extremely difficult and not guaranteed. So that's the main problem. It's not guaranteed. Okay. Here's where can S500, I don't know, intercept hypersonic, this one's intercept nuclear missile. Okay, nuclear missile. The S500, Prometheus is designed to intercept intermediate range ballistic missile, hypersonic targets, and potentially some ICBM warheads at a range of this one. I'll do this one. While it presents a major upgrade, its ability to reliably stop massive modern nuclear ICBM attack is unproven and doubted many weapons. Okay. Then how is it possible? Interception usually occurs in mid-coast, and this one's like a US GMD and or India's PAD or AD. Okay. I don't get it. India's bad ad. What is it? Nuclear, okay. Military, air defense. India's Prithvi air defense and advanced systems are indigenous two-tiered anti-ballistic missile. It's designed to intercept any missile at exo-atmospheric distance and endo-atmospheric and altitudes, respectively completed okay. Prithvi air defense intercept ballistic missile, okay, ballistic intercontinental ballistic missile, okay, Prithvi air defense. I want to see Prithvi air defense. Okay, so Prithvi air defense, right? So Prithvi air defense, okay. Prithvi air defense system is a high-altitude exo-atmospheric interceptors developed by India's DRDO to destroy enemy's ballistic missile with a range up to 2,000 kilometers as the upper layer of India's two-tier ballistic missile defense. Intercept threats and alternate again. That's right. Okay, where was I? The traditional balance of power emphasized. Okay. Okay. So yeah. The traditional balance of power emphasizes military and industrial capacity. A change in it could be achieved only gradually powered by a conquest. The modern balance of power reflects the level of society's scientific developments and can be threatened dramatically by developments entirely within the territory of a state. No conquest could have increased Soviet military capacity as much as the breaking of an American nuclear monopoly in 1947. Similarly, the spread of a deliverable nuclear weapons bound effect region balances. All Cold War American administration were obliged to design their international strategies in the context of the awe-inspiring calculus of deterrence. The knowledge that the nuclear war would involve casualties of a scale capable of threatening civilized life. They were haunted as well, by the awareness that they demonstrated willingness to run the risk, at least up to a point, was essential if the world was not to be turned over to ruthless totalitarians. Deterrence held in the face of these parallel nightmares because only two nuclear superpowers existed. Each made comparable assessments of the perils to it from the use of a nuclear weapon. But as a nuclear weapon spread into more and more hands, the calculus of deterrence was increasingly ephemeral and deterrence less and less reliable in a widely proliferated world. It becomes very difficult to decide who is deterring whom and by what calculation, even if it is assumed that proliferating nuclear countries make the same calculus of survival as the established ones with respect to initiating hostilities against each other. An extremely dubious judgment. Many new nuclear weapon states may undermine international orders in several ways. The complexity of protecting nuclear arsenals and installations and building the sophisticated warning system possessed by the advanced nuclear states may increase the risk of preemptive by tilting incentives towards surprise attacks. They can also be used as a shield to deter retaliation against the meditating actions of the non-state groups. Nor could nuclear power, ignore nuclear war on their doorsteps. Finally, the experience with the private proliferation epoch of a technically friendly Pakistans with North Korea, Libya, Iran demonstrates the vast consequences to international orders of the spread of the nuclear weapons, even when the proliferating country does not meet the formal criteria of rogue states. 3 hurdles have to be overcome in acquiring a deployable nuclear weapon capability: the acquisition of a delivery system, the production of a fissile in a material, and the building of warheads. For delivery systems, there exists a substantially open market in France, Russia, and to some extent China. It requires primarily financial resources. Iran has already acquired the nucleus of delivery systems and can add it to its at its discretions. The knowledge of how to build warheads is not esoteric or difficult to discover, and their construction is relatively easy to hide. The best, perhaps the only way to prevent the emergence of a nuclear weapons capability is to inhibit it to the developments of a uranium enrichment process. The indispensable components for this process is the device of the centrifuge. The machine that produces enriched uranium. Plutonium enrichment must also be prevented and is a part of the same negotiations. The United States and the other permanent members of the United Security Council have been negotiating for over 10 years through two administrations of both parties to prevent the emergence of such a capability in Iran. 6 UN Security Council resolutions since 2006 have insisted that Iran suspend its nuclear enrichment program. 3 American presidents of both parties, every permanent member of the United Security Council, including China, Russia, plus Germany. Why there's always a plus Germany? Multiple international atomic energy agency reports and resolution have all declared the Iranian nuclear weapon unacceptable and demanded an unconditional halt to Iranian nuclear enrichments. No option was to be off the table. In the words of at least 2 American presidents in pursuit of their goals, the record shows steadily advancing in Iranian nuclear capabilities taking place while the Western position has been progressively softened. As Iran has ignored the UN resolution in the built centrifuge, the West has put forward a series of proposals of increasing permissiveness, from insisting that Iran terminate its uranium enrichment permanently in 2004 to allowing that Iran might also continue some enrichment at a low enrichment levels, less than 20%, to proposing that Iran strip the majority of the LEU of the country so that France and Russia could turn it into fuel rods with 20% enriched uranium, to a proposal allowing Iran to keep enough of its own 20 of centrifuges capable of making more. 2013, Fordo itself was once a secret site. When discovered, it became the result of which Western demands that it froze entirely. The Western proposal suggests that activity at it suspected with the safeguarding making difficult to restart. When the P5+1 first formed in 2006 to coordinate the position of the international community, its negotiators insisted that Iran halt few cycle activities before negotiation and could proceed. In 2009, this condition was dropped. Faced with these records, Iran has little incentives to treat any proposal as final. With subtly and no little daring, it has each stage cast itself as less interested in nice resolution than the world combined major powers and invited them to make new concessions. When the negotiation started in 2003, Iran had 130 centrifuges. At this writing, it has deployed approximately 19,000, though only half are in use. At the beginning of this negotiation, Iran was not able to produce any fissile materials. In the November 2013 interim agreements, Iran acknowledged that it possessed 7 tons of low-grade enriched uranium that, with the numbers of centrifuges Iran possesses, can be transformed into weapon-grade material in a number of months, enough for 7 to 10 Hiroshima-type bomb. In the interim agreements, Iran promised to keep about half of its 20% enriched uranium, but through a circuitous routes, it pledged to convert it into a form from which it can easily recover it to its original status, and it has retained the means to do so in any events with the number of centrifuges now in Iran position in 20% is less significant. Okay, because uranium enriched to 5% of the threshold limit of negotiation of instruments can be enriched to weapon grade in a matter of months. The matter of the negotiators of the two sides of the reflected different perception of the world order. The Iranian negotiators conveyed to their opponent numbers that they would not be deterred from pursuing their course, even at the risk of an attack on Iran's nuclear facility. The Western negotiators were convinced, and underscoring their commitment to peace and diplomacy, periodically referred to as conviction that the consequence of a military attack on Iran draft the risk of growth in the Iranian nuclear capability. They were reinforced in their calculation by the mantras of professionals that every deadlock needs to be broken by a new proposal, the responsibility of which they assumed. For the West, the central question was whether a diplomatic solution could be found or whether military measures would be necessary. In Iran, the nuclear issue was treated as one of the aspects of the general struggle over regional orders and ideological supremacy fought in a range of arsenals and territories with methods spanning the spectrums of war and peace, military and paramilitary operations, diplomacy, formal negotiations, propaganda, political subversions, and fluid and mutuality. Reinforcing combination in this context, the quest for an agreement must contend with the prospect that Tehran will be at least exploring its strategy of relaxing tension just enough to break their sanctions regime, but retaining a substantial nuclear infrastructure and maximum freedom of an action to turn it into a weapon program later. That's the main problem with Iran, right? Later. The process resulted in the November 13 interim agreements, in which again, but later they did, get into an agreement under, Obama administration. I think also JCP interim agreements in which Iran agreed to qualify temporary suspension of enrichment in return for a lifting of some international sanctions. Promise imposed on it for its defiance of the UN Security Council demands. But because Iranian enrichment was permitted to continue for the 6 months of the interim agreement, its continuation as well as the implementation of a more comprehensive restriction will emerge with a deadline to complete the oral implements. The practical consequence has been the de facto acceptance of Iranian enrichment programs, living unresolved but only on the western side of its scale. Negotiations for a permanent agreement are in process at this writing. While the terms or whether any are achievable are not known yet, it is clear that they will be. Like so many issues in the Middle East about red lines, will the Western negotiators operating by the P5+1 insist that the red line be at the enrichment capability as the US resolution would consider. This would be a formidable task. Iran would need to reduce its centrifuges to a level consistent with the plausible requirements of a civilian nuclear power program, as well as destroying or mothball the remainders of such an outcomes, whose practical effect is the abandonment of the military program by Iran would open the prospect of the fundamental change in the Western relationship with Iran. particularly if it was linked to a consensus threatened to the integrity of the region. In view of Iranian supreme leader's repeated declaration that Iran would give up no capability it already possessed, statement reiterated by Penelope of an Iranian senior Iranian official, the Iranian emphasis seems to have shifted moving the red line to a production of the warheads or to curtailing its centrifuges to a level that still leaves a substantial margin for military nuclear programs. Under such a scheme, Iran would enshrine in an international agreement and supreme alleged fatwa against building nuclear weapons, ruling that has never been published or seen by anyone else outside the European power struggle. It would pledge to the FI response to build a nuclear weapons and grant an inspection right to observe their compliances. The practical effect of such undertaking would depend on the amount of time it would take Iran to build a weapon after it abrogated to or broke such an agreement. In view of the fact that Iran managed to build two secretly enriched uranium plants while under international inspection, this breakout estimate would happen to consider the possibility of the undisclosed volatile violations. An agreement must not have leave Iran as a virtual nuclear power, a country that can become a military and nuclear power in a time frame shorter than any non-nuclear neighbor could match or any nuclear power could reliably prevent. I just want to see how many people died in Hiroshima. How many people died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? The atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945 resulted in an estimated of around 2 lakh people died. This one combined by the end of 1945, it is estimated that roughly 140,000 died in Hiroshima and 74,000 in Nagasaki, with many victims dying from immediate blast, burn injuries, and subsequent radiation sickness. Okay, so there was 3 days of difference, 6 and 9. Iran has could reliably prevent. Iran has brought exceptional skill. Iran has brought exceptional skill and consistency to bear on its proclaimed goal of undermining the Middle East state systems and ejecting Western influence from the regions. Whether Iran were to build and test a nuclear weapon in the near term or merely retain the capability to do so within months of choosing to do so, the implications on regional and global order will be comparable. Even if Iran were to stop at a virtual nuclear weapon capability, it will be seen to have achieved this level of defiance of the most comprehensive international sanctions imposed on any country. The temptation of Iran's geostrategic rivals such as Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia to develop or purchase their own nuclear program to match the Iranian capability will become irresistible. Rise of an Israeli preemptive attack would rise significantly. As for Iran, having withstood sanctions in developing a nuclear weapon capability, it will gain prestige, new powers of intimidations, and enhanced capacity to act with the conventional weapons or non-nuclear forms of unconventional wars. I want to see, is there any trade between Iran and between Iran and India? Yeah, trade exists between Iran and India, though it had declined and shifted away from oil and over the past decades. Bilateral trade continues with India primarily exporting agricultural products, rice, tea, and pharmaceutical, while importing fruits, chemicals, and fertilizers. So yeah, trade is there, right? Basmati rice, and may be prepared. It is sometimes said to constrain the diplomatic use of its virtual nuclear weapons. The comparison is not apt. China was facing 42 Soviet division on its northern border after a decade of escalating mutual hostilities and Chinese internal turmoil. It had every reason to explore alternative international system in which to anchor itself. No such incentive is self-evident in Iranian-Western relations. In the past decades, Iran has witnessed the removal of 2 of its most significant adversaries, the Taliban regime in Afghanistan and Saddam Hussein. Is it this one witnessed the removal of 2 of its most significant adversaries? Afghanistan, Taliban in Afghanistan, and Saddam Hussein in Iraq, ironically by Americans' actions, and it has deepened its influence and its military role in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq. 2 of its principal competitors for regional influences, Egypt and Saudi Arabia, have been preoccupied by internal challenges such as, even as Iran has moved swiftly and apparently successfully to crush its internal opposition following 2009 pro-democracy uprising. Its leaders have largely been welcomed into international respectability without committing to any major substantive change in policy and courted by Western companies for investment opportunities driven while sanctions are still in place. Ironically, the rise of this Sunni jihadism along Iran's foreign frontier may produce second thoughts in Iran. But it is equally plausible that if Tehran regards the strategic landscape as shifting in its favor and its revolutionary course as being vindicated, so which option Iran chooses will be determined by its own calculations or American preconceptions. Until this writing, Iran and the West have attacked different meaning to the concept of attached different meaning to the concept of negotiations, while American and European negotiators were speaking with a caution optimism about prospects for a nuclear agreement and exercising utmost restraint in their public statements in hopes of fostering a favorable atmosphere. Ayatollah Khamenei described the nuclear talk as a part of an eternal religious struggle in which a negotiation was a form of a compact and a compromise was forbidden. As late May 2014, with 6 weeks remaining in the interim agreement period, the Iranian supreme leader was reported to have described the nuclear talks as follows. So I think I don't know what. So that's why I like reading books, especially in the geopolitics, which are fully up to date. Right now it's 2026. This book was published in 2014. So that time, I think even Donald Trump was not there, right? Donald Trump was not in power, so he came in 2016. I think around 2016. So, and all of his whatever he has done a lot of things. Doesn't matter good bad, it's a huge impact. All his whatever he has done is not there, and whatever Modi has done, it's also not there. The reason for the emphasis placed on the continuations of the combat is not because of the war mongering of the Islamic establishments. It is only rational that for crossing a region filled with the pirates, one should fully equip themselves and be motivated and capable of defending themselves. Under such circumstances, we have no option but to continue combat and allow the ideas of a combat to rule all domestic and foreign affairs of the country. Those who seek to promote concession making and surrendering to beliefs and accuse the Islamic establishment of a warmongering and are indeed committing treasons. All the officials in the country in the field of economy, science, culture, policy making, law making, and foreign negotiations should be aware that they are fighting and are continuing the combat for establishment and survival of the Islamic system. Jihad is never ending because Satan and the satanic front will exist eternally. So yeah, Iran do consider a big Satan, that is United States, and a small Satan, the brother. That's okay, the big Satan, that is Israel. For nations, history plays the role that character confers on human beings. In Iran's proud and rich history, one can distinguish 3 different approaches to international orders. There was the policy of the state preceding the Khomeini's revolution, vigilant in protecting its borders, respectful to others' nation sovereignty, willing to participate in alliances, and in fact pursuing its national interests by Westphalian principle. There is also the tradition of an empire which viewed Iran as the centers of the civilized world and which sought to eliminate the autonomy of its surrounding countries as far as its power could reach. Finally, there is the Iran of Jihad described in the preceding pages, from which of this tradition does the change comportments of some high-ranking Iranian official draws its inspiration. If we assume a fundamental change, what brought to it is the conflict psychological or strategic? Will it be resolved or actually by change in attitudes or modification of policy? And if it is the latter, what is the modification that should be installed? Can the two countries' views of the world order be reconciled, or will the world have to wait until jihadist pressures fade as they disappeared earlier in the Ottoman Empire as a result of a change in the power dynamics and domestic priorities? On the answer to the question depends on the future of the US-Iranian relationship and perhaps the peace of the world. Okay, so you're talking about the peace of the world. Okay. In principle, the United States should be prepared to reach a geopolitical understanding with Iran on the basis of the Westphalian principles of non-intervention and develop a compatible concept of regional order. Until the Khomeini Revolution, Iran and the United States have been de facto allies based on a hard... Yes, until the Communist Revolution, Iran and the United States have been de facto allies based on a hard-nosed assessments of the national interest by the American president from both parties. Iranian and American national interests were trained and treated by both sides as a peril. Both opposed the domination of the region by a superpower, in which during the period was the Soviet Union. Both were prepared to rely on the principles of respect for other sovereignties in their policy towards the regions. Both favor the economic developments of the regions, even when it did not proceed on an adequately broad fronts. From the American point of view, there is every reason to re-establish such a relationship. The tension in the American relationship resulted from Tehran's adoptions of a jihadist principle and rhetoric together with the direct assault on American interest and views of the international orders. How Iran synthesizes its complex legacies will be driven in large part of the internal dynamics in a country of such a cultural and political intricacies. This may be unpredictable to outside observers and not subject to direct influence by the foreign threats of blandishments. But whatever phase Iran presents to the outside world, it does not alter the reality that Iran needs to make choice. It must decide whether it is a country or a cause. The United States should be open to a cooperative course and encourage it. Yet the ingenuity and determination of Western negotiators, also necessary components of these evolutions, will not be sufficient to secure its abandonments by Iran of support of such a group as Hezbollah would be important and necessary step in establishing a constructive patterns of the bilateral relationship. The test will be whether Iran interprets this kiosk along its frontier as a threat or as an opportunity to fulfill the millennium hopes. The United States needs to develop a strategic views of the process. in which it is engaged. Administration spokesmen explaining the reduced American role in the Middle East have described a vision of equilibrium of Sunni states and perhaps Israel balancing Iran. Even were such a constellation to come to pass, it could only be sustained by an active American foreign policy. The balance of power is never static. Its components are in the constant flux. The United States would be needed for a balancer for the foreseeable future. The role of balancer is best carried out if America is closer to each of the contending forces than they do to each other and does not let itself be lured into underwriting either side's strategy, particularly at the extremes, pursuing its own strategic objectives. The United States can be crucial factors, perhaps the crucial factors, in determining whether Iran pursues the path of revolutionary Islam or that of a great nation legitimacy, and importantly, lodged in the Westphalian system of states. But America can fulfill that role only on the basis of involvement and not of withdrawal.